Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to the finale of What If I Was Reincarnated into the Naruto World with the Skyrim System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 205, Evil Spirits. Watch closely, Obito, Naruto replied, his voice echoing across the battlefield. His words were not a challenge, but a promise. What happened next was nothing short of a spectacle. Naruto threw the kunai into the air. It twirled, catching the light, before it multiplied, the air around him filling with the sound of whistling wind and shimmering steel. Hundreds of kunai rained down, each a perfect clone of the original, complete with the unique Tengu seal and the mark of the flying thunder god. The battlefield turned into a maze of kunai, the deadly rain of blades embedding into the ground, the walls of the Susanoo, even the bodies of the dead Zetsu. Naruto disappeared from sight, his form hidden behind the tornado of swirling wind and steel. The only proof of his presence was the occasional flash of his wind-infused sword, a streak of lightning in the storm. Just when the shower of kunai seemed to come to an end, Naruto reappeared. One moment he was engulfed in the storm, the next he was on top of the Susanoo, his sword slicing through the chakra-infused construct. A shocked gasp escaped from Obito, his confident facade cracking as he watched his defensive Susanoo falter under Naruto's assault. Naruto's form was a blur, moving faster than anyone could track. He was everywhere and nowhere at once, the unique seal on the kunai and the flying thunder god technique enabling him to teleport across the battlefield in an instant. He was relentless, his wind-infused sword and the swarm of kunai making him an unstoppable force. Obito, ensconced within the heart of his Susanoo, watched as Naruto dismantled his defenses. The azure-eyed warrior was a force of nature, his every attack swift and relentless, a whirlwind of steel and chakra that threatened to shatter the invincibility of the Susanoo. The Uchiha's eyes, hypnotic in their crimson and black, flared with a mixture of annoyance and intrigue. His gaze followed Naruto's every move, the Sharingan's prowess allowing him to track the blonde's swift movements. "Do you really believe you can penetrate my Susanoo, Naruto?" Obito taunted, an edge of amusement seeping into his tone. With a grim smile, Naruto replied, his voice ringing out against the chaos of their clash. "I don't just believe it, Obito. I know it. You always were too stubborn for your own good." Despite his dismissive words, Obito's eyes narrowed, a wary edge creeping into his voice. He could sense the change in Naruto, the increase in strength and speed, the newfound control over wind chakra. It was an unexpected development, and it put him on edge. As Naruto darted around the battlefield, the pulsating chakra of his wind cloak surrounding him like an ethereal armor, he unleashed a barrage of attacks. His every strike, every thrust was met with the unyielding shield of the Susanoo. The chakra-infused titan, a specter of daunting power, stood immovable, its form shimmering under the relentless onslaught. With every blow that failed to penetrate, Naruto's resolve solidified. He felt the weight of the promises he had made, the vows he intended to keep. He was Naruto Uzumaki, and he would not back down, not until he had fulfilled his destiny. A sudden twinge in his gut made him pivot. Obito had launched another Kamui shuriken towards him, the deadly chakra blades tearing through the air with lethal velocity. With a swift movement, Naruto deflected them with his sword, the clash producing a shockwave that echoed across the battlefield. "Truly the eyes of the evil, Sharingan," Naruto remarked, his icy blue gaze fixated on Obito's red and black orbs. Obito's eyes flared at the words, a hot anger seeping into his voice. "Uchiha are not evil. We were forced onto this path. Sharingan is the eye of love. It evolves when a loved one dies. How can it be the eyes of evil?" Naruto merely shook his head, a look of deep regret in his eyes. "True, Uchiha are not evil, but you, Obito, know nothing. You don't even know the real history of Sharingan. The abilities you possess are not yours but those of the evil spirits who manipulate your hatred to execute their plots." Obito scoffed, dismissing Naruto's words with a wave of his hand. "What the hell are you talking about?" he asked, his tone thick with mockery. Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he gathered his chakra, allowing it to pool around him in a swirling mass of energy. It began to take shape, morphing and solidifying until it enveloped his body completely. A gasp of shock rippled through the battlefield as Naruto's Susanoo materialized, dwarfing him in its towering, ethereal form. A flurry of reactions followed his transformation. Madara's smirk faded into a grim line, his eyes flashing with an unseen wariness. Itachi's eyes widened, his stoic facade cracking just a bit at the sight of Naruto's Susanoo. The five Kaguya, Tsunade, Onoki, Raza, and Mei and even Koushin watched with wide eyes and open mouths, their gazes locked onto the immense form that was Naruto's Susanoo. A flicker of the past lit Naruto's eyes as he saw Obito's reaction, his Sharingan swirling in a mesmerizing dance of power. The memories washed over him like a warm wave, bringing him back to his time in the Tengu realm, training under the wise and ancient Tengu Konoha Tengu. Little one, chakra existed long before humanity, old Konoha Tengu had begun, his voice filled with an ancient wisdom that resonated within the rocky terrain of the Tengu realm. Before your kind evolved to wield it, Tengu were the ones that ruled this world. And like in every sentient creature, we had our own share of evil. It saddens me to say this, but most of the evil techniques that circulate in your world originate from my tribe. Naruto, taken aback, had blinked in surprise, his cerulean eyes wide with disbelief. How can that be? Wasn't it Sage of Sixth Path that gifted chakra to humanity? His voice was thick with curiosity and confusion, echoing softly against the age-old rocks. Chapter 206, Banish. Old Konoha Tengu sighed, a gesture so human-like that Naruto momentarily forgot he was conversing with a being far older and different than him. Everything is chakra, and chakra is everything, little one. Humanity is not an exception. What Sage of Sixth Path did was to teach your kind how to wield it. Humans long before him had chakra in their bodies, they used it in different ways, not knowing how to wield it. Naruto nodded, his heart pounding in his chest as he digested this information. He looked at the old Tengu, determination etching his youthful face. What does this have to do with my sage art training, old Tengu? The ancient Tengu seemed pleased with Naruto's curiosity. Little one, Tengu sage art is potent, bestows abilities beyond your imagination. It has been used for evil and selfishness, and I have to be certain that your heart is in the right place. Naruto's eyes shone with resolute determination. You don't have to worry. I will never wield it for evil. The intensity of his voice echoed in the stillness, reaching out to the old Tengu's heart. Konoha Tengu nodded, his sharp eyes glinting with approval. I can see it in your heart, he said, a faint smile tugging at his beak. Have you ever seen a Susanoo, little one? He asked, changing the topic. Naruto shook his head. No, but I heard from Koushin. The old Tengu nodded again. Have you ever wondered why it is in the shape of a Tengu? Naruto's eyes widened slightly, the question catching him off guard. I never really thought about it, he admitted. Back in the battlefield, Naruto's eyes narrowed as he focused on Obito, his voice ringing out across the stunned crowd. Long before humanity, Tengu knew how to wield chakra, he began. His tone was solemn, his words echoing hauntingly through the air. And just like humans, they too had their share of the talented, the evil, the cowardly, and the clever. Every once in a while, a Tengu who embodied all of these traits would be born. They would strive to conquer death itself, to attain immortality. His gaze flickered to Madara, a heavy seriousness settling over his youthful face. A few centuries before the era of the Sixth Path of Sannin, one such mastermind of evil was born in the Tengu tribe. He was incredibly gifted and intelligent. With his sinister knowledge of Tengu sage art, he created numerous jutsu. Even Edo Tensei is part of his wicked legacy. The second Hokage simply discovered an incomplete scroll and perfected it. A heavy silence followed his words, the reality of the history hitting them all like a sucker punch. Naruto glanced at Obito, his gaze probing, unyielding. That same evil Tengu devised a dark ritual, one so potent, so insidious that it promised him immortality. But when he and his cult attempted it, they vanished. The Tengu tribe believed they were eradicated, lost to the sands of time. But that wasn't the case. Naruto's voice dropped to a whisper, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. They didn't disappear. They hid within the Kekkai Genkai with the most potential and harbored hatred that could fuel their powers. They found refuge in the Sharingan. The mention of the Sharingan stirred Obito, his crimson eyes blazing with a mix of confusion and denial. "What are you trying to imply, Naruto?" he snarled, his tone betraying his growing uncertainty. "Answer me, Obito, Madara and Itachi. Have you ever wondered why Susanoo is in the shape of a Tengu?" Naruto's voice echoed over the battlefield, his gaze steady on the stunned Uchiha. Obito growled, his Sharingan spinning with agitation. "This isn't a time for riddles, Naruto." "Naruto!" Itachi murmured, his brows furrowed. The implications of Naruto's words hung heavy in the air. Madara merely glared at Naruto, his Sharingan flaring ominously. He didn't say anything, but the tension in his body was palpable. Naruto chuckled. "You think Mangekyo, Eternal Mangekyo are your abilities? Your eyes, Sharingan with hatred, summon a spirit of a Tengu. Why do you think you have these magical abilities? Why do you think your Susanoo has magical weapons? Weapons that were once part of history. Itachi, your Susanoo wields the sword of Totsuka and the Yata mirror," Naruto proclaimed, his voice reverberating across the battlefield. A gasp of shock escaped from the watching crowd. Itachi's brows furrowed, his lips parting in surprise. "How do you even know that?" he asked, disbelief coloring his normally composed features. Naruto's gaze remained unwavering. "Because those are relics of the Tengu tribe, stolen from them. Orochimaru spent years in search of the sword of Totsuka. How do you think he even knew of such a sword's existence, if it only appeared with your Susanoo?" Silence hung over the battlefield, so intense it was almost tangible. A wind swept across, kicking up dust, the only sound in the momentary stillness. The Uchiha stood frozen, the implications of Naruto's words echoing in their minds. It was as though the ground beneath them was crumbling, the very foundation of their beliefs shaking. "Same goes for all of you," Naruto continued, his voice pulling them from their thoughts. "Your abilities are not yours, but those of the evil Tengu spirits hiding in your eyes." Obito sneered, his Sharingan spinning with agitation. "Enough of your nonsense," he snapped, anger crackling in his voice. But beneath that anger, a flicker of doubt stirred. "Is it nonsense, Obito?" Naruto challenged, his tone cold as ice. "Or is it just an inconvenient truth that you'd rather deny?" Obito opened his mouth to retort, but words failed him. Naruto's eyes met his, holding his gaze, and for a moment, Obito felt a shiver of unease. The blonde's conviction was unnerving, the certainty in his voice unsettling. "I, Uzumaki Naruto, second contractor of the Tengu tribe and the second human Tengu sage, solemnly swear to banish all evil Tengu spirits and reclaim the stolen relics of the Tengu tribe and return them." Naruto's voice echoed across the battlefield, his conviction resonating with an intensity that was almost tangible. Chapter 207, Susanoo. As his declaration filled the air, Naruto's chakras swirled around him, gathering in a roaring torrent that grew brighter and brighter, until it was almost blinding. His Susanoo expanded, taking on its full form. It towered over the battlefield, an enormous, radiant figure that seemed to encapsulate the raw, unyielding power of the Tengu themselves. The white Susanoo was a mesmerizing sight to behold. It stood tall, mirroring the shape of a gigantic Tengu warrior clad in traditional samurai armor. Its vast, feathered wings extended wide and its body radiated a pure, blinding white light that illuminated the dark battlefield, casting eerie shadows in all directions. The gleaming face of the Susanoo was an impassive mask, eyes glowing with a potent, otherworldly energy. In its hands, it held the Sword of Purity, a massive blade that shimmered with an intense light. Its edges seemed sharp enough to cut through the very fabric of reality itself. Opposite the sword, it carried the Shield of Sanctity, a broad, gleaming shield that radiated a soothing light, promising an impervious defense against any attack. Silence fell over the battlefield once more, a stunned hush that seemed to hold its breath in awe of the incredible sight. Obito stared at the magnificent figure, his gaze flickering with an unsettling blend of apprehension and denial. This is impossible," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "Is it, Obito?" Naruto challenged, his voice ringing out, a resolute echo amidst the stunned silence. His eyes, reflecting the radiant light of his Susanoo, held an intense, unyielding gaze, daring Obito to refute him again. But the Uchiha was at a loss for words. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, and his Sharingan spun wildly, reflecting the turmoil that gripped him. Next to him, Itachi's face was a mask of calm, his dark eyes wide as they took in the spectacle. But beneath that composed exterior, a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions raged. Naruto's words were a profound revelation, an unimagined truth that had shattered everything he had believed. His Mangekyo, his Susanoo, the sword of Totsuka, the Yata mirror, they were not truly his. The implications were staggering. The silence on the battlefield was finally shattered by Madara, his voice rising in a seething snarl. "You dare to challenge the power of the Uchiha, brat?" His Sharingan flared menacingly, but beneath the anger, a trace of doubt flickered. Naruto met his gaze, his eyes reflecting the divine light of his Susanoo. "It's not about challenging anyone, Madara," he retorted. His voice was cold, each word laced with an icy certainty. "It's about restoring the rightful order. It's about purifying the tainted, and banishing the evil that lurks within." Naruto met his gaze, his eyes reflecting the divine light of his Susanoo. "It's not about challenging anyone, Madara," he retorted. His voice was cold, each word laced with an icy certainty. "It's about restoring the rightful order. It's about purifying the tainted, and banishing the evil that lurks within." The overwhelming brightness of Naruto's Susanoo faded slightly, enough for everyone to see clearly. He moved, a figure of light and purity on the battlefield, eyes fixated on Obito, brimming with determination. "Obito," Naruto called, the name ringing across the battlefield. He moved then, launching himself at the Uchiha, his every step resonating with a force that could topple mountains. In the wake of his advance, dust and debris swirled, stirred by the raw power of his chakra. Obito barely had time to react before Naruto was on him. The blonde's movements were lightning fast, his form blurring as he lunged at Obito with a fierce battle cry. The sword of purity swiped through the air, aiming straight for Obito. It was a powerful, no-nonsense attack, one that screamed Naruto's relentless determination. With an alarmed yell, Obito activated his own Susanoo, shielding himself from the imminent attack. The impact was colossal, a shockwave reverberating throughout the battlefield, pushing back the gathered crowd of shinobi, including Madara and Itachi. Naruto's attack didn't end there. He pressed on, exploiting the recoil to launch a series of relentless attacks. His sword struck against Obito's Susanoo again and again, each hit generating sparks that lit up the dark sky. The force of Naruto's attacks began to push Obito back, the Uchiha grunting in exertion as he struggled to keep his footing. His Sharingan eyes were wide, the black and red pinwheels spinning as he worked to analyze Naruto's movements to predict his next attack. Despite his efforts, Naruto was gaining ground, his attacks landing faster and harder, an undeniable force. He moved with a newfound rhythm, his every movement efficient and deliberate, driven by a fierce will and conviction. It was a sight that sent shockwaves through the crowd of onlookers. Obito, on the other hand, was fighting for his life. He defended against Naruto's strikes, but his movements were growing increasingly sluggish, the effort of maintaining his Susanoo beginning to take its toll. His eyes darted to Naruto's, seeking any signs of fatigue, but was met with the unwavering resolve. Finally, Naruto managed to break through Obito's defenses, landing a solid hit against the Uchiha's Susanoo. The impact sent Obito sprawling back, tumbling across the battlefield. His Susanoo flickered, struggling to stay intact under the onslaught. The shield in Naruto's Susanoo's left hand dissolved, morphing into shimmering chains, reminiscent of the legendary Uzumaki's adamantine sealing chains. They swiftly coiled around Obito's Susanoo, encasing it in a grip as unyielding as steel and as firm as fate itself. The chains, radiant in the darkness, seared into the ground, pinning Obito's Susanoo and blocking off its chakra flow. The onlookers watched in awe and disbelief, their breaths hitching at the spectacle unfolding before them. Obito could only look on, a sense of dread creeping up his spine as his Susanoo struggled against the chains. "What are you?" he stammered, his voice drowned out by the cacophony of his own hammering heartbeat. Chapter 208 Defeat. Before Obito could complete his question, Naruto's white Susanoo moved. Its free hand reached out, touching the forehead of Obito's Susanoo where a bead-like rune was etched. A brilliant, white light began to emanate from the contact point, enveloping Obito's Susanoo. The once proud and indomitable blue hue of Obito's Susanoo began to fade, waning under the intense luminosity. A guttural scream resonated from the Susanoo, echoing over the battlefield. The sound was human and yet not, a hybrid of a man's agony and a beast's distress. The onlookers couldn't help but flinch at the surreal manifestation of torment. Obito, ensnared within the Susanoo, winced. He could feel his Sharingan eyes stinging, burning as if molten lava flowed through his veins. He gritted his teeth, fighting off the growing discomfort. "What is this?" he hissed through clenched jaws, his voice barely a whisper under the roaring pain. "Begone, evil spirit!" Naruto roared, his voice reverberating through the battlefield. His face was a mask of resolute determination, his eyes a bright beacon of unwavering resolve. Obito's eyes widened in alarm, his heart pounding against his rib cage. "What are you trying to pull, Naruto?" he spat out, his tone a mixture of rage and panic. Naruto didn't answer. His gaze remained unwavering as the purifying light from his Susanoo enveloped Obito's own. The radiance was almost blinding, a stark contrast to the darkness that previously dominated the battlefield. Then, it happened. A specter, resembling a Tengu, left Obito's forehead, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Obito's Susanoo, once a daunting presence on the battlefield, disappeared, its formidable energy extinguished by the overwhelming light. His Manjikyu Sharingan, the eye that had caused so much havoc, faded as well, leaving only the regular Sharingan in its wake. Naruto watched the spectacle, his gaze hardened. In his Susanoo's right hand, the sword of purity was gripped tightly, its blade gleaming ominously under the divine light. He lunged forward, aiming for the spectral Tengu that was making a desperate bid for freedom. "Raw!" Naruto bellowed as he plunged the sword straight into the heart of the Tengu specter. The scene was almost surreal, the symbol of purity and light battling against the manifestation of ancient evil. "Stop it!" Obito roared, his Sharingan spinning wildly. He made a futile attempt to move, to reach out, but the adamantine chains held him in place. He could only watch as Naruto's Susanoo annihilated the Tengu, a piece of his power and legacy. "Silence!" Naruto retorted, his voice cold. "Your reign of terror ends now, Obito." Obito gritted his teeth, his left eye flickering as he attempted to warp the specter away, but he lost the ability to do so. He could only watch as Naruto's sword skewered the specter, releasing a blast of pure energy that echoed across the battlefield. The specter let out a wailing screech, a harrowing sound of pure despair and pain, before it disintegrated into wisps of smoke and light. Such power! Madara mumbled from the sidelines, his Sharingan eyes reflecting the spectacle before him. He clenched his fists, the sudden feeling of dread and uncertainty stirring within him. He could see it now, the tides of battle were turning. Obito, on the other hand, was reeling from the sudden loss. His eyes, the eyes that had once made him nearly invincible, was reduced to its basic form. He could feel his strength waning, his control over the battlefield slipping. His breaths came out ragged, his body slick with cold sweat. The effect of Naruto's adamantine sealing chains was more profound than anyone, including Naruto himself, had anticipated. The radiant chains not only immobilized Obito's formidable Susanoo but also acted as a catalyst that released him from Itachi's Koto Ematsukumi control, the most potent Genjutsu of the Uchiha clan. The realization struck Obito like a thunderbolt. He could feel his own thoughts and emotions returning to him in a rush. Memories flooded his mind, images of a past life that had been twisted and manipulated for another's gain. His grip tightened on the chains, his knuckles turning white. It wasn't just his body that had been freed from Itachi's Genjutsu, it was his mind as well, the very essence of who he was. Obito's heart pounded in his chest, the beat echoing in his ears like a drum of war. Each heartbeat was a pulse of realization, a moment of truth that was gradually taking root. His identity, his emotions, even his precious Manjikyu Sharingan, had all been part of Madara's intricate, despicable plan. He had been nothing but a puppet in a grand play. His mind replayed the time when Madara, newly resurrected, arrogantly disclosed his plot to Itachi. The old Uchiha had explained in vivid detail how he had engineered Rin's death, making Zetsu manipulate Rin so Kakashi's hand could stab her heart, ensuring that Obito would witness the dreadful scene and consequently become loyal to him and his Eye of the Moon plan. The memory, once a mere echo in the back of his mind, now became a deafening roar, a cruel reminder of his manipulation. At that time, under Itachi's control, he had been indifferent, uncaring to the revelation. But now, released from the shackles of control, the impact of the truth was a crushing weight. He had been played, used as a mere tool in a grander scheme. A pawn in the hands of powerful masters. A mix of anger, sorrow, and despair welled up in his heart. The bitter taste of betrayal filled his mouth. He could feel his world crashing around him. He had been stripped of his dignity, his free will. He was bare, exposed to the harsh reality of his existence. Madara! Itachi! Obito roared, his voice carrying the heavy burden of his anguish. He swung his arm, his fist connecting with the ground. The resulting impact shook the battlefield, sending tremors through the earth. His enraged cry was a battle call, an oath for revenge, echoing across the battlefield, reaching the ears of every shinobi present. Tears welled up in his Sharingan eyes. It was a spectacle that nobody, not even the most hardened shinobi, had expected. The man who had once been a terror on the battlefield, a man whose name brought fear into the hearts of countless shinobi, was now a figure of sorrow, his tears staining the battlefield. Chapter 209, Koushin vs. Madara. Hey guys, I'm gonna go on a little rant here. Please don't take this as me begging for money or getting mad about people not showering me with dollars. This rant is about the lack of support, and it's been kind of frustrating me. Now, I'm not going to be a hypocrite and say I don't expect any financial support from my readers. My Patreon page is there for that reason because I do need your support, but that was always secondary. I write because I genuinely enjoy it, and I want people to share their ideas with me. When no one does, it feels like I'm just talking to myself instead of having a meaningful conversation. I mean, I don't even know if there are still people out there reading my novels at this point. I really think it might just be a couple of die-hard fans. Anyway, both my novels currently have only one patron each. Koushin is about to wrap up, so I'll finish that one, but High School Chronicles has just started. I mean, it's only been 3 weeks since school started, for crying out loud. So, if anyone out there is reading this, I just want to say I love you. Back at where Koushin was battling with Madara. Ino, Parthernax, help Lady Tsunade and the others. Let me deal with this old corpse, Koushin directed, a teasing edge lining his words. He vaulted from the massive dragon's head, his form transforming into a dazzling beam of purple light. The playful cadence of his voice cut through the tense silence, a reminder of his unwavering confidence and unique charm. Come then, brat. Show me the source of your arrogance. Madara's challenge echoed across the battlefield, a tumultuous growl against the flashing beam. The battlefield vibrated as Koushin's light form collided with the perfect Susanoo, the impact sending the giant ethereal warrior flying away, dust and debris clouding the scene. His purple form traced an arc in the sky, following the Susanoo as it retreated. His gaze flickered briefly to Kakashi, who was under imminent threat from Obito's Susanoo. However, a familiar blonde figure, Naruto, was already on the move towards Kakashi, prompting Koushin to refocus his attention on Madara. As he neared Madara, his purple light began to coalesce, reshaping into his human form. His feet hit the ground, leaving an imprint in the dirt. His smirk remained intact, his violet eyes reflecting the sun's rays as he stared up at the tumbling Susanoo. "Madara, you do have a flair for the dramatic," Koushin observed, crossing his arms over his chest. "But that doesn't change the fact that your theatrics are as outdated as your fashion sense." He deftly sidestepped a swing of the Susanoo's chakra blade, his form nothing more than a blur. He was not a man to stay idle during a fight. The battle was his stage, and he was the main attraction. Madara's eyes flared, a growl of irritation rumbling from his throat. "Impudent child," he spat, his Susanoo surging towards Koushin. "I'll crush you." Koushin only chuckled at his threat, spinning on his heel to face Madara. His eyes were twinkling with mischief, the grin on his face growing wider. "I've been called worse," he retorted, "but tell me, how does it feel to be outclassed by a child?" Madara didn't get a chance to answer as Koushin launched himself at the Susanoo, his form blurring into the purple beam once again. The collision rattled the battlefield, the Susanoo staggering under the blow. Sending Madara's Susanoo, with Madara inside, flying away from the main battlefield, Koushin stood with a mocking smile. "So, old corpse, ready to see the Uchiha pride you have is nothing but a false shell you put around yourself to protect your last bit of self-esteem?" His voice was dripping with sarcasm, his eyebrows raising in a challenging arch. "Hashirama is the only one that can stand against you, you said? Here I am. Years younger than you, and I will put you in your place. Come, show me what you got." Madara, inside the luminescent construct of the Susanoo, seethed. The mockery in Koushin's voice touched a primal nerve, igniting a raging inferno of anger deep within his ancient soul. His Rinnegan swirled, emanating a dark, foreboding energy. "Young fool," he sneered, his voice a venomous drawl, "age and pride are not shields against inevitable defeat. You think to stand against me with wit and jests? I'll show you the might of the Uchiha." Koushin just leaned his head to the side, the playful gleam in his violet eyes intensifying. "Well, are we a dramatic one?" he drawled, unfazed. "You see, Madara, the might of the Uchiha seems a lot like an old man swinging his cane at the youngsters passing by his lawn." Madara's Susanoo surged forward, a colossal entity of wrath and power, the air pulsating around it, resonating with the contained rage. Its blade swung with enough power to split mountains, aimed at Koushin, who dodged it effortlessly. "Your words will be your undoing, boy," Madara bellowed. Koushin merely flashed a devilish grin. "Undoing," he mused, twirling around Madara's relentless attacks. "Funny, I was going to say the same about your over-reliance on that giant ethereal action figure of yours." A symphony of arcing purple lightning danced vibrantly around Koushin, juxtaposed by the curling blue flames of hellfire, gifts from Maruin's Dagon's realm. The flames danced with mischief much like their master, each tendril of fire mirroring Koushin's playful sneer, a visible manifestation of his jeering aura. This lightning wasn't merely an elemental trick, it was a herald of Koushin's mastery, his unique bloodline limit. It was a whisper of the sky's wrath, a rarity that sung tales of his exquisite control over chakra and the elemental finesse he possessed. This fusion of thunder and fire had earned him a resounding title across the realms, Koushin the Thunderfire. The air was thick with the energy emanating from his lightning and the raw, tempestuous power of the Susanoo. His body was a vortex of elemental fury, his eyes shimmered with unspoken excitement, reflecting the tempest swirling around him. The hellfire lent a blue hue to his eyes, creating a visual dance of blue and purple, a stunning maelstrom matching the powers around him. Madara, the ancient Uchiha, enveloped within his ethereal giant, sneered, the tomo of his Rinnegan swirling in calculated rage. "You mistake wit for wisdom, child," he retorted, his voice dripping with scorn. "I will grind your insolence into the dust." Koushin danced around the battlefield, the hellfire and the unique purple lightning pulsating around him in a celestial dance, a visual symphony narrating his playful defiance. "Child, child, child. Such fixation on youth, Madara. Jealousy is such an unbecoming shade on you. Or is it just the hue of your ancient pride? His feet touched the ground lightly, the electrified atmosphere humming tunes of impending chaos. The aura around him seemed to laugh, echoing his teasing tone, challenging the ancient warrior before him. The colossal Susanoo swung its blade with seismic power, only to meet the air where Koushin had been moments ago. Koushin's form was elusive, a laughing shadow bathed in thunder and fire. "See, Madara, this is your problem," he mocked, his voice dancing with his elements. "All brawn and no subtlety. It's like trying to capture the wind with a net." Koushin, the dancing maestro, had the whole world joining in on his lively performance. Swathed in a radiant purple lightning cloak, his agile silhouette weaved in and out of existence across the sprawling battlefield. Like a shooting star, he left trails of azure flames in his wake, casting an electrifying blue ambience upon the battleground. There was no hearty laughter or playful taunts, just a mischievous grin that adorned his face. Madara's colossal Susanoo, a towering spectacle of ethereal energy, hoisted its mighty sword, ready to strike. But Koushin, with his lightning-charged nimbleness, turned what should have been a lethal blow into a mere breeze. He gracefully glided beneath the descending blade, his footwork light as air, effortlessly sidestepping the deadly onslaught. Each pass left Madara's blade meeting nothing but empty space, while Koushin's smoky blue flames trailed behind like an afterthought. Observing the futility of his gargantuan sword against Koushin's lithe form, Madara decided to change tactics. He swiftly closed the gap, his Susanoo's massive hand reaching out to catch the elusive whirlwind that was Koushin. Yet, with a sudden burst of his flame-fueled speed, Koushin took to the skies, leaving behind a dazzling display of blue and purple brilliance. From above, he plunged headfirst, delivering a fierce kick that sent shockwaves rippling through the terrain as it met the Susanoo's palm. Madara, never one to be outdone, reacted with lightning speed. The world around Koushin twisted and contorted as the Uchiha, fueled by his Rinnegan, unleashed a potent Genjutsu. The ground transformed into a tumultuous sea, the sky morphed into liquid, and phantom versions of the Susanoo sprang forth from all directions, lunging playfully towards Koushin. Chapter 210, The Thunderfire God Armor. The very fabric of reality seemed to waver as Madara unleashed his Genjutsu. Under the influence of the Rinnegan, the battlefield morphed into a turbulent sea. The skies above liquefied, churning with dark clouds and spirals of thunder. Phantom Susanoo, birthed from the illusions, rose from all directions, their massive forms echoing the same menacing intent as the original. The ground beneath was strewn with jagged rocks and remnants of past battles, while the air was thick with the tang of sweat and ozone. Every breath was a challenge, the weight of anticipation pressing down on all who dared to tread on this hallowed battleground. Koushin's feet, always light and sure, navigated the illusory waters as if skating over them. His purple lightning cloak emanated a brilliant aura that outlined his silhouette, emphasizing his swift, almost ethereal movements. Trails of blue flames painted streaks in the tumultuous sky, each one a testament to his undeterred spirit. Susanoo lunged, its gargantuan limbs reaching out for Koushin. Each motion was a cataclysm, a testament to the raw power Madara wielded. But Koushin, fueled by his unique energy blend, danced in the air, propelled by bursts of blue fire. His feet never touched the ground, he was a waltz of flames and lightning, his form darting in and out, always inches away from Susanoo's grasp. "Thunder God!" Koushin's voice rang out as he executed the technique. Purple arcs of electricity enveloped him, further boosting his speed, making him an erratic, unpredictable target. Each dart and weave seemed to defy the laws of physics, his form almost phasing through Susanoo's illusory clones, leaving them clutching at the lingering flames in his wake. Madara, never one to be outdone, channeled his chakra into Susanoo, which radiated a darker, more intense hue. The ethereal warrior's form became more solidified, its body turning into a near-impenetrable shield. With every motion, it sent shockwaves, destabilizing the air around it. Yet, even against such odds, Koushin remained unyielding. Drawing from ancient techniques, he formed a series of intricate seals, a testament to his mastery over the art. Sealing technique, lightning god barrier. A vast web of interlocking lightning threads emerged, creating a protective dome around him. Every time Susanu's massive sword or fists came crashing down, they were repelled, sparks flying in a brilliant display of resistance. The flash of purple lightning and blue flames encapsulated Koushin, making his form almost ephemeral as he carved through the battlefield, an illustrious dance of vibrant energies. The lightning god barrier interwove with dazzling strings of electricity, a symphonic display of celestial defiance against the impending assault of Susanu. The air crackled with the smell of burning ozone, a sharp contrast to the earthy scent of the disturbed ground below. Every lightning streak from Koushin resonated with a high-pitched sizzle, harmonizing with the deep roar of Madara's flames. The battlefield became a cacophony of clashing elements, with each combatant trying to drown out the other's anthem. In the backdrop of the shimmering barrier, Susanu, its ethereal form steeped in ancient power, charged, the turbulent energy resonating with Madara's untold wrath. It was the echo of unseen battles, the myriad of fights encapsulated in every strike, every lunging movement of the colossal entity. Fire release, great fire annihilation. From Susanu's maw erupted a cataclysmic wave of fire, a monstrous expanse of unrelenting flames cascading toward Koushin. But Koushin, with his speed forged in the heavenly blend of fire and lightning, soared, his form an iridescent streak against the fiery onslaught. His flight, a seemingly playful dance, wove through the waves of fire, a celestial entity untouched by the infernal tempest. Lightning release, thunderclap arrow. From his fingers, arced a series of electrified projectiles, piercing the flaming waves, each striking Susanu with unrelenting vigor, creating dazzling explosions of energy upon impact. The battlefield was a canvas, painted with the chaotic dance of fire and lightning. The air hummed with the intertwining energies, every clash a harmonious crescendo, the echoes of their unrelenting dance resonating through the realm. Susanu, ever the relentless warrior, metamorphosed, its form imbued with the renegade's power, the undying wrath of Madara etched in every fiber of its being. In response to the unending barrage, Koushin's form waltzed, a nimble shadow against the looming visage of Susanu. His movement was a haunting symphony, the flames and lightning twining around his form, a shield against the colossal strikes. His seals, ancient and intricate, created barriers of celestial energy, the lightning threads an ever-vigilant guardian against Susanu's seismic dance. Every time Koushin evaded, the ground where Susanu's limbs had been aiming cracked and disintegrated, creating miniature craters. Madara's every strike was not just a display of power but a testament to his determination to land a crushing blow. But Koushin, matching him in skill and tenacity, left trails of scorched earth with his electrified footfalls, turning the battlefield into a patchwork of destruction and rebirth. The battlefield quaked under the sheer force of their combined energies, each aura a testament to their prowess. As Susanu readied for another strike, Koushin smirked, feeling a surge of power swelling within him. Time to bring out the big guns. The air around him grew denser, charged with an electrifying force. His chakra began to morph, coiling and swirling, reaching out to grasp the elements he commanded. Before the awestruck eyes of all who watched, purple lightning and blue fire began to amalgamate, wrapping around him like a second skin. This was no ordinary armor. The contours were sharp, almost menacing, resembling ancient and mythical armor worn by forgotten heroes. Spikes protruded from the shoulders, and intricate patterns adorned its surface, each glow a dance of blue fire and purple lightning. But this was not mere protection, it was a manifestation of Koushin's power and mastery. The armor seemed alive, pulsating with energy, its fiery gaze matching the intensity in Koushin's eyes. With a grand flourish, this radiant form stood ready. "You have Susanu? I have Thunderfire God Armor." The battlefield, already charged with powerful energies, erupted once more in a dazzling spectacle. With Madara's massive Susanu on one side, a new colossal figure emerged from the swirling nexus of blue fire and purple lightning, the Thunderfire God Armor. This was not a spur-of-the-moment creation. The Thunderfire God Armor was the culmination of years of diligent work, research, and refinement. Named in honor of Koushin's title, it was his pride. As Koushin the Thunderfire, he had now, quite literally, embraced his title. Chapter 211, Imitation? Not even close. The armor stood tall, every inch of it a testament to the sheer force and mastery Koushin wielded. It was as if the very elements had conspired to craft an armor worthy of legends. The deep hue of purple lightning flowed like liquid metal over its body, forming a hard, gleaming exoskeleton, while the blue fire etched intricate patterns, making it seem as if the armor was carved out of dancing flames and electric currents. From its feet, rooted firmly to the ground, emanated bolts of electricity that seemed to crackle and spread, lending a sense of imminent threat. Its legs were massive, each step causing the earth to tremble in awe. The thighs and shins were covered in thick plates, layered like the scales of a mythical beast, their edges sharp and foreboding. The chest and torso boasted grandiose designs. They formed a protective shell, broad and expansive, with overlapping segments that flexed and moved in unison with Koushin's intent. In the midst of the armor's chest, where a heart would reside, the blue flames swirled in a wild dance, casting an ethereal light upon the surrounding chaos. The arms of the armor were truly a marvel. They flexed with a fluidity that defied its colossal size, each movement punctuated with streaks of blue fire racing along the veins of purple lightning. The hands, large and imposing, ended with razor-sharp talons, each a conduit for Koushin's elemental energy. Its head was a masterpiece of design. A menacing helm with two large horn-like structures curling upwards, arcs of purple lightning darting between them. The face was concealed, save for two narrow slits from where an intense blue glow radiated, mirroring the mischievous sparkle in Koushin's eyes. From behind, a magnificent cape of pure energy flowed, intertwining blue fire and purple lightning, casting brilliant reflections and shadows, reminiscent of a cosmic dance of stars and galaxies. Koushin, from within this gargantuan suit of elemental armor, felt invincible. His voice, amplified and echoing, resounded across the battlefield. Madara, meet the true dance of elements. Witness the might of the Thunderfire God Armor. Madara's gaze was steely, his demeanor a meld of derision and awe as he surveyed the monumental armor before him. An imitation of Susanoo, he scoffed, his voice a mix of scorn and strained composure. Internally, a storm of emotions whirled, the formidable aura emanating from Koushin's armor caused a ripple of shock through his steadfast spirit. The grand visages of Susanoo and the Thunderfire God Armor seemed to echo the silent battle of wills between their masters. The air between them crackled with unreleased energies, an unseen dance of dominance and defiance. It seems you have learned a few tricks, Madara quipped, but the veiled shock in his eyes betrayed his tempered excitement. Within the colossal amalgamation of elements, Koushin's spirit was ablaze, his essence intertwined with the celestial energies around him. Imitation, he retorted playfully, his voice a symphony of echoes, you hold such pride in your lineage that you disdain creations that arise from ingenuity and hard work, rather than inheritance. Madara and Koushin squared off on the battlefield, their towering armors an embodiment of their will and prowess. The tension was palpable, the clash of titans was imminent. Madara's Susanoo, bathed in a ghostly hue, emanated a powerful, malevolent aura. Its large, ethereal sword shimmered with an otherworldly glow, poised to strike. Koushin's Thunderfire God Armor, in stark contrast, was a storm of elemental fury. It pulsed with vibrant life, each beat sending arcs of blue fire and purple lightning coursing through its frame. Madara made the first move, lunging forward with the speed that belied Susanoo's massive size. The colossal sword aimed straight for Koushin, intending to cleave him in two. But Koushin was ready. With agility that seemed impossible for such a behemoth, the Thunderfire God Armor sidestepped, its colossal footwork displacing the ground beneath. Taking the offensive, Koushin charged, his fists blazing with a mix of fire and lightning. The first punch was a feint, skimming past Susanoo's defense. But it was the second, a powerful uppercut filled with pent-up lightning, that landed squarely on Susanoo's midsection, sending shockwaves across its form. Madara grunted, feeling the impact resonate through his connection with Susanoo. Madara reeled from the force of Koushin's punch, his Susanoo staggering back, its ethereal glow dimming momentarily. But as always, the Uchiha's pride would not be easily toppled. Through gritted teeth, he hissed, impressive. With that, his Rinnegan's pattern spiraled, deepening in intensity. This was not mere acknowledgement, but a challenge. The chakras surrounding his Susanoo flared violently, its hue darkening, a testament to Madara's growing ire. Susanoo's hands crackled with energy, forming twin orbs that pulsed with raw power. One, a gravitational force, and the other, an opposing repulsive force, tactics only one with the Rinnegan could employ. Madara's Susanoo, even with its ethereal majesty, had met a formidable match in Koushin's Thunderfire God Armor. The very ground beneath them seemed to tremble in anticipation as the two titans prepared to unleash their full might. Koushin, with a flash of determination in his eyes, tightened his fists, summoning the elemental fury of his armor. His hands became enshrouded in a whirlwind of electricity and flame, hinting at the storm that was about to be unleashed. Madara's Susanoo, taking a guarded stance, seemed momentarily on the defensive. The churning orbs of gravitational and repulsive force hovered in its massive hands, glowing ominously. With a flick of his fingers, Madara unleashed the gravitational force directly at Koushin, attempting to pull him off balance. Koushin felt the invisible strings of the force tug at him, threatening to drag him into its deadly embrace. But with a powerful roar, his Thunderfire God Armor pushed against the ground, resisting the gravitational pull. Blue flames erupted from its feet, anchoring him. Then, harnessing the force trying to pull him in, Koushin twisted his body and launched a blazing fire kick at Susanoo. The kick, enhanced by the fire, collided with the Susanoo's protective barrier, creating a burst of sparks and smoke. Madara, sensing an opportunity, immediately retaliated with the repulsive force, aiming it squarely at Koushin's chest. The sheer power of the attack threatened to rip the very air apart. But Koushin was not to be outdone. Channeling the essence of lightning into his palm, he crafted a Rasen drill, the spiraling vortex buzzing and crackling. As the repulsive force reached him, he thrust his hand forward, allowing the Rasen drill to absorb and redirect the energy. The redirected force spiraled upwards, cleaving a path through the sky. Chapter 212, Temporary Truce. With a devilish smirk, Koushin then surged forward, his armor's limbs moving with mesmerizing fluidity. In rapid succession, he delivered a barrage of punches and kicks, each exploding with bursts of fire or lightning upon impact. The Susanoo, even with its formidable defenses, struggled to parry and dodge the relentless onslaught. Madara's Susanoo, though ethereal and grand, found itself on the back foot as Koushin's relentless assault continued. Each punch from the Thunderfire God Armor exploded with fiery prowess or crackled with untamed lightning, forcing Madara to employ tactics he hadn't intended on revealing so early. It wasn't that Madara underestimated Koushin. Rather, he believed himself superior enough that the use of his Rinnegan's full abilities could wait. Now, this hubris cost him as he parried and deflected Koushin's barrage. "Seems I've pushed you far enough," Koushin teased, his voice echoing from within the armor, playful yet with an undertone of seriousness. He lunged forward, the extensions of his armor forming a spiraling Rasen shield, electric sparks and flames dancing around its edges. Madara, eyes narrowing, tapped into another of the Rinnegan's paths. His Susanoo shimmered, and its appearance changed slightly, reflecting the mechanical alterations of the Azura path. Blades, resembling that of an intricate shuriken, emerged from Susanoo's arm, whirling at breakneck speeds. Koushin blinked, momentarily taken aback by the change. But adapting quickly, he shifted his stance, readying himself for another exchange. Madara struck, the spinning blades aiming for Koushin's core. The Thunderfire God Armor, however, swiftly executed a Rasen shield, swirling around in a tornado of flames and lightning. This vortex repelled the blades, sending them clashing and sparking against the whirlwind's outer rim. Koushin then lunged forward, his armor's fists ablaze, molding into a new technique, Rasen Senbon. Numerous flaming and electrified needles launched at the Susanoo, each one with enough power to pierce its formidable defenses. Madara, realizing the potential threat, focused his chakra into the Preta path. The Susanoo absorbed the incoming fiery and electric onslaught, negating its effects. But even as it did, Koushin was preparing another trick. With a quick rotation, he manifested the Rasen whip, a long, blazing lash crackling with lightning. With a swift movement, the whip wrapped around the Susanu's leg, pulling it off balance. The Susanoo stumbled, and Madara felt the strain of maintaining his defenses. The situation was slipping from his control, and a hint of frustration crossed his features. Koushin, sensing this, pressed his advantage, focusing his energy into one massive Rasen drill, charging towards the Susanoo with a mix of fire and lightning spiraling in deadly unison. Madara, in a last-ditch effort, summoned the gates of the Naraka path. The massive, grim structure appeared behind the Susanoo, its purpose clear, to repair and rejuvenate. But Koushin was too fast, and with a roar, the Rasen drill collided with the Susanoo's chest. When the radiant glow subsided, a surprise awaited Koushin. The colossal Susanoo stood unscathed, its aura unwavering and its form untainted by the tempest of flames and lightning. Madara's Preta path had, yet again, neutralized Koushin's potent Rasen drill. A playful snort emitted from Koushin, the vibrations resonating through his Thunderfire God Armor. "Let's see if you can absorb this." His voice brimmed with anticipation as he called out, "Fo Krag Din." The next instant, a breath imbued with the biting chill of frost expelled from the armor's maw, engulfing the space between them. Madara activated the Preta path in an attempt to assimilate this new offensive, but to his dismay, the frost continued its relentless advance, untouched by his absorption. The icy breath started to ensnare his Susanoo in frost. Madara, bewildered, exclaimed, "What is this?" After a moment of scrutiny, he proclaimed, "It is not chakra." Koushin's chuckle resounded across the battlefield, laced with a concoction of amusement and resolve. "Let's finish this fight," he declared. Madara, his pride wounded and his strategy in shambles, worked fervently to regain the upper hand. His Rinnegan buzzed with unrelenting energy, his mind devising tactics, leveraging the multifarious paths available to him, yet the frost's relentless encroachment unnerved him. It was a dance of dominance and defiance, and Koushin seemed to be leading. The frost had ensnared Susanoo, and Koushin, wasting no moment, sprang forward, his armor blazing with an intensified fervor. The sky rumbled in sync with his advance, the elements in his armor intertwining, transforming into a vortex of tempestuous energy. Madara, now shackled by the relentless frost, pivoted to the Deva path, his Susanoo mustering its remaining might to conjure a massive repulsive force aimed straight at Koushin. The energy collided with the charging Thunderfire God Armor, creating a cascade of explosions. It was a desperate act, an attempt to restore the balance that had tilted in favor of Koushin. Madara's anger churned like a turbulent sea deep within him. The frustration, the disbelief, and the sheer audacity of the situation gnawed at his Uchiha pride. That chilling frost, a sensation alien to him and his chakra-centric understanding, had ensnared his Susanoo. He was the legendary Madara Uchiha, a force to be reckoned with, and he would not be stymied by mere ice. To think ice can stop an Uchiha! Madara roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield, drawing the attention of all who bore witness to this monumental clash. His Susanoo's hands moved with blinding speed, weaving a series of intricate hand signs. "Fire release, great fire annihilation," he declared. Flames, crimson and fierce, erupted from the Susanoo, rushing towards Koushin in a roaring torrent. Koushin smirked, the expression visible even through the imposing visage of his Thunderfire God Armor. "Don't you dare play with fire in front of me." "Yol Tur Shul," he retorted, the words leaving his lips as if challenging the very elements themselves. His armor pulsed, and from it emerged a blazing inferno, colliding head-on with Madara's flame assault. Koushin, watching the unfolding tableau, felt his lips curve into a sly grin as he studied Naruto's newly manifested strength. "Seems like I will spare your pitiful life this time, old corpse," he declared airily to Madara, his gaze still fixed on the shining figure of Naruto. With those final words, Koushin turned on his heel to leave the scene. Blue flames erupted around him as he propelled himself away, the vibrant glow of his Thunderfire God Armor waning and finally dissipating, leaving behind a trace of smoky azure luminescence. Madara, with his teeth gritted, reluctantly shadowed Koushin's path, his eyes harboring an undefined turmoil. He landed firmly next to Itachi, his stance rigid and his gaze never straying from the intense confrontation between Obito and Naruto. It seemed like a crucial occurrence was transpiring, the air dense with unsaid words and unreleased tensions. Each move made by Naruto and Obito was laden with significance, the two Susanoo mirroring their wielders' contrasting auras. The energy, vibrating with the might of their clash, enveloped the battlefield, silencing the murmurs and whispers that hummed in its background. Itachi, silent as ever, kept his Sharingan focused on the unfolding fight, the whirl of red in his eyes reflecting the violent dance before him. Madara's presence next to him was acknowledged with a slight nod, but no words were exchanged. They were both drawn to the profound significance of the power struggle unfurling before them, knowing that the outcome might decide the fate of the shinobi world. Chapter 213, Ten Tails Appears. The shadows played ominously on the faces of the silent warriors, their forms stiff with contained anticipation, the atmosphere thick with unspoken emotions and unsheathed enmity. The whispers of the wind carried the unvoiced thoughts of the gathered, and the rustle of leaves seemed to murmur the untold stories of the fallen. Obito's body heaved with each ragged breath he took, his chest rising and falling unevenly. His knees buckled under the sheer weight of his realization. He was devastated, broken, but not defeated. His Sharingan eyes, previously spinning wildly, stilled. His gaze, once full of hatred and contempt, was now clouded with sorrow. His hands clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. His body was taut, every muscle coiled like a spring, ready to explode. Obito's gaze lifted, turning to Naruto. His eyes were hard, and in them was an unspoken plea. It was a plea for understanding, for absolution. But more than anything, it was a plea for help. The help to right the wrongs, to reclaim his lost honor. Naruto met Obito's gaze, his own eyes reflecting the resolute determination that had become his trademark. He knew what he had to do. But at this time Koushin landed between them, his gaze cold, mocking. Villains cannot have a sad past. If you are forced to it, then you are just a weak imitation that has no right to speak of revenge. He swiftly brought up his leg, delivering a powerful kick that connected with Obito's head, knocking him out. You caused pain worse than what you were feeling to many people. You don't get a second chance, he added, his tone scathing. Koushin's gaze was icy as he surveyed Obito's fallen form, a tumult of disdain and contemplation brewing within his eyes. To him, villains were not products of tragic pasts or wounded hearts. He abhorred the idea that a sad past could justify the evil within a soul. A true villain, in his eyes, was inherently sinister, capable of malevolent deeds without the shadows of a broken past haunting their steps. It was illogical, selfish, and utterly foolish to inflict the pain one had experienced on others. A person who has lost, who has suffered, should understand the agony it brings, he mused. To inflict such sorrow, it's nothing short of childish wickedness. Yet, standing opposite him was Naruto, the boy with a heart too forgiving, a soul willing to embrace the damaged and the lost. He turned to Naruto, who was watching him with a mixture of sadness and understanding. The look in his eyes was conflicted, a swirl of empathy and acceptance. Ko! Naruto started, his voice a hoarse whisper. Naruto, this is war, Koushin interrupted, his voice firm. He met Naruto's gaze, his own eyes unyielding. There is no time for mercy. Naruto swallowed hard, his eyes meeting Koushin's. For a moment, he was silent. Then, he nodded, accepting the harsh reality of their situation. I understand, Koushin. Turning their attention back to the battlefield, Naruto and Koushin found their gazes settling on Madara and Itachi, who were now standing side by side. There was a tangible tension in the air, a heavy sense of anticipation that cloaked the battlefield. Naruto's new powers, the abilities that could strip them of their precious Mangekyo, had struck fear into their hearts. It was evident they were on edge, prepared to act swiftly. Madara, his Sharingan eyes spinning ominously, broke the silence. It seems the brat has gained some new abilities, he said, his voice a low growl. He turned to Itachi, his gaze piercing. We need to act fast. Itachi nodded, his own eyes narrowing as he regarded Naruto and Koushin. Indeed. His newfound powers pose a considerable threat, he conceded, a hint of concern creeping into his voice. The air around them seemed to hum with anticipation, a palpable tension building as they squared off against Naruto and Koushin. It was a standoff, a moment of eerie calm before the inevitable storm. Madara moved with an arrogance that seemed almost synonymous with his being. He waved his hand nonchalantly, and before them, the beaten Jinchuriki materialized: Gaara, Rashi, Han, Utakata, and Fu. Their bodies were battered, their spirits crushed, yet they stood alongside Madara like unwilling pawns in a twisted game. The sight of their defeated comrades fueled Naruto's and Koushin's determination, while it cloaked the battlefield with an even thicker layer of dread. With another languid wave of his hand, the grotesque form of the Gedo Mazo manifested behind him. Its monstrous presence casting an intimidating shadow over the landscape, the sheer magnitude of its dark power radiating palpably. The Biju, previously lent to the former Jinchuriki, began to be absorbed back into the statue in a grim display of power theft. Madara began, a chilling smile etched onto his face as he began to fold seals with a casual ease. Behold the birth of the Ten Tails. His voice echoed hauntingly across the battlefield, seeming to stir the very air around them. Even though it was not complete, lacking the 2, 8, and 9 tails, the formation of the 10 tails was a terrifying sight. As Madara performed the seals, an enormous, menacing form began to take shape. The earth shook violently, and a blinding light erupted from the statue. When it faded, the 10 tails loomed before them, its sinister form casting a monstrous shadow over the battlefield. The tension that had been building for what seemed like an eternity now erupted into a tumultuous wave of apprehension, the faces of Naruto and Koushin mirroring the enormity of the threat before them. Koushin, despite the grim circumstances, looked calm, his eyes hardened. Naruto, on the other hand, clenched his fists, his gaze fixated on the colossal creature before them. The manifestation of the Ten Tails sent waves of shock and fear through the battlefield, the faces of the warriors reflecting the horror of the monstrous apparition before them. The air was laden with the mingled emotions of dread and determination, and every heart on the field seemed to beat in unison, echoing the collective will to stand against the looming darkness. The eyes that watched were a canvas of sorrow, resolve, and unshed tears, painting a silent symphony of the human spirit's resilience. Chapter 214, Fight. Perched atop the menacing form of the Ten Tails, Madara and Itachi looked down at the array of shinobi gathered below. The presence of the 5 Kaguya, Tsunade, Onoki, Mei, and Raza, signaled the desperation of the situation. Koushin stood beside Ino, his eyes unreadable, while Naruto and Hinata, Sai, Yu, Shin, Kakashi, Choji, Shikamaru, and Shino readied themselves for the confrontation. Above them, the gargantuan form of Paarthurnax let out a thundering roar, reverberating against the eerie howl of the Ten Tails. The dragon's majesty contrasted sharply with the monstrosity it opposed, creating a surreal tableau that captured the essence of their struggle. Tsunade, her face etched with lines of concern, turned to Koushin. "How did it go?" she asked, her voice tinged with unease. Koushin offered a cheeky grin. "Oh, you know, just another day in paradise. Madara here's not all he's cracked up to be. Good for parlor tricks, not so much for the main event." A collective gasp of disbelief ran through the assembled shinobi. Tsunade's eyebrows nearly hid her hairline. Before Koushin's arrival, Madara had schooled the 5 Kaguya like a master playing checkers with novices. Could it be that Koushin was on a different level altogether? The implications were both exhilarating and unnerving. Madara's laugh sliced through the momentary silence. Such arrogance from a young whelp. Don't mistake luck for skill. I don't need luck when I've got style, Koushin quipped back, flashing Madara a grin that managed to be both charming and insolent. Itachi, standing next to Madara, caught Koushin's eye and chuckled. "If you're done entertaining us, perhaps we should focus. The stakes are a bit higher than your sense of humor, wouldn't you agree?" "Ah, Itachi. Ever the brooding poet." "I agree, humor might not save the day, but it certainly makes the apocalypse more fun, don't you think? Koushin responded, letting the gravity of his words seep in despite their lightness. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes meeting Hinata's. She gave him a reassuring nod. "Ready?" he asked. "Always," Hinata replied, her lavender eyes steady. Naruto turned back towards Madara and Itachi, his gaze intense. "This ends now. We won't let you get away with this." Madara's voice reverberated through the air as he shouted, "Don't be impatient, youngster. Watch!" He pointed his fingers downward, signaling the Jubi to begin its assault. The Ten-Tails, originally a celestial tree, had the ability to stretch its limbs in unpredictable, snaking arcs. One massive claw surged forward, hurtling through the air toward Koushin and the others. The sheer velocity of the limb indicated the raw power behind it, as it looked ready to reduce anything it touched to dust. "Wanna do it?" Koushin's voice cut through the tension like a knife through butter, carrying a tone that was almost whimsically casual under the dire circumstances. Naruto nodded, leaping forward with a fierce glint in his eyes. Within seconds, the air around him shimmered as the white Susanoo, a sage manifestation of the Tengu clan, enveloped his form. The Susanoo's ethereal hands raised in synchrony with Naruto's own, intercepting the Jubi's extended claw with an audible clash. Sparks of energy flew from the point of contact, as if the heavens themselves were splintering. As the Ten-Tail's massive limb lunged toward the battleground, time itself seemed to slow. Naruto's white Susanoo shimmered to life, towering over the shinobi like an ethereal guardian. With a swift, decisive motion, the Susanoo's colossal sword met the claw in a screeching clash of energies that sent shockwaves across the field. The sword gleamed with a radiant aura, as if echoing Naruto's unwavering resolve. Above them, on the head of Paarthurnax, Koushin looked intrigued. Well, Naruto's got some new toys, huh?" With an effortless sweep, he scooped Ino by the waist and leapt onto the dragon's head. The sensation of flight and freedom filled the air as Paarthurnax let out another roar, one that mirrored the tension below yet carried a tone of resistance, challenging the very menace that the Ten-Tails represented. Even from their elevated vantage point, they could feel the immense chakra emanating from the clashing behemoths. Ino tightened her grip on Koushin, her eyes narrowed. "Can we really stop this thing?" Koushin grinned, "Just a big animal, don't worry." Back on the ground, Naruto's Susanoo swung its sword, its radiant blade generating a surge of purifying energy. As the energy collided with the Ten-Tail's limb, it recoiled as though seared by the purity, its malevolent energy faltering for a moment. Madara's eyes narrowed. "So this is the white Susanoo." Itachi added, "It seems we may have to adjust our strategy." On the field below, Tsunade looked to her companions. "Onoki, Mei, Raza, each of you knows what to do." Onoki floated up, his eyes scanning the battlefield. Mei's lips tightened into a determined smile, while he clenched his fists. Raza's eyes flickered, as he prepared his gold dust techniques. Above them, Koushin leaned over Paarthurnax's scales, his eyes locking onto the Ten-Tails. "Hey, Big Ugly! Over here!" He waved his arms, as though directing traffic. Naruto grinned. "Distracting the enemy, Koushin?" Koushin winked. "I'm just getting its attention. You're the one who has to deliver the knockout punch." As if on cue, Naruto's Susanoo lunged forward, its sword poised for a decisive strike. The blade met flesh, and for a moment, the world itself seemed to hold its breath. The purifying energy flowed through the sword into the Ten-Tails, eliciting an agonizing roar from the creature. Its form wavered, as if struggling against the very purity that sought to cleanse it. At the same time, Paarthurnax and Koushin unleashed their fire breath shout. "Yol Tur Shul!" Two sprays of fire merged into a massive conflagration that crashed into the Ten-Tails. Itachi, ever unflappable, activated his Susanoo, and the shield of Yata flickered into existence, effortlessly reflecting the inferno back. Koushin chuckled. "Ah, the shield of Yata, Itachi's ultimate talk to the hand." Itachi smirked. "Perhaps your dragon should have rehearsed his lines a bit more." Koushin snorted. Itachi Susanoo was already strong, and with Yata Mirror, it was practically invulnerable. He always thought Kishimoto killed Itachi because he was way too broken. Chapter 215, Old Kages are here. Instead of bemoaning the complexity of their enemy's defenses, Koushin locked eyes with Naruto. The two shared an unspoken understanding, nods barely perceptible as they ready for their next moves. With Itachi Susanoo, they couldn't damage them. That realization gripped the field, almost tangible amidst the chaotic energy of the battle. Just as this thought sank in, Parthurnax lunged from the sky, a roaring inferno in his maw. At the same moment, Naruto charged forward, his white Susanoo mirroring his movements, radiant and intimidating. Time to shake things up, Naruto yelled as he rammed his foot against the towering form of Itachi Susanoo, sending it skidding away from the ten tails. Koushin watched from above, his gaze locked onto the unfolding drama. Oh, splendid! A temporary separation, always good for drama. Naruto refocused, his eyes meeting Itachi's for just a moment. This was his chance. Naruto had an ability that could cleanse Itachi of the malevolent spirit embedded within his Mangekyo Sharingan. But before he could tap into that purifying force, the field shifted, new figures appeared around Itachi. And not just any figures, they were living legends of the shinobi world. Naruto looked at the faces, disbelief clouding his eyes: Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and his own father, Minato Namikaze. All stood around Itachi, barriers to his goal. Down below, Oanoki muttered something incomprehensible, May bit her lower lip, and A's muscles tightened, looking like cables of steel under his skin. Raza's gold dust began to swirl around him, a silent testament to his readiness. Shit just got real, Tsunade shouted indignantly. Except for the second Hokage, the other three were Edo Tensei, their black Scara creating a striking contrast to Itachi and Tobirama. The latter walked toward Itachi and knelt, murmuring, "Master." Tsunade and the others gasped at the spectacle. "You evil!" Tsunade's voice was laced with a cocktail of disbelief and anger. Her uncle Tobirama was ensnared by Itachi's Genjutsu, how could she accept that? Hashirama looked sad, too. His own brother had summoned them, and now they were battling against their own kin. Naruto's eyes met those of his father, Minato, and the other legendary shinobis surrounding Itachi. No words were exchanged, but the gravity of the moment was palpable. With a guttural roar, Naruto's white Susanoo lunged forward, its sword of purity shimmering in the dim light. The sword clashed with Hiruzen's enlarged staff, generating a spray of blinding energy that lit up the battlefield. The force of the impact reverberated through the air, causing both combatants to skid back several feet. Without missing a beat, Naruto pivoted and lunged at Tobirama, who unleashed a barrage of water-based attacks. The Sword of Purity met the oncoming assault and dispelled it effortlessly. As the blade swung toward Tobirama, its aura expanded like a wave, encapsulating the second Hokage. Tobirama's eyes flickered for a moment before returning to normal, his Genjutsu dispelled. Meanwhile, Hashirama had activated his Wood Golem technique and was rampaging toward the others. Tsunade and Mei took to the offensive. Tsunade's fists met Wood with cracking force, her chakra-enhanced strength putting dents in the enormous construct. Mei's lava release melted through other sections of the golem. Yet it kept regenerating, and Tsunade knew they were only buying time. Naruto noticed the Wood Golem but had his hands full with his own father, Minato, who had already unleashed his signature Rasengan. The swirling vortex of energy sped toward the white Susanoo, colliding with its shield of sanctity. The shield held fast, and the Rasengan disintegrated, releasing a shockwave of purifying energy that caused Minato to pause. Seizing the moment, Naruto drove the Sword of Purity into the ground, generating a wave of purifying energy that swept through the field. His father and the third Hokage were engulfed in the aura. Naruto shouted, "It is time to show you that my Sage Chakra is the bane of every evil technique created by evil Tengu." As his words resonated, the third and fourth Hokage abruptly ceased their attacks. Minato's eyes widened as the jutsu anchoring them to the living world began to unravel. You can even cancel Edo Tensei? Itachi asked, his usually composed demeanor tinged with disbelief. I am proud of you, Naruto, Minato said, smiling warmly. Thanks, Dad, Naruto beamed back. This moment was the culmination of a long journey that began when he had unsealed Kurama and met both Minato and Kushina. Their heartfelt conversation had empowered him, and now, standing here, he was a shinobi capable of freeing the souls bound by Edo Tensei. Swinging the sword of purity downward into the earth, Naruto released a burst of purifying energy. The ethereal wave washed over Minato and Hiruzen, their eyes returning to their normal color as the sinister chakra binding them dissipated. They exchanged grateful glances, nodding at Naruto before their forms disintegrated into light, returning to the afterlife. Naruto had discovered the histories of his father and mother, as well as the village's past. Armed with this knowledge, his first action was to liberate himself and the third Hokage, whom he still viewed as his grandfather. Now, he was prepared to confront the first Hokage. Hashirama, who was struggling to hold his wood golem at bay against Tsunade and Mei's relentless assault, looked up approaching Naruto. Itachi's eyes narrowed as he commanded, Tobirama, bring Hashirama inside my Susanoo. Tobirama complied, using his unique teleportation jutsu to appear next to Hashirama and then instantly reappear inside Itachi's Susanoo. Now fortified by the Susanoo, Hashirama resumed his assault, channeling an even more potent wood dragon to strike out. Naruto gritted his teeth. The newfound fortification made the wood dragon virtually unassailable. His white Susanoo's sword clashed with the dragon, producing a radiant wave of energy that scattered leaves and cracked branches but failed to dismantle the dragon entirely. Itachi didn't hesitate. Fingers interlocking, he cast a Genjutsu, sending two crows directly into the white Susanoo's path. The crows disintegrated upon impact, engulfing the area in a dark fog. But Naruto's Susanoo glowed brighter, dispelling the Genjutsu with its purifying aura. Itachi raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, the wood dragon lunged, its maw wide open. Naruto parried with his sword of purity. The impact reverberated with a force that shattered the ground below them. The dragon recoiled, but not without leaving deep scars on the Susanoo's armor. Knowing that a continuous frontal attack would prove futile, Naruto deployed White Wind. A tornado of cleansing energy burst forth from his Susanoo, spiraling toward Hashirama's construct. On contact, the dragon faltered, its form disintegrating into a flurry of wooden shards. Undeterred, Itachi unsheathed the Totsuka blade, channeling its ethereal energy into a condensed bolt of energy that shot straight for the heart of Naruto's Susanoo. Just in time, Naruto raised the Shield of Sanctity. The shield glowed with an eerie light, absorbing and nullifying the ethereal bolt. It seems we are at an impasse, Itachi muttered. Not quite, Naruto retorted. Naruto punched his palm, let's go, Kurama. Chakra roared like a tempest around him, transforming his Susanoo into a masterpiece of radiant gold. All the samurai-like facets of the white Susanoo morphed. Now they were awash in a golden sheen, stripes of the same hue lining its arms, legs, and the detailed armor. Tomos like flecks of fire dotted the Susanoo, giving it a surreal appearance that was both awe-inspiring and fearsome. Itachi stared as Naruto's Susanoo brandished its golden sword of purity. The blade seemed to seethe with untamed energy, humming a relentless tune that blended with the roars of the Ninetales. It was an awe-inspiring, ferocious weapon that promised catastrophe upon contact. Chapter 216, Itachi vs. All. Naruto didn't waste a moment. With Kurama's chakra intensifying every motion, the golden Susanoo lunged. Sword clashed against sword, golden sword of purity against Totsuka blade. The world around them seemed to shake, a blinding burst of light emanating from the impact, as if two stars had collided. Recoiling from the impact, Itachi acted quickly. His fingers weaved through signs, culminating in the dreaded Amaterasu. Black fire erupted toward Naruto, a blaze that would consume anything. With a sweeping motion, Naruto summoned the golden wind from his Susanoo. The whirling, golden-tinged tornado met the dark flames. The sight was one of ethereal beauty, a dance between destruction and purification. The wind swallowed the black fire, leaving no remnants. Itachi's eyes widened, his disbelief a rare crack in his otherwise unflappable demeanor. The fight wasn't over. With Itachi momentarily off balance, Naruto's golden Susanoo swept its sword in a wide arc, sending out a devastating wave of chakra-infused energy. The air howled in agony as the energy blade zoomed toward Itachi. With deft skill, the Uchiha managed to divert it with his Totsuka blade, but the force caused his Susanoo to scare back, unsteady. Naruto pressed the advantage. A second wave of golden wind spiraled from his Susanoo, this one aimed at Hashirama's with constructs that threatened Tsunade and Mei. The wind cut through, disintegrating the wooden dragon into splinters and sawdust. With this one move, the battlefield had changed significantly. Hashirama frowned, the potency of Naruto's attack not lost on him. Switching his focus back to Itachi, Naruto's golden Susanoo lunged again. This time, the golden sword of purity was aiming for nothing less than to disarm. It crashed against the Totsuka blade, a violent ballet that set the night ablaze with streaks of gold and crimson energy. Itachi struggled to hold his ground, his Susanoo's arm visibly shaking from the colossal force. This was the opening Naruto had been waiting for. Mustering every ounce of his chakra, he prepared to deal the decisive blow. His golden Susanoo's sword of purity was already vibrating with ferocious energy, aimed straight for the heart of Itachi's Susanoo. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, a flicker of light disrupted the battlefield. Tobirama activated his space-time jutsu. Itachi and Hashirama vanished, reappearing in a distant location, well out of Naruto's reach. For a moment, the battlefield was shrouded in a silent awe. Hinata's eyes, tinted in icy hues from her Snow Fox Sage mode, widened. No way, even with Naruto's power. She murmured, trailing off as 6 fox-like tails swayed behind her. Charging onto the battlefield alongside Hinata came Shino, Sai, Yuyu, Kakashi, Shin, Choji, and Shikamaru. Shino's body was a terrifying mesh of insect attributes, mantis arms, butterfly wings, and a multi-legged torso covered in beetle armor. Sai's brush danced in the air, activating his artistic realm, reality canvas, where physics bent to his will. Yuyu vanished for a nanosecond, her quantum vibration allowing her to reappear beside Hinata. Ready, she grinned, her every movement causing ripples in the air. Always, Hinata responded, launching herself into the fray, her Byakugan picking up the slightest fluctuations of chakra. Her palms met air, pushed it, shaped it, and launched it in bursts of icy chakra, rendering any attempts at escape futile. Kakashi, wielding a chakra-infused calligraphy brush alongside Shin, sketched Fuinjutsu's seals in the air with lightning serving as ink. Raiden's calligraphy, divine seal, they announced in unison, sending a wave of disruptive chakra to where Itachi and Hashirama had teleported. Shino's biosonar buzzed, coordinating an army of chakra-infused insects that swarmed the area, ready to devour any hostile chakra they encountered. Choji, his body fluctuating in size due to his yang release, Titan's touch, stomped the ground, creating chakra shockwaves that destabilized the enemy's footing. In a blinding eruption of colors and shapes, Naruto's allies unleashed a symphony of calculated chaos upon the battlefield. Their eyes met for a split second, a tacit understanding that no words could express, and then, all hell broke loose. Shikamaru was the linchpin, a puppeteer of darkness commanding a colossal beast corpse with tendrils of shadow. The behemoth roared and lurched forward, its vast form casting a dark pall over the battlefield, causing even Hashirama's would-release monstrosities to pause. With her 6 fox tails streaming behind her, Hinata moved almost too fast for the eye to follow. Her body was a blur of icy hues as she pirouetted through the air, her palms meeting invisible barriers, compressing the air, and hurling it toward Hashirama and Itachi's Susanoo with an explosive force that shattered the sound barrier. To her side, Yuyu popped in and out of existence, creating ripples in the air every time she reappeared. It was as though she was phasing through the very fabric of reality. Her fists met the barriers surrounding their enemies, shockwaves of kinetic energy reverberating through their defenses. Sai levitated above the fray, his brush painting arcs of vibrant colors that came to life as mythical beasts and raging elements. His creations lunged in coordinated attacks, their forms bending and stretching as though in defiance of the natural laws, twisting in and around the lashing wooden tendrils and spectral warriors summoned by Hashirama and Itachi. Hovering above, Shino's multi-winged form resembled a grotesque chimera from nightmares. A horde of chakra-infused insects, buzzing in harmonic frequencies, swept over the enemy lines, targeting their chakra points with deadly accuracy. A storm of deadly bugs enveloped the massive wooden constructs Hashirama had produced, gnawing away at their essence. Choji, morphing his size at will, stomped onto the ground, and waves of chakra coursed through the earth. Hashirama's wooden titans wobbled, their massive roots dislodging from the ground, making them easier targets for the rest of the team. The air itself seemed to crackle with energy as Kakashi and Shin drew their calligraphy in the sky. Thunderbolts shaped like ancient seals spiraled down, merging with Shino's swarm and Yu's vibrations, creating a disorienting net of chakra disruption around Itachi and Hashirama. With pinpoint accuracy, the various attacks began to intersect and overlap. The beasts from Sai's reality canvas clawed at the barriers just as Hinata's icy blasts arrived, weakening them. Yu's shockwaves hit next, causing microfractures. Then, like the crescendo of a dark symphony, Shikamaru's shadow-infused Leviathan smashed through, shattering the weakened barriers. For a nanosecond, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, from the epicenter of the chaos, a burst of chakra exploded outwards, clearing the battlefield of all the smoke and debris. Staggered but not defeated, Hashirama and Itachi reassembled their defenses. Tobirama appeared beside them, visibly exhausted but ready for another round. Chapter 217, Madara's Mangekyo. High above the battlefield, Koushin perched on the dragon Parthurnax's head, flashing a mischievous grin at Ino who stood beside him. Below them, Madara hovered atop the 10 tails, his eyes scanning his opponents with calculating intensity. For a moment, the air hung heavy with the static of impending catastrophe. With a roll of his shoulders and a glint in his eyes, Koushin summoned ethereal blue chains from his palms. They snaked through the air, aimed at Madara. Before they could reach their target, they burst into dozens of tiny dragon-shaped spirits, each one flying erratically before converging towards Madara from all angles. Madara's eyes narrowed. A wave of his hand produced a shimmering shield around him, deflecting the spirits which exploded into bursts of blue flame upon impact. But Koushin was already in motion. Parthurnax roared, swooping down like a falcon upon its prey. As they descended, Ino's eyes glowed, her consciousness branching out like a web of fine threads to envelop the 10 tails. Its roars quieted to confused growls, its monstrous limbs halting in disorientation. Koushin leaped from Parthurnax, somersaulting in the air and landing gracefully on the 10 tails' head right opposite Madara. His eyes twinkled, "Fancy meeting you here." Madara slashed through the air with his fan, sending crescent waves of energy. Koushin sidestepped, his form blurring, almost as if he was dancing. The crescent waves sliced through the air where he had stood mere moments ago. Seizing the opening, Ino triggered a series of explosive tags she had discreetly placed during her psychic disorientation of the beast. The 10 tails roared as localized explosions mushroomed around it, sending tremors along its spine. Koushin caught Madara's eye and winked. He then stomped his foot, sending out a pulse of chakra that resonated with the 10 tails. The beast's roar changed tone, almost as if it was howling in tune with the chakra pulse. Its tails swayed, slapping Madara off balance for a fraction of a second. Madara roared, "Enough!" With a sweeping gesture, his Susanoo materialized around him, a colossal warrior glowing in ethereal hues. Koushin's eyes gleamed. A moment later, he stood beside Ino, engulfed in Thunderfire God Armor. "Didn't our last spar teach you it's useless to use Susanoo?" Koushin grinned, his face hidden behind the imposing mask of his armor, 2 luminescent blue slits revealing a smirk. Madara's eyes twinkled menacingly. "Susanoo is not my only talent, nor my Mangekyo's only gift." His hand seals blurred into a flow of motion. Suddenly, wood-style constructs erupted around him, gnarled roots and branches spiraling toward Koushin. Koushin's armor resonated, bolts of electricity scattering across its surface, charring the wooden tendrils as they approached. Each step he took left seismic ripples, destabilizing the wooden constructs further. Madara's eyes widened ever so slightly, a minor acknowledgement that he was indeed facing an obstacle. Shifting his gaze, Koushin caught Ino's eyes. Her focus was razor-sharp, her chakra a palpable force even amidst the chaotic energies that swarmed the battlefield. She nodded subtly, a cue that her own power was at his disposal. Madara, sensing the silent exchange, took advantage of the distraction. His left eye flared. A temporal echo materialized, a 5-second window where he replayed his earlier moves in a ghostly guise. Koushin grinned, his eyes glowing from behind the slits in his armor. How many times do I have to tell you, I'm immune to Genjutsu? Your Uchiha pride means nothing to me. Madara snarled, his eyes shifting to Ino. You may be, but is your little girl? Before Koushin could react, Madara's right eye glowed, and ethereal chains spiraled out, connecting Ino to the 10 tails. Ino's eyes widened as she felt a surge of seething anger course through her. The beast, already aggravated by the earlier offenses, was a roiling sea of fury. Her fists clenched, her face flushed, a tempest threatening to consume her from the inside out. Koushin chuckled, his voice tinged with an ironic edge. Madara, this is what they call digging your own grave. Pulling out a scroll, Ino summoned a colossal creature that looked like a hybrid between a dragon and a human. Draped in opalescent scales that shimmered under the moonlight, it stood towering on 2 powerful legs, rippling muscles beneath the skin visible even from a distance. Its wings, vast and menacing, stretched out like 2 massive curtains of darkness. Its arms ended in hands that bore elongated claws, glinting like polished daggers. Its eyes, initially vacant and lifeless, flickered open as Ino initiated her jutsu. The dragonic beast roared, filling the sky with a sound that blended fury and triumph. Ino would normally hide her own body inside the beast's pouch, but she was too angry. Koushin quickly grabbed her and held her close to his body, his Thunderfire God Armor resonating with elemental energy, the core of blue flame at its heart casting an otherworldly light. The beast's body, now under Ino's control, roared and lunged forward. Ino's fury channeled into the creature. Claws crackling with lightning reached out as if to tear the very air, while jets of fire erupted from its maw, painting streaks of orange and red across the battlefield. The colossal beast soared toward Madara on massive wings, each flap creating shockwaves that distorted the air around them. Madara, no longer exuding his usual air of invincibility, seemed genuinely surprised. His eyes widened, and for a fleeting moment, his stoic mask cracked. Koushin looked on from within his armor, the luminescent blue slits in his mask narrowing in focus. His armor buzzed with elemental energy, the electric purple veins that laced his arms shimmering with blue fire. Now you see it, the full extent of our will, he murmured. Madara gritted his teeth and channeled energy into his Rinnegan, the Deva path activating. But the beast, charged with Ino's emotion and fury, tore through the attractive forces as if they were cobwebs, unrelenting in its advance. Koushin's armor resonated again, a seismic step pulsing from his foot and racing across the battlefield. The earth trembled, disrupting Madara's focus and causing him to stagger. It was enough. Ino's beast was upon him. Chapter 218, Split. Claws wreathed in lightning slashed across, meeting the ethereal armor of the Susanoo. A sizzling sound filled the air, and sparks flew as the two energies collided. The sizzling of the energies intertwining reminded onlookers of the impending approach of a thunderstorm, the electrifying aroma of ozone thick in the air. As Koushin sent electric bolts into the ground, each warrior could feel the tremors, the soil pulsing and vibrating beneath their feet. This was a battlefield steeped in determination and willpower. On one side stood Madara and Itachi, the formidable Akatsuki leaders, and on the other, the combined might of Konoha's best, including Koushin, Naruto, and the 5 Kages. As Koushin and Ino confronted Madara, Hinata, Shino, Shikamaru, Kakashi, Shin, Sai, Choji, Temari, and Yu rallied alongside Naruto against Itachi, their powers merging and clashing in an awe-inspiring dance of combat. Yet it was clear whose power was dominant. The Susanoo faltered, cracks appearing in its ethereal structure. From within his armor, Koushin smiled beneath his mask, channeling chakra into his feet, which sent out a constant stream of electric bolts. The bolts struck the ground, further destabilizing the field around Madara, making it difficult for him to maintain his stance, much less focus his techniques. Madara's eyes flared with desperate energy as he activated his human path, attempting to extract Ino's soul from the creature. But he met with a shocking resistance. Koushin stomped his foot, and the resulting seismic wave distorted Madara's chakra, breaking his concentration. Koushin's anger was palpable. Every time Madara dared to oppose his pumpkin, a fierce rage bubbled within him. Madara's spells weren't fatal, yet it was intense. He might have been momentarily soothed, but he silently vowed a painful vengeance against Madara. Ino, still seething, unleashed a final roar from her controlled beast. A cataclysmic torrent of fire and lightning spewed forth, enveloping the weakened Susanoo and Madara within it. His ethereal armor shattered. The once untouchable Uchiha was finally overwhelmed, his form lost within the storm of elemental fury. The once dominant Susanoo, under the relentless onslaught, started breaking apart piece by piece, its structure eroding, revealing its vulnerabilities with every crack and fissure. At this time, Itachi appeared next to Madara, his form looking disheveled. Hashirama and Tobirama were still in his Susanoo, covering his back. When Itachi materialized, Naruto and others, Hinata, Kakashi, Shin, Sai, Yu, Shino, Choji, Shikamaru, and Temari, also arrived and landed next to Koushin. Naruto waved his hand, and purifying golden wind swept across the battlefield. Ino's eyes, who was still controlling the beast, cleared, her clenched claws loosening. She returned to Koushin's side. Ino, Koushin's cherished girlfriend, met his gaze with relief. As Mei watched the reunion, a pang of jealousy struck her, making her yearn for that kind of attention from Koushin. The depth of Koushin's emotions for Ino was evident, and it left Mei with an aching heart, longing for such fervent affections to be directed at her. Meanwhile, the other Kages exchanged impressed glances, recognizing the continuously surprising prowess of Koushin. Tsunade and the other Kages, Onoki, Raza, and Mei, also arrived, positioning themselves strategically around the battlefield. Itachi turned to Madara and said, "Do it." Madara nodded, and with an unparalleled focus, he began to channel his chakra. The air around him grew thick with tension, like an electric field on the verge of a lightning strike. The 10 tails, now suspended in midair, roared in protest as it felt its chakra flow diverting. Suddenly, the behemoth's body began to crack down the middle, the split widening as Yang and Yin chakra were forcibly separated. The 10 tails struggled mightily, its chakra whirling in frenzied patterns, resisting the tug that aimed to tear it asunder. But it was useless. 2 distinct entities, each with 10 tails and equal in size but contrasting in aura, materialized. The Yin portion of the 10 tails floated toward Itachi, who welcomed it with a solemn, nearly reverent expression, while the Yang half tethered itself to Madara. As the chakra settled, both Uchihas transformed, their bodies encased in multi-layered ethereal armor, eyes glowing with newfound intensity. Itachi's transformation was accompanied by a fleeting vision of his younger brother, Sasuke, at the tender age of 5. The haunting memories of the massacre day flooded back, the day Sasuke was tragically taken by an unknown assailant. With the promise of the Eye of the Moon plan, Itachi hoped to finally unveil the concealed truths of that day. Amidst the swirling vortex of chaos, where the energies of the 10 tails clashed and converged, 2 figures stood as if they were the eyes of the storm, Madara and Itachi. The 10 tails Yang and Yin had sealed themselves within them, altering them into something beyond human comprehension. Madara's once lush, ebony mane had turned a spectral white, as if the unbounded energies within had leached the color from each strand. His skin had lightened into an almost ethereal pallor, ghostly yet pulsing with an untold, ominous power. Twisted horns of onyx spiraled from his temples, each a towering testament to his newly acquired, almost godlike strength. But it was his eyes that held the most transformation, the Rinnegan. Already a fearsome sight, it now seemed as though the very pattern of the ripples within them danced with a newfound, terrifying inner fire. Around him, an aura erupted, a blend of Stygian darkness and blinding light, as if he were a star born from a black hole. A few paces away, Itachi too underwent a metamorphosis. His raven-black hair lightened, turning as white as virgin snow yet heavy with a hidden, explosive energy. His skin became moon-pale, so that he looked like a celestial being who had descended to the earthly realm. From his forehead emerged two horns, smaller and more elegantly curved than Madara's, yet their ivory sheen radiated an intimidation all its own. When he opened his eyes, the Manjikyu Sharingan had undergone a chilling transformation. They were now two Rinne Sharingans, their intricate designs vivid and restless against his changed complexion. A dual aura encapsulated him, serene yet foreboding, as if he were a tranquil lake under a looming tempest, both calming and unsettling in its complex duality. Thus, they stood, two titans forever changed by the ultimate sealing, each a contrasting yet complementary pillar of terrifying power. Chapter 219, In is Genjutsu. Looking at them, everyone gasped. 10 truth-seeking balls revolved around both Itachi and Madara, emanating a kind of power that was ineffable and staggering. The atmosphere was so dense it was almost visible, like a fog of impending doom. The tension was unbearable, a living entity of its own, causing even the seasoned warriors to gulp in unease. Ino clutched Koushin's hand tightly, her knuckles white. Koushin looked down briefly, his eyes meeting Ino's. In that moment, his usually playful demeanor dimmed. He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, his eyes never leaving the newly transformed Uchiha's. Koushin wanted to prevent this, but he couldn't. As Itachi's gaze shifted from him to Naruto, and then locked onto Madara, the air seemed to crystallize. Madara caught the gaze, looked back at Itachi, and smirked. It wasn't working before, what makes you think it will work now? Itachi's face was an inscrutable mask. In is the power of Genjutsu. In is the power of Genjutsu. Itachi's voice was as unyielding as steel as he activated his Rinne Sharingans. Before the words fully registered, he cast Kodo Ematsukami. Madara's eyes flickered, his pupils shrinking. A wave of realization washed over him, but it was too late. His will ebbed away like a dissipating fog, and a newfound loyalty surged, filling the void. Madara's stance faltered as he felt his will eroding, a sensation like sand slipping through fingers. Almost immediately, his eyes took on a quality of complete loyalty, and he shifted his position to stand behind Itachi. "Master," he said, as if the word had been forcefully torn from his very essence. Naruto stood at a distance, his eyes narrowing as he observed the transformed figures of Madara and Itachi. A torrent of conflicting emotions raged within him, mirroring the chaotic energies that swirled around the duo. From his father, Minato, he had learned a painful truth: Madara and Itachi had extracted the Yin part of Kurama during the summoning process. This made the 10 Tails not just an unimaginable force, but one that was exponentially more potent than if it had been summoned with merely the chakra of the Kin and Jin brothers. The weight of this realization hung heavy on Naruto's shoulders. The situation was dire, and the stakes were higher than ever before. As he wrestled with his thoughts, his eyes never left the menacing forms of his adversaries. Each step they took, each pulse of energy they emitted, served as a brutal reminder that the 10 Tails' power was magnified, intensified by the dark presence of Kurama's Yin chakra. And so, in that moment of gut-wrenching clarity, Naruto understood the monumental battle that lay ahead, one made all the more perilous by the augmented strength of the 10 Tails. Itachi's chakra flared, the surge of energy causing the atmosphere to tremble as if in anticipation. From the core of that red-orange aura, the perfect Susanoo emerged, a colossal warrior with ethereal wings that glowed like the dying embers of a celestial fire. Its samurai-like armor was a labyrinth of intricate patterns, encapsulating wisdom and enlightenment in its design. Koushin felt a twist of apprehension but masked it expertly. Swiftly, his chakra enveloped him in the Thunderfire God Armor, its purple lightning and blue flames flickering in time with his pulse. As if on cue, Naruto's golden Kurama chakra unfurled, melding with Koushin's own. Their energies intertwined, creating a vibrant tapestry of golden and blue-purple light that wrapped around their allies. The battlefield was now a canvas of clashing auras, each combatant primed for the showdown. Itachi lifted the sword of Totsuka, its blade a menace to reality itself, and in that split second, Koushin found his opening. With a wave of his hand, arcs of purple lightning leapt toward the perfect Susanoo. But they never reached their target. The Yata mirror flickered, neutralizing the chakra nature of the attack. Mirror, mirror, Koushin quipped, though the gravity of the moment left no room for humor. Itachi's Susanoo responded by launching an arrow made of pure chakra. Koushin barely managed to divert it with his armor, feeling the immense force shake him to his core. At the same time, Naruto unleashed a barrage of Raisin Shurikens, their spiraling forms hurtling toward the red-orange giant. Instead of parrying, Itachi's Susanoo extended its wings, feathers detaching and transforming into the black flames of Amaterasu. They consumed the Raisin Shurikens, leaving trails of destructive fire in their wake. "This is getting heated," Koushin said, not breaking his intense focus as he extended his hand to release a storm of blue flames. The flames clashed with the Amaterasu, causing a cataclysmic explosion that rocked the entire battlefield. Unfazed, Itachi moved his Susanoo's hand in an elegant motion, releasing a giant Yasaku Magatama. Its destructive force seemed like a living entity, growing in size as it neared Koushin and Naruto. Koushin swatted them away easily with his armor. Itachi was astonished. Itachi's eyes narrowed as he focused, 6 truth-seeking balls hovering menacingly around his perfect Susanoo. The orbs crackled with volatile energy, ready to unleash destruction at a moment's notice. "Sage art users, only you can touch those balls. Others, evade them." Koushin's voice cut through the air, crystal clear amid the cacophony of chakra and power. Naruto, enveloped in his Tengu sage mode, white Susanoo and all, nodded sharply. Beside him, Sai, with a flick of his brush, sprang into frog sage mode, and Hinata's Byakugan shifted to an icy hue as she assumed her snow fox sage form. With a mere thought, Itachi sent the truth-seeking balls hurtling toward them. Naruto was the first to react, his Susanoo deflecting the orbs skillfully. Sai's brush danced in the air, inscribing intricate seals that absorbed another. Hinata moved with grace, her 6 fox tails diverting the remaining spheres away from their team. Unfazed, Itachi lifted his hand. From the tip of the sword of Totsuka, a radiant beam of light, the enlightened strike, shot forth. Koushin, poised in his Thunderfire God Armor, barely managed to divert the beam, leaving an eerie luminescence where it grazed. Itachi lifted an eyebrow. "Impressive." "No applause, please," Koushin retorted, maintaining his gaze on the colossal Susanoo. A flick of his wrist sent a wave of purple lightning arcing towards Itachi. The Yata mirror materialized in an instant, neutralizing Koushin's attack. "A tough crowd," Koushin muttered under his breath, never losing focus. With a swift motion, Naruto and Sai unleashed their respective jutsus. A barrage of ink-imbued Raisin Shurikens and hyper-realistic dragons collided with the Susanoo. As the dragons wrapped around the towering figure, their ink seemed to sap its energy. Hinata took advantage of the opening. Her fox-like fur bristled as she accelerated, using her boosted gentle fist to strike precise chakra points on the Susanoo's legs. For a fleeting second, Itachi's ethereal construct wavered. Itachi smirked, "I see you've all improved." Chapter 220, Koushin Sage Mode. Shin and Kakashi appeared side by side, each focused as their chakras surged around them. Kakashi held his sword, the lightning transforming into vivid arcs of sparks as he wrote. Beside him, Shin's own sword outlined Fuinjutsu seals in the air, glowing softly before surging with power. At the same time, Yu activated her quantum vibration, becoming a blur as she shot across the field. With a sweep of his brush, Sai expanded his reality canvas. Drawings sprung to life from the scroll, fusing with Genjutsu and forming a surreal, disorienting backdrop that sapped the enemy's focus. Choji roared, his form swelling and chakra rippling out from him like shockwaves as he activated Yang Release, Titan's Touch. Shikamaru melted into his own shadow, reappearing behind enemy lines, a puppeteer with tendrils of darkness. Ino formed a telepathic link with Tsunade, Onoki, Raza, and Mei, synchronizing their movements. Madara, now a 10-tailed Jinchuriki but under Itachi's control, sent wooden spikes erupting from the ground. Hashirama's reanimated form tried to seize the advantage, producing enormous wooden hands that reached for Koushin and Naruto. Tobirama, his eyes cold under the influence of Itachi's Genjutsu, unleashed torrents of water, aiming to drown the reinforcements. Koushin's gaze turned serious as he called out, "Let's do it, Naruto." The latter nodded, "Let's go." As the air around them shifted, a tangible change came over both warriors. Naruto's form morphed into a colossal entity with 9 resplendent tails, golden phoenix-like wings unfurling from its back. The armor that encased him was a fusion of Tomo's and ancient Tengu symbols, the overlapping elements signifying an elegant yet deadly power. The Susanu's visage took on a fox-like quality, its elongated ears and snout almost giving it an air of regality. Beside him, Koushin underwent his own stunning transformation. His blonde hair turned a mystical silver, flowing as if touched by the winds of a different realm. His eyes became swirling vortexes of color, a kaleidoscope that seemed to hold within them the secrets of Skyrim's arcane arts. Glyphs and runes, mirroring Elder Scrolls' arcane symbols, etched themselves onto his fair skin, glowing softly. Around him, an ethereal aura shimmered, its colors reminiscent of Skyrim's northern lights, dancing and shifting as if reacting to an unheard melody. Kakashi felt a surge of electricity flow through his veins, unlike anything he'd ever felt before. It was as if the lightning itself had become a willing partner in his command, awaiting his instruction with sentient anticipation. As he clenched his fist, the bolts of electricity intertwined with his Raikiri, bursting into a new, more devastating form. The elemental energy didn't just listen, it complied. Beside him, Sai's brush danced across his scroll as if possessed. In a flurry of ink, mythical creatures erupted from the paper. With a thought, the ink hardened, turning his dragon constructs into impenetrable fortresses. Then, as he willed it, they softened, becoming tendrils that snaked around and entrapped the wooden spikes Madara had summoned. Shin, sharing Kakashi's newfound dominion over lightning, conjured chains of crackling energy that ensnared Tobirama's water torrents. He redirected them, turning the streams into conduits for his own electric assault. Ino closed her eyes, her psychic abilities intensifying. A telepathic wave radiated from her, not merely touching minds but melding with them. Tsunade, Onoki, Raza, and Mei moved in perfect sync, as though they shared a single consciousness. Attacks were coordinated without uttering a word, dodges and counterattacks executed with an eerie, unified fluidity. Hinata's fists were more than just a physical force now, they were frigid blasts of debilitating frost. Each point of contact not only shut down chakra flow but left behind an encroaching ice, hindering movement. Her eyes, now enhanced, could see the thermal fluctuations in her opponents, allowing her to anticipate attacks before they were launched. Yu, practically a wraith on the battlefield, manipulated her surroundings at will. One moment she was solid, blocking a wooden hand from Hashirama, the next, she was a blur, phasing through obstacles as she positioned herself for a strike. Shino's bugs had become something otherworldly. Like tiny celestial bodies, they drew in chakra at an accelerated rate, draining Hashirama and Madara's constructs to a husk in moments. And then, at Shino's command, they burst, releasing the absorbed energy in tiny, devastating explosions. Choji's form bulged and contracted like a living mountain. One moment he was an impenetrable wall of stone, blocking an onslaught of wooden tendrils, the next, he was a rubbery mass, absorbing and deflecting Tobirama's water dragon bullet. Shikamaru was barely visible, yet his presence was palpable in every corner of the battleground. Shadows deepened unnaturally, creeping into the minds of Hashirama and Tobirama, sowing discord and disarray. Temari's fan swirled with a lethal dance. With a single swipe, she carved through the wooden constructs Hashirama had summoned. Another brought a mini tornado to life, whirling around and disorienting Tobirama, who struggled to maintain his water-based jutsus amidst the gale. Tsunade's palms glowed a soft golden hue. She was no longer just a healer but a rejuvenator. As her hands touched wounded allies, not only did their physical injuries mend, but their chakra stores also filled, fatigue washed away as if it never existed. Naruto and Koushin, now fused avatars of their respective worlds, stood united. The fox-like Susanoo and ethereal aura of the Elder Scrolls' arcane magic melded into one. They glanced at each other for a brief moment, nodding, as if confirming an unspoken pact. In the maelstrom of battle, the actions of the shinobi seemed to intertwine seamlessly, as if guided by an invisible hand. Kakashi's Raikiri, transformed into a helix of pure energy, cut through the air with devastating precision, severing Madara's wooden tendrils. As they fell, Sai's ink dragons wound around Hashirama's fists, draining chakra before erupting in a brilliant display of colors. Almost as if on cue, Temari's fan swung open, her tornadoes obliterating Tobirama's water formations. The winds fanned Shino's bugs towards Hashirama's wooden figures, twinkling like stars before detonating into explosive energy. Hashirama's constructs were left as chakra-depleted husks, vulnerable to Shikamaru's tendrils of darkness which ensnared and pulled them into a shadowy void. With a wry grin, Sai glanced at Temari. "Guess the pen and wind work well together," he remarked, smirking as he caught her eye. The battlefield darkened further as if recognizing Shikamaru's newfound control over his shadowy techniques. Tobirama countered with another wave of water jets, only to have them vaporized by Temari's wind and shattered into mist by Shin's lightning-charged chains, which then became electrified projectiles hurtling back at him. "Let's see if you can swim through this," Shin proclaimed, eyes flashing with electric intensity. Chapter 221, Mexican Standoff. Amidst the chaos, Hinata's form was a ballet of controlled fury. Her gentle fists targeted chakra points on the enemy's Susanoo, leaving behind sculptures of ice where once there were active nodes. As she did, her impacts resonated with Tsunade's restorative jutsu, each chakra point she hit seeming to light up in harmony with the glow from Tsunade's palms. Kakashi glanced sidelong at Shin, his Raikiri still humming with energy. "Keep that lightning coming, it pairs nicely with my new upgrade," he mused, as the electric fury from Shin's chains shot past him, only enhancing the energy of his attack. "No more hiding," Shikamaru intoned, as his shadowy tendrils moved in concert with the rest, tightening their grip around the enemy, leaving them no avenue for escape or counterattack. It was a coordinated dance of offense and defense, each shinobi aware of the other, each movement flowing into the next in a seamless, chaotic ballet of war. At this time, Koushin and Naruto finished their preparations for their big move. The two shared an unspoken connection, their gaze locked for just a moment before they broke into a coordinated sprint towards the enemy. The sage chakra from Naruto and the mystical magicka from Koushin pulsed through the air, intertwining as they flowed towards their teammates, their combined energy amplifying each shinobi's abilities tenfold. As they moved, Sai's brush sketched rapidly across his scroll, intricate designs taking form before bursting into life. A golden-hued pocket dimension overlaid onto the battlefield, ripples of frog sage chakra and magicka enhancing its scope and potential. The reality canvas was now in place. Hinata took a low stance, the world becoming an open book as she activated her Byakugan. Her eyes glowed, relaying enemy positions and vulnerabilities to her team. From her palm, a swirling circle of ice and snow burst forth, creating a frozen surveillance network, her snow fox surveillance. The reconnaissance was set. Ino's eyes sparkled, her lips mouthing a chant as her consciousness branched out. She connected with inanimate objects, rocks, trees, the very air, imbuing them with elements of fire, wind, earth, and water. Her elemental puppeteer technique altered the battlefield's composition, changing the nature of their surroundings to their favor. The stage was set. Koushin's voice resonated in everyone's mind, courtesy of Ino's telepathy. "Hope you're ready for a magic show." His tone was no nonsense, but tinged with his signature wit. Naruto chimed in, "Just make sure to keep up, Ko." In the eye of this magical storm, Ino focused her chakra through Sai's drawings, animating them into sentient beings of elemental fury. Hinata followed up, extending her arms to channel Skyrim's icy destruction magic into each of Sai's constructs, adding a debilitating frostbite to their elemental attributes. Without warning, Sai's sketches distorted in shape and substance, turning rock-hard one moment and gaseous the next. With reality canvas enhancing the fluidity of physical properties, Madara and Itachi found their Sharingan predictions rendered moot. Sai grinned, who says art has to be predictable? Koushin's arcane shield sprung up, a mesmerizing orb that absorbed and nullified any magic-based counterattacks. Naruto spread his hands wide, and a whirlwind of golden energy, the eternal golden wind, dispelled lingering illusions and barriers. It was a perfect intersection of purpose and skill. Finally, their cooperative efforts culminated in a reality-sundering strike. Sai's brush traced the air, materializing a colossal sword. Koushin's hands danced, enchanting the blade with an unblockable magica spell. Hinata surged her chilling energy into it, while Ino's controlled puppeteering guided its lethal descent. Naruto's hands formed a seal, and the sword gleamed brighter, exuding an almost divine energy. The reality-sundering strike cut through the air, a masterpiece of coordinated effort. It struck the Susanoo, its essence unraveling under the sword's purifying energy. Both Susanoo cracked, then shattered, leaving Madara and Itachi vulnerable. The reality canvas pulled back, but the team's presence, their unparalleled unity, lingered heavily in the air. Naruto's hands weaved together one last time, his chakra glowing brighter as he lifted his curse-breaking technique. The golden energy flowed, freeing Madara and Tobirama from Itachi's Genjutsu. Tobirama and Hashirama's eyes met, and without a word, they shifted their stance to stand with the shinobi team. Madara's eyes locked onto Itachi's, his face stretching into a wild grin that bordered on a snarl. To think, I, Madara Uchiha, became a slave of another. The air around him crackled with malevolent energy. His spectral white mane, now a symbol of his newly acquired powers, billowed dramatically as if it too were infuriated. Every ounce of his being radiated an almost tangible aura of outrage. Hashirama, once a childhood friend and forever a rival, caught the eye of this tempestuous figure before him. A dirty grin crawled across Hashirama's lips, a silent mockery that required no words. Madara's eyes narrowed, a fresh surge of chakra flooding through him, turning the air heavy and oppressive. Though Hashirama wanted nothing more than to vocalize his disdain, his own brother was shackled under Itachi's control, leaving him only the freedom of a spiteful smile. That smile was all it took. The tethers binding Madara's allegiance to Itachi seemed to snap. No words were exchanged, yet the intent was clear. Madara was no longer aligned with anyone but himself. Sensing the volatile shift in loyalties, Koushin's armor, its ethereal cape flowing like a living extension of his own resolve, lit up with a burst of blue flames and purple lightning. Koushin couldn't help but grin as he observed the subtle tension between Madara and Itachi, his armor pulsating with ethereal light. Now this is a nice Mexican standoff, he quipped, basking in the ever-mounting drama. A wave of puzzled glances swept through the battlefield. Madara, Itachi, and even Hashirama, despite his compromised state, wore expressions that all screamed the same question: what the hell was Mexican? Koushin ignored their confusion, his chuckle reverberating through the colossal frame of his Thunderfire God Armor. The swirling core of blue flames at his chest flared up, casting a mysterious glow that seemed to dance along the tense currents of the atmosphere. His feet, rooted in grounding elemental energy, discharged bolts of electricity into the ground. The earth itself seemed to tremble in tune with the intensifying energies. His eyes, obscured behind the menacing helm of his armor, narrowed as they met Madara's Rinnegan and Itachi's newly formed Rinnesharingan. A chuckle of pure elemental energy vibrated through his armor, amplifying his amusement. Whether they understood his humor or not, they would certainly understand the unspoken language of power that his armor exuded, a lexicon written in the elements of fire and lightning. Chapter 222, Darachan. The very earth seemed to shiver, not in response to the titanic forces present, but to the encroaching shadows slinking its way behind Madara. Black Zetsu, Madara's supposed will incarnate, manifested beside the Uchiha, exuding a dark aura of servitude. Hashirama's eyes twitched, narrowing at the figure of Black Zetsu. The creeping malevolence it embodied was evident to all, a parasite clinging to its host. Its coal-black form stood contrasted starkly against the sunlit battlefield, its presence almost as if mocking the natural world. Madara, still locked in a cold glare with Hashirama, seemed to sense the presence behind him. He didn't even need to turn, his smirk widened ever so slightly. "Perfect timing," he uttered lowly. Koushin's gaze shifted from Madara to the dark entity and back. With an almost playful tilt to his head, his voice, rich with a blend of curiosity and wit, broke the tension. He entertained the idea of sowing further discords, then nodded. "Say, Madara," Koushin began, the flames and lightning of his armor flickering mischievously. "You really believe that fucking ugly thing is just your will come to life?" Madara's eyes shot to Koushin, a ripple of surprise and irritation marring his stoic expression. Hashirama, however, let out a brief, stifled chuckle, clearly entertained by Koushin's audaciousness. Black Zetsu shifted, almost imperceptibly. The silent tension in the air was palpable, with Koushin's words seemingly hanging, waiting for a response. But Madara merely turned his gaze back to Black Zetsu, not dignifying Koushin with an answer. Koushin chuckled, the sound oddly musical amid the battle-worn tension of the scene. "Don't be like that, Darachan." Madara's chakra erupted like a volcanic geyser, an inferno of fury enveloping him. Hashirama, despite the dire circumstances, hit the ground, clutching his stomach in a fit of uncontrollable laughter. Even Tobirama, ever the stoic Senju, allowed a smirk to tug at his lips. Koushin's gaze was playful, yet razor-sharp as he added, "Let me tell you something, that thing you call your will is the Sage of Six Paths' brother. He's using you to resurrect his mother." As the weight of Koushin's revelation descended, Black Zetsu moved with swift and deadly intent. Yet, before he could reach his target, brilliant glyphs of lightning materialized in the air around him, creating an intricate barrier. They pulsed with intense energy, holding Zetsu firmly in place. With a sly smile, Koushin murmured, "Ragen's calligraphy." Black Zetsu's eyes, pits of eternal darkness, widened in palpable shock. This was new territory for him, a barrier he couldn't immediately bypass. The seals might not hold him indefinitely, but for the moment, they stifled his treacherous advance. Most crucially, they ensured he couldn't silence Koushin's revelatory proclamations. The battlefield pulsed with tension. Each shinobi's stance betrayed their heightened alertness, their muscles coiled like springs, ready for the chaos that was bound to ensue. Madara, already a tempest of emotion, seemed to spiral further. His hands clenched into fists, the ground beneath him fracturing from the sheer force of his chakra. But amid that storm of anger, there was a hint of something else, doubt. Hashirama managed to compose himself, rising to his feet. His laughter had died down, replaced by a grim seriousness. "You see, Madara? There's always more to the story," he said, locking eyes with his erstwhile friend. Madara's eyes seethed with a mix of confusion, disbelief, and fury as they landed on Koushin. Every line on his face seemed etched with greater depth, making his emotions appear as deep ravines. "Don't play games with me, boy," he growled, the danger in his voice clear. Koushin raised a hand to his mouth, feigning a thoughtful expression. "So cute," he mused aloud, much to Madara's growing irritation. Drawing himself up to his full height, his armor shimmering with an ethereal glow, Koushin continued, "You guys have no idea what you're playing with." He then gestured to Naruto, who stepped forward, his expression grave. "Explain it, Naruto," Koushin instructed. Naruto cleared his throat, his eyes scanning the faces of everyone present before he began. "I once met an old sage Tengu named Konoha Tengu," he recalled, his voice tinged with reverence for the sage. He revealed that the 10 tails we've come to fear is nothing but a cosmic parasite that feeds on the world it takes root in. It arrived on a meteor, embedding itself in our soil, and from there, it began siphoning natural energy, gradually decimating the planet. Before the chakra tree's arrival, our world was teeming with an abundance of natural energy. He paused, letting the information sink in. There are beings in the universe that recognize the power of the fruits borne by this tree. They travel through the vastness of space, seeking these fruits to attain unparalleled might. One such being was Kaguya Akatsuki, the mother of the Sage of the Six Paths, and, as Koushin put it, that black, ugly creature. Upon hearing this revelation, a palpable hush descended over the battlefield. It was as if time had frozen in that singular moment, with everyone caught in the gravitational pull of the knowledge they'd just been imbued with. All eyes were on Naruto, then shifted to Koushin. Except Tobirama. His usually stern face remained impassive, but his eyes were wary. It was evident that this wasn't news to him. He already heard it from Koushin before. Taking over from where Naruto left off, Koushin began with a contemplative tone. Kaguya had 2 children, products of her union with someone from this very world. We all know the first, the revered Sage of Six Paths. The other has chosen a life of solitude and guardianship on the moon, dedicating his existence to watching over the sealed body of their mother. The chilling reminder of the formidable Kaguya being sealed, not defeated, sent a shiver down many spines. Koushin continued, sealed, yes, because that enigmatic woman used chakra not for benevolence, but to bind and control the people of our world. It took her very own sons, defying her corrupted vision, to seal her away. But her cunning ensured she had one more card to play. Koushin's gaze settled on Black Zetsu, still struggling against the arcane barrier. She crafted a third progeny, birthed from her desires and malice. A being meant for one purpose only, to free her. To achieve this, he needed the might of the 10 tails. And poor Madara, he said with a teasing sigh, got caught in this grand play, believing himself to be the puppeteer, unaware he was just another string marionette. Hashirama's eyes shimmered with a combination of anger, sadness, and perhaps a hint of vindication. But Madara's reaction was the most visceral. His entire body trembled, fury and disbelief warring in his gaze. He looked like a cornered beast, the weight of the truths presented to him threatening to crush his indomitable spirit. Chapter 223, I read a lot. Koushin, seeing the turmoil in Madara, couldn't resist a gentle jibe. You get it now, Darchan? Madara's eyes, previously aflame with anger, now radiated a different emotion, betrayal. His gaze, once unyielding, was locked onto Black Zetsu. The realization that he'd been deceived not once, but twice, visibly unsettled the formidable Uchiha. That is impossible, I read the Uchiha tablet. His voice was an anguished growl, betraying the pain of betrayal he felt. Koushin couldn't help but chuckle at Madara's naivety, the corners of his mouth curling up in amusement. Written by whom? He quipped, pausing for a beat. Altered by your very will? His tone dripped with irony, emphasizing the word will with a mocking lilt. Black Zetsu hissed, the inky darkness of its form writhing more violently against the arcane barrier that held it captive. How do you know so much? It spat the words out, a serpentine malevolence evident in its voice. Koushin leaned forward slightly and simply said, I read a lot, a smirk playing on his lips, giving the sentiment a mischievous air. Eyes rolled collectively among the shinobi at Koushin's all-too-familiar retort. Every time a question arose about the origins of his knowledge, his answer was a predictable, I read a lot. But this was no ordinary revelation, and many found it hard to swallow that mere reading could unveil such profound secrets. Sai raised an eyebrow, his eyes darting to Koushin in mild skepticism. Even Naruto, who had witnessed Koushin's wit countless times, shot him a quizzical look. Temari crossed her arms, murmuring just loud enough for those closest to her to hear, all this time, I thought he was just an insufferable flirt. Now he's an insufferable know-it-all? Shikamaru sighed, scratching the back of his head. Sounds about right for him. Koushin seemed unfazed by the collective incredulity of his allies, reveling in the chaos his revelations had sown. His eyes sparkled mischievously as he quipped, knowledge is power, and I am quite powerful, no? Koushin's gaze, unwavering and sharp, remained fixed on Black Zetsu. The dark entity, imprisoned momentarily by intricate seals of lightning glyphs, vibrated with palpable malevolence. It seemed to be studying the barriers, attempting to discern their nature. Deep down, Koushin knew he couldn't keep this dark manifestation confined for long. It was ancient, a being that had witnessed and manipulated events over millennia. Koushin's seals were intricate, yes, but the intricacies of time and experience were on Black Zetsu's side. Black Zetsu's form began phasing once more rapidly this time. And then, like smoke being carried away by a gust of wind, it vanished. The sudden void left in its wake was palpable, a hole in reality where an embodiment of pure evil had just stood. Silence pervaded the battlefield for a heartbeat. Koushin looked at the spot where Black Zetsu had been confined, a contemplative frown marring his features. That fucker's more slippery than an eel in an oil spill. Itachi's form seemed to grow taller in the moon's silvery light, his Rinasharingan a formidable vortex of crimson and black. Every line on his face was sharp, every muscle taut with tension. Ancient tales or new, he rasped, none of it matters. My war began for one reason alone. His gaze, laden with profound emotion, swept over the assembled shinobi. Amongst them, he sought the one who took from him the most cherished bond, his brother, Sasuke. A ripple of unease coursed through the ranks. Itachi's intent was clear. Vengeance was in the air, palpable, and laden with the weight of years of brotherly love, conflict, and sacrifice. The power he exuded wasn't just from his awakened ocular prowess, it was the raw, fervent drive to seek retribution for the fallen. Yet, amidst the gravity of the moment, Koushin's chuckle pierced the atmosphere. It was soft, almost inaudible, but it echoed like a bell in the quiet of the night. Itachi's eyes darted to him, narrowing. Before he could process Koushin's inexplicable amusement, a chilling presence enveloped him. Shadows slithered up from the ground, creeping onto him, aiming to shackle his very soul. Black Zetsu, the embodiment of malevolent cunning, had made its move. You dare wield my mother's eyes? The voice was deep, sinuous, laced with a venom that made even the bravest shiver. Black Zetsu's form, like tendrils of oppressive night, began to merge with Itachi, seeking dominance over the formidable Uchiha. Itachi's body twitched violently, eyes wide in surprise, then narrowing in fierce resistance. There was a frenetic dance of wills, a silent but violent struggle between the relentless force of Black Zetsu and the indomitable spirit of Itachi Uchiha. The battleground became a canvas of shifting energies. Itachi's chakra, a vibrant crimson, clashed against the inky abyss of Black Zetsu, creating a maelstrom of swirling energy around them. Every now and then, the crimson would surge, indicating Itachi's moments of overpowering the dark entity, but then the abyss would push back, drowning the vibrant hue in its oppressive grasp. Koushin, watching the battle of wills unfold before him, realized that Itachi's strength was being sapped with every passing moment. As much as he'd relished the opportunity to see the Uchiha humbled, the prospect of Kaguya's resurrection was a gamble they couldn't afford. His eyes flitted to the intertwined forms of Black Zetsu and Itachi. The swirling energies seemed almost hypnotic, but there was an unmistakable edge of desperation to them, suggesting that Itachi was not entirely subdued. For a heartbeat, the world around them seemed to still as Itachi's voice, laden with unexpected vulnerability, whispered through the battleground, "Can you really do it?" Black Zetsu, seizing this fleeting moment of advantage, responded with a dark promise, "I can." With those chilling words, Itachi's resistance, which had been a beacon of fiery defiance, began to wane, his spirit now teetering on the edge of succumbing to Black Zetsu's lure. Koushin's instincts screamed at him to intervene. "Shit! Attack him!" Without hesitation, Koushin propelled himself forward, his footsteps leaving faint electric trails in his wake. His eyes, usually playful, were now narrowed slits of fierce determination. As he lunged forward, the ambient energy around him crystallized into solid form, encasing his hands. Twin gauntlets, dark as the void of a moonless night, emerged. Their surfaces, sleek and seamless, were interrupted only by the presence of crimson gemstones, which seemed to pulse with an inner fire. These gemstones, set in a pattern that evoked images of ancient and forbidden power, seemed to be the source of the gauntlet's latent energy. The contrast of the jet-black gauntlets and the fiery stones was a sight to behold. As Koushin charged, the gauntlet seemed to amplify his natural energy, the gemstones pulsing in time with his heartbeat, their glow growing ever brighter. Chapter 224, Hello, Kaguya-chan. As the dire circumstances reached a peak, Koushin, drawing upon the deep reservoirs of his arcane sage energy, began to channel his power in a way none had seen before. His blonde hair transformed, taking on a silvery hue that mirrored the ethereal light of magicka. Violet eyes turned into a mesmerizing tapestry of shifting colors. Without uttering a word, Koushin reached out, taking Ino's hand in his own. An immediate exchange of energy took place. The rush of magicka, combined with the protective essence of his sage mode, flowed through Ino, fortifying her against the moon's treacherous influence. The energy exchange didn't stop there. From Naruto and Hinata to Shikamaru, Temari, and even the seasoned Kaguya like Tsunade and Meitarumi, each felt the infusion of Koushin's protective power. One by one, they stood stronger, the mental shackles that sought to imprison them dissipating. The silvery outlines of arcane barriers shimmered briefly around each shinobi, signifying their newfound resistance against the looming Genjutsu. The effects of the moon's eerie patterns began to wane, their control over the shinobi diminishing. The battlefield, once gripped by an almost suffocating tension, breathed a collective sigh of relief. "You can share your Genjutsu immunity?" Itachi asked, momentarily taken aback. His tone was a mix of surprise and appreciation, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "Splendid," he continued, clearly impressed. Despite the chaos and the high stakes, Itachi's acknowledgement was not lost on Koushin. But there was no time for idle chatter or self-congratulation. Others looked in horror as the branches of God, nativity of a world of trees, covered everywhere their eyes could see. Naruto's heightened senses felt the horror all around the globe. This wasn't happening there only, it was happening all around the world. Koushin, instead, looked pissed. He knew his chances of stopping the resurrection of Kaguya were nigh impossible, but he wasn't expecting Itachi to be tricked this easily. He was royally pissed. Ino clutched his hand tighter, her nails digging into his skin. Her face was as pale as the moonlight, reflecting her unspoken terror. Koushin, sensing her distress, tightened his grip on her hand in silent reassurance. His magicka sage mode was in full effect, his ethereal aura dancing around him. The arcane symbols on his skin glowed with a soft intensity, ready to release their pent-up energy. They watched as the Een part of the 10 tails was siphoned from Itachi. His face contorted in anguish, yet that mad smile remained untouched, plastered across his face. He knew what he was doing. Itachi's unwavering focus was on a single mission, avenging his brother. When Zetsu offered him the ultimatum, he accepted it without hesitation. If Sasuke couldn't live, then nobody should. Koushin, though acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, smirked slightly. "Itachi, of all the ways you could have gone out, getting your energy sucked out by a talking plant was not on my bingo card." Itachi, despite the excruciating pain, managed to throw Koushin a sharp, sidelong glance. It said everything, "Not now." Koushin's magicka sage mode aura flared brighter, like an iridescent storm. His appearance, marked by the shifting colors of his eyes and the arcane symbols etched on his skin, was both formidable and ethereal. Ino's grip on his hand grew tighter. "Koushin, we need a plan, and fast." Koushin nodded, releasing her hand momentarily. He channeled magicka energy, casting a protective arcane shield around them. The shimmering barrier, reflecting the kaleidoscopic hues of the northern lights, stood between the shinobi and the encroaching tree roots. "Everyone, close in," he ordered. Naruto and Hinata, hands interlocked, raced towards the shield. Kakashi, flanked by Sai and Shin, brought up the rear. The Kaguya, Tsunade, Meitarumi, Raza, and Onoki strategically positioned themselves, ready to counter any incoming threat. Soon Itachi started to expand, his once regular form morphing grotesquely as it grew in size. 10 meters, then 15, his transformation seemed to defy the laws of physics. But as quickly as he expanded, the process reversed. A woman stood in the air where Itachi once floated. Her skin was as pale as porcelain, with long, cascading white hair that trailed behind her like a spectral veil. Soft, regal features adorned her face, with eyebrows that were trimmed short and round, hinting at a nobility from times long past. Her eyes, clear and devoid of any discernible color, stared down at the shinobi assembled below. The third eye, situated right in the center of her forehead, was a startling addition to her already enigmatic appearance. Horns, a rich shade of brown, protruded from her head, adding an eerie contrast to her ethereal beauty. The high-collared kimono she wore was adorned with tomo patterns, enhancing her regal appearance. Below, Koushin's eyes narrowed as he took in the spectacle, but his attention quickly shifted to Naruto. An internal monologue raged within him. Why hasn't the old fucker intervened yet? Does Sasuke's absence change his appearance as well? I thought he would still bestow Naruto some power, he pondered, clearly referencing the Sage of Sixth Path. Kaguya's pale visage surveyed the battleground before turning her clear, emotionless gaze to the assembled shinobi. This place is my nursery. I cannot let you damage it any further. I will just make you vanish. As she unleashed her dimension-altering ability, Koushin felt a familiar pull, the sensation of being sucked into another dimension. But he did nothing to stop it. Instead, he made sure every single shinobi, friend or foe, was taken with them, ensuring no one was left behind. The sensation of being yanked through space and time was disorienting, but the group landed together in the new dimension, ready for battle. The dimension they found themselves in was a vast desert, the sand beneath their feet shimmering from the intense heat. The sky overhead was a hue of orange and red, with no sign of the sun or any discernible landmarks. It was as if they had been transported to a barren wasteland, the perfect arena for a battle without distractions. Across the sands, Kaguya levitated effortlessly, her white hair flowing like a river of moonlight. The third eye on her forehead remained fixated on them, assessing each one of them. Koushin and Ino landed gracefully on Parthurnax's head, the large dragons stabilizing under their weight as they advanced towards the white-haired deity. The vast expanse of desert stretched infinitely around them, creating an isolating ambience. Koushin, his silver hair flowing in an unseen wind and eyes filled with shifting colors, met Kaguya's gaze evenly. There was a moment of tension, a quiet beat of anticipation, before Koushin broke the silence. "Hello, Kaguya-chan." Chapter 225, because he reads a lot. From Naruto and Hinata to Tsunade and Raza, every shinobi on the battlefield simultaneously rolled their eyes. Ino, not missing a beat, gave Koushin a slight pinch on his waist. "Be serious," she whispered. Even Kaguya's brow twitched in evident annoyance. "Who are you to address me so familiarly?" Koushin chuckled. "Look, lady, we have no trouble with you. Want to coexist peacefully? We too want that. The world's evolved, you don't have to keep battling." Kaguya's clear eyes stared intently at him, seeking any falsehood. "What can you possibly know?" she retorted. Koushin, ever the charmer, grinned confidently. "A lot. I know about your late husband, your children. I understand that you didn't want to become this. But circumstances pushed you into it." Her expression shifted from guarded to genuinely surprised. "How can you possibly know all this?" she asked, genuinely puzzled. And something miraculous happened. Everyone on the battlefield, including Parthurnax, the half-dead Itachi, Black Zetsu, Hashirama, Tobirama, and every shinobi, Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Temari, Kakashi, Shin, Sai, Yu, Shino, Choji, Tsunade, Raza, Onoki, and Meitarumi, spoke in unison, because he reads a lot. A perplexed Kaguya flicked her gaze around, assessing each voice's origin, clearly taken aback. Koushin chuckled at their reaction and looked at Kaguya. But before he could talk, Black Zetsu jumped in. "Stop listening to him, mother. He is silver-tongued and will betray you." Black Zetsu's ire was palpable. He was still mad about not being able to phase through Koushin's seals. The dark entity wanted Kaguya to obliterate them all, but Koushin's words seemed to have left an impression. His speech skill was level 100, after all, and he'd activated a lot of perks. Kaguya's eyes darted between the gathered shinobi, a newfound curiosity in her gaze. She seemed to realize that all the ninja present had united against two common enemies prior to her arrival, both of whom were Uchiha, the clan she cursed with a local tribe. Taking a deep breath, she faced Koushin. What is the world like now? Koushin's lips twitched into a smirk, as shitty as you left it. Collective groans and facepalms ensued from the assembled ninja. Even Naruto sighed, looking exasperated. Clearly, they were hoping for Koushin to present a more optimistic perspective. Kakashi sent Koushin a look that seemed to pierce right through him, a silent reprimand for the missed opportunity. Koushin, sensing the mood shift, hastily added, "But there are some really nice sunsets." Kaguya tilted her head, clearly intrigued. Sunsets? Before Koushin could dive into an elaborate and possibly poetic description, Ino squeezed his hand and whispered, "Stay focused." "The thing is," Koushin began, keeping his gaze steady on Kaguya, "slating the whole globe is not the way to live. You'll just be the queen of zombies, and trust me, it gets boring real quick." He glanced momentarily at Ino, who offered a supportive squeeze of his hand. "Yes, the world is, well, shitty. I can't deny that. But that's what makes it interesting. That's the spice of life." Koushin gestured at the gathered shinobi with a flourish. "Just look at us. The minute we realized we had a common enemy, we all banded together. Differences put aside. Past conflicts forgotten. We stood united. The peace you dream of? It's not peace. It's just playing dollhouse." Kaguya tilted her head slightly, a gesture that surprisingly made her look almost cute. "Dollhouse?" she questioned, genuine confusion lacing her ethereal voice. Koushin sighed and began gathering chakra. For a brief moment, Kaguya tensed, her stance shifting as if preparing for battle. "Relax," he reassured her, "I won't attack." To everyone's surprise, she seemed to accept this, nodding slightly. It was as if she could see straight into his heart, and found no ill intent. Utilizing both yang and yin release, Koushin conjured a vivid light show in the air. With a touch of Genjutsu, an image materialized, a miniature version of Kaguya as a young girl, complete with white hair and Byakugan eyes. The childlike figure stood before a detailed dollhouse, tiny dolls within displaying various poses and expressions. The scene was enchanting, painting a serene and whimsical picture amidst the starkness of the endless desert around them. Kaguya's eyes widened as she took in the sight, clearly taken aback. The childlike version of herself, the dollhouse, it was a poignant reminder of simpler times, a stark contrast to the complexities and struggles of her current existence. Ino looked at Koushin with a mix of admiration and amusement. She knew her boyfriend had an uncanny ability to defuse situations with unexpected gestures, and this was no exception. Shikamaru couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Who would have thought that Koushin would use a dollhouse to make a point, he mused. Tamari shot him a knowing glance. He's unpredictable. That's what makes him so effective. The dollhouse is fun when you have endless imagination, Koushin began, his voice gentle. The miniature Kaguya animatedly started to play with the dolls, calling out endearing names like Father, Mother, Uncle Koushin, and Auntie Ino. For a while, the scenes were full of laughter and joy, with little Kaguya orchestrating elaborate tea parties and adventures. But as the moments ticked on, the fun diminished. Her playmates remained static, and her attempts to interact grew increasingly frustrated. Little Kaguya searched the dollhouse, looking for someone, anyone, to genuinely connect with. But there was no one. The heartbreak in her eyes was palpable as she began to cry, alone and desperate for genuine companionship. It was a hauntingly poignant portrayal, capturing the essence of true loneliness and the human need for connection. Every shinobi watched, a heavy silence enveloping the vast desert. The emotions displayed resonated deeply with all of them, binding them in a shared moment of understanding. Humans need connection, Koushin reiterated softly, his gaze fixed on Kaguya. You two need that. You cannot rule over a desolate world. At your core, you are a human. Kaguya's expression was one of shock and vulnerability. I am not, she whispered. But Koushin's tone was firm as he countered, I don't care where you come from, lady. I know you are a human. So, here's the deal, let's not engage in battle and live together in harmony. You want to be queen? I'll give you a kingdom. Have a family, enjoy life. His gaze shifted to Black Zetsu, the hint of a smirk on his lips, hopefully with cuter children this time. Chapter 226, Uxorious Kakashi. The play of emotions on Kaguya's face was evident, confusion, anger, sadness, and a glimmer of longing. The assembled shinobi watched in rapt attention, their eyes darting between Koushin and Kaguya. Naruto and Hinata's fingers entwined, both holding their breath in anticipation. The tension was palpable, even the usually unflappable Shikamaru appeared rapt. Kaguya gazed at Koushin, her emotions reflecting a mix of surprise and uncertainty. His silvery hair and mesmerizing, ever-changing eyes seemed to shimmer in the endless desert's bright glow. As she blushed, her voice carried a hesitant vulnerability, who would marry an old woman like me? Koushin chuckled, the sound light and easy, and in a flash, he was beside Kakashi, pulling him into the conversation. I just have the guy right here, he grinned, clearly enjoying the playfulness of the moment. Kakashi looked around, bewildered. One moment he was a spectator, and now he was the center of attention. Before he could grasp the situation, Koushin pulled down his mask, revealing Kakashi's face for all to see. The sight of the infamous copy ninja's unmasked face drew gasps from the assembled shinobi. Kaguya's eyes widened in appreciation as she took in Kakashi's chiseled features. She clearly wasn't expecting this. I present to you, Hatake Kakashi, Koushin introduced, his voice rich with mischief, 31 years old. Currently single. And very much untouched. Kakashi's face turned beet red. Koushin, I am not, but Koushin cut him off playfully, oh, come on, Kakashi. We all know you're more read than action. No need to be embarrassed. Kaguya's face reflected her clear intrigue as she assessed Kakashi, a small smile tugging at her lips. Ino, trying to stifle her laughter, whispered to Koushin, really? Playing matchmaker now? Koushin winked in response, squeezing her hand affectionately. Naruto and Hinata exchanged a glance, both suppressing smiles. Even Shikamaru, ever the stoic, had a hint of amusement in his eyes, while Temari tried hard not to snicker. Kaguya slowly floated down, her feet touching Pathornax's head, putting herself at a level with Kakashi. You've intrigued me, she murmured, her voice softer than before. But before Kakashi could reply, Black Zetsu moved forward, his voice filled with caution, Mother, don't be distracted. Koushin, not willing to lose the advantage, quickly formed a series of hand seals, summoning a huge barrier around them. In a split second, Kaguya was trapped with Kakashi, the pair enclosed in a translucent dome. The swirling energy within the barrier was potent, hinting at the power Koushin was harnessing. We're buying time, a whisper to others, his focus unwavering. While they're inside, we need to strategize. Koushin looked at A with an air of cool indifference. Fuck off. I'm serious about this. I'm not going to fight her. She deserves better. Tsunade, her features twisted in disbelief, approached Koushin. Are you serious? He met her gaze evenly. Of course. She deserves to be happy. Mei Terumi's face was an amalgam of frustration and disbelief. It was clear that seeing everyone paired up, Koushin and Ino, Naruto and Hinata, Shikamaru and Temari, and even Kakashi potentially with Kaguya, was hitting a nerve. Her vision started to blur, and her legs threatened to give out. Sensing this, Tobirama steadied her, a look of concern etched on his face. Easy there, he murmured, though Mei's pained expression said she was anything but. Soon, Kaguya walked out of Koushin's barrier, which she made look as frail as paper. Kakashi was right by her side. At first glance, everyone's eyes zeroed in on the blushed look on Kakashi's face, the slight trickle of blood that dripped from his nose further emphasizing the fact. Kaguya met Koushin's gaze, her voice carrying a clear, resolute tone. I may accept your terms. The collective breath of the shinobi on the field seemed to hitch, tension palpable in the air. Each one of them was on high alert, sensing the gravity of the situation. Koushin's eyes, however, danced with anticipation, a cheeky grin playing on his lips as he responded, music to my ears. Kaguya continued, but before I make any decisions, you need to understand that this world is in a precarious state. I need to see if you're truly capable of defending yourself and those you care about. Koushin's grin widened, his voice confident, challenge accepted. Kaguya's lips twitched into an almost smile, clearly amused. There won't be any bloodshed today, she warned, her voice leaving no room for doubt. Koushin nodded, his eyes glinting with acceptance and a playful yet respectful energy. I accept your terms. He glanced at his allies, a comforting and confident undertone wrapping around his words. There is no need to fear. She is strong enough to save herself from such tricks. If she said there won't be bloodshed, there won't be any. Kaguya, standing resolute, lifted her chin slightly in recognition of Koushin's trust. Her frame shimmered, and suddenly, 3 Kaguyas stood side by side on the sandy dunes. Show me your power, declared the one at the lead, a flicker of anticipation evident in her eyes. Koushin turned toward his allies, his grin still intact, laced with the thrill of the forthcoming challenge. I will take the one at the lead with Ino and Pathornax. Naruto and others split into 2 teams to deal with the other 2. Ino, holding Koushin's hand tightly, nodded, her eyes reflecting both the concern and trust she held for him. The gathered shinobi broke into their teams without hesitation, their trust in Koushin's direction unwavering even amidst the rising tension enveloping the endless desert. Naruto, locking eyes with Hinata, whispered, "Stay close. We don't know what these other Kaguyas are capable of." His blue eyes held a soft tenderness, even as they gleamed with the spirit of a seasoned warrior. Hinata nodded, squeezing his hand reassuringly, together, as always. Kakashi, visibly blushing, spoke softly, his voice unsteady yet sincere, I won't join in this battle. The assembled shinobi turned, eyeing Kakashi with a mixture of disbelief and light-hearted exasperation, while Naruto, ever the straightforward, whispered just audibly, Uxorius. A chuckle rippled through the group, a brief lightening of the atmosphere, before the stern visages resettled upon their faces, turning once more to the triune Kaguya before them. The teams, as Koushin had outlined, split neatly, the members of each group offering solid, steady nods to their comrades before positioning themselves. Naruto, his eyes glimmering with a steadfast spirit, offered a subtle smirk to his team, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, and Temari, and they formed a cohesive unit, their years of camaraderie and shared battles allowing them to anticipate one another's moves. The other team, consisting of the 5 Kaguyas, Sai, Shin, Yu, and Shino, held an unspoken understanding of the greatness that lay ahead. Their faces were masks of composed resolve, prepared to face whatever illusionary might Kaguya would throw their way. Chapter 227, Let's Test Each Other. Tobirama shifted his gaze subtly, his eyes darting to Meiterumi for just a moment, her figure standing firm and determined amidst the group of shinobi. As quickly as he looked, he pulled his eyes back to his brother, Hashirama, who was still in his Edo Tensei form. The glint in Hashirama's eyes told Tobirama that his elder brother had caught the fleeting glance. Ani-chan, Tobirama began, his voice low and grounded, I will help here. Hashirama's grin, so familiar and yet so teasing, spread across his features. I see you found something, or somewhat interesting here, he quipped, raising an eyebrow playfully at Tobirama, clearly hinting at Mei. Tobirama, although usually stoic, let a faint blush color his cheeks, but he ignored the comment, opting to steer the conversation elsewhere. Focus, brother. This isn't the time. Hashirama chuckled softly, then nodded, turning his attention to Naruto. I will assist this youngster, he said, pointing at the blonde-haired shinobi with genuine interest. He seems fun. Naruto, overhearing the comment, blinked in surprise. "Thanks. I think," he replied, slightly bemused. Tobirama let out a soft chuckle at the interaction, but it was Koushin's voice that broke the momentary lapse in tension. "While I appreciate the familial bonding," he said, voice dripping with irony, "we do have 3 Kaguyas waiting, remember?" A light-hearted laugh rippled through the shinobi, with Ino squeezing Koushin's hand gently, a small, thankful smile playing on her lips. At this time, a ripple of energy changed the battlefield. 1 second, it was normal, in the next, something fundamentally shifted. Koushin noticed it as soon as it happened, his eyebrows furrowing subtly at the odd sensation coursing through the air, an odd tingle that was both familiar and foreign. Naruto, too, felt it, his stance altering just slightly as he attempted to comprehend the shift. Koushin turned sharply, his gaze landing on Hashirama. With an underlying sharpness in his voice, he muttered, "Fucking old man, meddling in my business." Hashirama's Edo Tensei form flickered, and then, where an ethereal, otherworldly figure once stood, now stood a man of flesh and blood, truly resurrected. On his palm, a sun mark glimmered softly, emanating a gentle warmth. On the other side of the battlefield, Madara, standing in his formidable ten-tails form, had his eyes wide open, surprise flickering through them briefly. A moon mark, almost lost amid this dark, gruesome design of his transformed state, shimmered on his palm. Koushin's eyes flicked between the 2 resurrected legends, a quiet comprehension dawning in his eyes. His tone was surprisingly level when he spoke, "Hashirama-san." Hashirama met Koushin's eyes, his expression serene, yet a subtle playfulness lingered in his gaze. He shook his head gently, assuring the younger man, "Don't worry. I talked to him and told him I have no intention to follow his plans. He told me he's just giving it, just in case." Koushin nodded slightly, his hand unconsciously squeezing Ino's a bit tighter. He turned his gaze to Madara, who simply shrugged, a weariness seeping into his voice as he admitted, "I can hardly care at this point. I am tired of this shit." Koushin chuckled inwardly, thinking about the beating he had once given Madara. The effects of it seemed to have had a lasting impact. The unexpected move by the Sage of the Six Paths to transfer the sun and moon marks to Hashirama and Madara, the previous reincarnations of Asura and Indra, was an intriguing twist. He had always assumed that Sasuke's death would prompt a change in plans. However, Koushin felt relieved realizing that these legendary figures had no intention to seal Kaguya, and it appeared that a peaceful resolution was on the horizon. Kaguya, with her acute senses, picked up on the change in the atmosphere quicker than most. Observing Koushin's interactions with Hashirama, she sighed softly and a genuine smile graced her face. Her trust in Koushin seemed well placed. Koushin glanced at Madara, his voice laced with amusement, "You sound like someone who's had one too many punches to the face. Finally learning the virtues of a peaceful life?" Madara rolled his eyes, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, you have such a way with words, brat. But yes, maybe I'm just tired of the same old dance." Hashirama chuckled, clapping Madara on the back, "It's about time you saw the light." Madara snorted, "Please, like you're one to talk." Separating from the others, Koushin and Ino found themselves perched on Pathernak's head, directing the dragon toward an isolated part of the desert, well away from their friends. The main Kaguya followed suit, gracefully floating in the sky, her white robes billowing around her. The vast expanse of the desert stretched endlessly in all directions, the shifting sands reflecting the dying light of the setting sun. Pathernak's landed, allowing Koushin and Ino to dismount. As their feet touched the ground, the dragon gave a soft, rumbling growl, lowering his head slightly as if readying himself. Kaguya landed effortlessly a few feet away, her posture relaxed, almost nonchalant. Still, her eyes betrayed her curiosity. "So, Koushin," she began, her voice a soft, almost melodic whisper, "you brought me here to display your strength. I hope you won't disappoint." Koushin smirked. "Oh, I don't intend to. But let's keep it light, shall we? No need for any serious theatrics." Kaguya's lips quirked up in an amused smile, her pearl eyes shimmering with mirth. Very well. I appreciate the sentiment. Ino, feeling the tension between them, tried to ease the atmosphere. You two sound like you're about to break into a dance-off rather than a showdown. Koushin laughed, the sound echoing across the vast dunes. Wouldn't that be something? Kaguya and I, breakdancing under the stars. Well, the ancient matriarch of Chakra had no clue what breakdancing meant. Koushin's joke might have flown right over her head, but her response was immediate and poised. Though her stance radiated calm, it was evident that she was ready for what lay ahead. Kaguya's intentions had always revolved around the protection of the world, albeit her methods might have been questionable. Here and now, if Koushin was indeed as formidable as he portrayed, she was ready to trust in his leadership. She knew this world was not safe, and although her view of peace was admittedly corrupted, she did it to protect the world. If Koushin proved strong enough, she would let go off of her previous plans and follow Koushin's arrangements, but for that, Koushin had to prove strong enough. She started with a simple yet effective move. As she raised her hand in the air, a giant meteor started to descend onto the world. Looking up, Koushin chuckled, "No bloodshed, right? Well, if that thing hit us, there will be no blood indeed." Chapter 228, Bringing the Sky Down. The giant, flaming mass of rock descended with daunting velocity, its heat distorting the air around it as it threatened to obliterate everything below. Koushin, maintaining a composed demeanor, simply tilted his head, meeting Kaguya's eyes with a confident smirk. His gaze remained unwavering, even as the meteor loomed larger, overshadowing them with its catastrophic potential. Kaguya observed him, her eyes unblinking, searching for any hint of trepidation in his stance, yet found none. His calm amidst the chaos sparked a sliver of intrigue within her. Perhaps this man truly held the power he professed. Ino, standing steadfast beside Koushin, exhaled softly, placing an unshakable trust in him. Her hand slipped into his, the warmth and steadiness of his grip granting her a silent reassurance amidst the impending cataclysm. Koushin brushed his lips lightly against Ino's, a swift, gentle moment amidst the mounting chaos. He withdrew from her embrace and lifted into the air, his form gradually elevating towards the fiery celestial object descending upon them. A momentary glance toward Kaguya conveyed an astute, self-assured smirk, devoid of arrogance yet brimming with an unspoken promise. "Since you've brought down a meteor, allow me to bring down the sky itself," Koushin's voice effortlessly carved through the turbulent atmosphere, resonating with a profound yet playful depth. Ino, looking up, her eyes reflecting the flaming menace above, shook her head gently, an endearing resignation woven into her expression. Let's move. It's about to get pretty hectic down here." Pathornax, the mighty creature beneath her, heaved a deep, mournful sigh, his eyes rolling upward as he, too, ascended into the chaos. His name, now transformed into a playful nickname, lingered in his mind as he pondered on the odd course of destiny that had led Koushin into his path. Conversely, Kaguya, observing from a distance, allowed a snort of derision to escape her. "The sky? Your light show better be spectacular," she challenged, her voice a tantalizing mixture of skepticism and genuine curiosity. Koushin, hovering amidst the celestial abyss, extended his arms gracefully as blue flames cascaded from his form, intertwining with the atmosphere around him. The scorching tendrils of energy began to react with the surrounding air in an eerily beautiful dance of power and science. By superheating the atmosphere, the moisture within it rapidly expanded, creating a tempestuous maelstrom of thick, billowing thunderclouds. Pockets of air, supercharged and unstable, began to crackle and burst with electric energy, resulting in a spectacular aerial display of lightning, punctuating the impending doom with ethereal flashes of light. Koushin, amidst the looming shadows of the descending meteor and the scorching blue flames emanating from him, presented an ethereal figure suspended between Earth and the celestial abyss. The sky took on a vivid hue as the cascading blue tendrils intertwined with the atmosphere. Pockets of air, supercharged by his aura, were transformed into volatile, tempestuous maelstroms. Crackling and sparking, the resultant lightning painted the heavens in brilliant white streaks, set against the backdrop of churning, inky black thunderclouds. The entire scene was a dizzying blend of power, control, and defiance against nature's wrath. Koushin's gaze settled on the world below, his posture a picture of grace and precision even amidst the chaos. A calm smirk adorned his face. "You know, Kaguya, I've always been told to lighten up the mood. But this might be a tad bit overboard, even for me." Kaguya, even from her vantage point, could not help but be mesmerized by the unfolding spectacle. Despite herself, she retorted, "Well, you certainly have a flair for the dramatic, don't you? Just make sure your light show doesn't end up backfiring." "Oh, trust me," Koushin responded, his voice dripping with playful sarcasm, "I've been known to be electrifying in more ways than one." Below, Ino watched with bated breath. The sheer magnitude of what was unfolding was overwhelming. Yet, there was an underlying beauty to it all. The swirling mass of clouds, the dazzling blue flames, and the fierce bolts of lightning illuminated the sky in a visual symphony. Kaguya's eyes twinkled, reflecting the dazzling conflagration above, as she regarded the lively dance of the storm. Quite a show, indeed. But not enough, she declared with a composed serenity that masked an undercurrent of anticipation. Koushin's chuckle fluttered through the discordant symphony of the storm, a light and hearty sound amidst the chaos. "No worries, my dear Kaguya," he reassured, an affable smile skimming his features, "I'm merely warming up." His tone was gentle, laced with a veiled conviction that contrasted the volatile skies above. He tilted his head skyward, the electric tension of the charged clouds reflecting in his eyes, and with an almost ceremonial cadence, he inhaled deeply. A moment hung suspended in time, where the storm seemed to quell in deference to the breath held in his lungs. Then, a resonant shout spilled forth from his very core, powerful and incisive, Strun Bakuo. A raw, visceral power emanated from his being, reverberating through the electrified atmosphere. The shout, a call of primal, draconic might, wove into the already tempestuous sky, and something shifted fundamentally within the heavens. The lightnings, once a bright, vicious white, now became imbued with a myriad of colors, each bolt a brilliant tapestry of vibrant purples, searing blues, and vivid pinks. The altered energy within them was palpable, and even Kaguya's steely demeanor faltered minutely at the magnificent, yet foreboding spectacle unfolding above. Koushin's hands emanated an ethereal purple hue as he raised them high, the electricity dancing upon his fingers, seeming to hum and pulsate with life. With a deliberate motion, he waved his hands in a majestic arc, and as if he were painting on the vast canvas of the sky, the myriad-colored lightning bolts began to form distinct shapes, sketching out intricate characters that hovered high above for all to witness. "Koushin loves pumpkin." From the ground, Ino stared at the celestial message, her heart inexplicably warming, contrasting sharply with the tense cold of the impending conflict. However, a short, involuntary laugh escaped her lips as she took in the dorky yet endearing sentiment displayed. "Really, Koushin?" "Now," she mumbled, rolling her eyes with an amused huff. It was the quintessential Koushin move, breaking the tension with something unexpected and oddly sweet. Meanwhile, Kaguya, who had been scrutinizing Koushin's every action, felt an unexpected twinge, a sensation that she swiftly recognized as jealousy. She quickly diverted her gaze, only to catch Kakashi's eye. He waved at her, a bashful blush creeping across his face. For a fleeting moment, Kaguya's tough exterior faltered. Yet, realizing where her focus should be, she turned back towards the unfolding confrontation with renewed vigor. Koushin's playful demeanor abruptly dissipated as he refocused on Kaguya, his face devoid of its earlier joviality. The electric energies surrounding him started to shift in tandem with his mood. What was once a spectrum of vibrant colors became more sinister. The lightning, its luminous hue once reflecting the mirth in Koushin's heart, now took on a darker palette. The change wasn't a simple aesthetic shift, it echoed a change in energy, purpose, and intensity. The once colorful bolts now oozed an aura of pure power, their darker tones representing an increase in their charged state, poised and ready to unleash destruction. The looming meteor, a colossal fiery mass, punctured Koushin's storm clouds, creating a temporary fissure of illumination. The moment was ephemeral, as the thick cumulus quickly mended itself, shrouding the sky once again in its tempestuous embrace. Koushin raised his hand, positioning it sideways like a blade. The electric energy around him vibrated with anticipation, a reflection of the focused intensity in his very being. The sky, filled with its roiling storm clouds and the spectacular dance of electricity, went still for a moment that felt like an eternity. Then, with the swift and decisive movement of a maestro directing an orchestra, he swung his hand downward. The heavens responded in kind. Lightning, so thick and fast that it seemed to rend the very fabric of the sky, descended with a fury upon the approaching meteor. The sight was breathtaking. That single bolt of electricity, the handiwork of Koushin's command, collided with the gargantuan rock, transforming what once threatened devastation into a mesmerizing shower of glowing pebbles. The transformed meteor fragments rained down like shooting stars, painting the horizon with fleeting streaks of luminescence. As the remnants of the meteor showered the earth below, creating a spectacle that seemed more akin to a celebration of life rather than a battle's climax, Koushin's silhouette hovered against the stormy backdrop. His figure was poised, exuding an aura of calm dominance over the elements he'd just harnessed. Koushin descended slowly, meeting the ground with a soft thud. The residual sparks of energy around him fizzled out, yet the air remained charged, as if the world itself had taken a collective, anticipatory breath, awaiting his next move or word. Chapter 229, God of Sky. Koushin, his silhouette gentle against the chaotic background, turned to Kaguya, his eyes flickering not with arrogance, but a quiet, assured strength. That, Kaguya, was the first of 3 strikes that these clouds can deliver, he said, each word carrying a balanced weight. Each attack will surpass the last in power. Do you deem me worthy yet? Kaguya, her demeanor momentarily flickering in the face of his formidable display, steadied herself. Her eyes, reflective pools amidst the storm's fading echoes, locked onto his. Let's begin the real thing, she declared, propelling herself forward with an unexpected resolve. Koushin, maintaining his calm, willed the surrounding energy to entwine with him rather than launch outward. The lightnings, once fierce and erratic, began to twirl and intertwine, enrobing him with a tapestry of myriad colors and palpable power. Lightning Chakra Cloak Final Mode, God of Sky, he announced, his voice intertwining with the symphony of sizzling electric energies around him. His figure, once simple and unadorned, now stood amidst a dazzling cascade of electric power. Lightnings of every conceivable color and intensity began to envelop him, each tendril wrapping around his form, creating a pulsating, radiant cocoon of energy. Colors, royal blues, vivid purples, stark whites, and the occasional streak of angry red, wove around him, an eclectic but harmonious mixture that transformed him from a mere man into a celestial entity. His eyes, previously a gentle well of understanding, now surged with the very energies that enveloped him, casting an illuminative glow upon his features. His attire, initially ordinary, became accentuated by the lightning enveloping him. Each bolt, each spark that entwined with him seemed to enhance not just his power, but his very presence. His hair, once laid soft and placid against his scalp, now lifted and waved, caressed by the energies that enveloped him. Koushin's posture, always a reflection of his internal balance, remained unwavering even as the currents cascaded around him, an eternal calm amidst his own, self-imposed storm. He stood there, the embodiment of a playful yet formidable deity, surrounded by an aura of mesmerizing power yet grounded by a steady, serene gaze that promised not arrogance, but confidence. Kaguya, even amidst her charge, faltered slightly, her steps betraying a hesitation her eyes did not show. The man before her was no longer just a man, but a figure enshrouded with a divine spectacle that punctuated every syllable of his earlier declaration. Her eyes flickered, not with fear, but with an acknowledgement of the raw might she faced. Yet, the warrior within her spurred her onward. Her speed was remarkable, a rapid advance that sought to defy the chasm between her and her illuminated adversary. "It's time to end your pretty light show, Koushin," she spat, a blend of defiance and reluctant awe in her voice. The electric dynamism arcing around Koushin flared brilliantly, the vivid lightning defining him more celestial than mortal. It danced, every vibrant hue creating a spectacle that would send gods into envy. Kaguya, engulfed in a wind she conjured to hasten her advance, beheld the godly manifestation before her, yet her lips barely parted to express the awe that her eyes hinted at. "Flashy, Koushin," she murmured, as the soft zephyr at her back subtly mutated into a vortex of wind blades behind her, invisible yet as sharp as the most refined steel. Her advance was anything but straightforward, yet each step, twirl, and subtle change of direction masked her true intention, a spiral of wind, weaving a calculated dance of concealed blades around Koushin. Koushin's eyes, glittering with electrifying intensity, betrayed not a single flicker of concern. The subtle arch of his eyebrow, however, revealed an appreciation for her hidden craft. Elegantly devised, Kaguya, he commended, the electric tapestry around him pulsating rhythmically, each oscillation dispersing the camouflaged blades, bending them away with a force that respected her craft more than dismissed it. Yet Kaguya's assault was relentless, wind blades consistently reforming, testing Koushin's electrifying defense, seeking an opening with an eerily tranquil persistence. Her own form shifted, blurring with the velocity of her movement, an agile, formidable force steadfastly approaching him. Koushin, cocooned in his luminescent lightning armor, took a grounded stance as Kaguya approached. The atmosphere was charged, the only sound being the sizzling of Koushin's electric barrier. Kaguya, with a burst of speed, rushed towards Koushin, her fist cloaked in a gust of wind. But Koushin, with the fluidity of water, sidestepped and unleashed a lightning-imbued backhand. Kaguya, always adaptive, shifted her elemental affinity instantaneously, transforming the wind around her fist into a protective shield of rock. Koushin's lightning-infused hand collided with her earthen guard, causing a cascade of sparks and shattered stone. The sheer force propelled Kaguya backwards, her feet skidding against the ground. Yet, she immediately turned her skid into a pirouette, launching herself with a fiery kick aimed at Koushin's head. With an amused smirk, Koushin responded by raising his arm, allowing his lightning cloak to absorb the impact, steam hissing where fire met electricity. Kaguya pulled back, leaving a trail of flames as Koushin, taking advantage of her momentary recoil, darted forward with a lightning-fast jab. Kaguya, seamlessly transitioning elements again, summoned a barrier of water around her. Koushin's fist made contact, causing the water to sizzle and evaporate, the steam temporarily obscuring their vision. Capitalizing on this momentary blindness, Kaguya launched herself upwards, momentarily suspending herself midair with gusts of wind, before shooting down like a bullet, aiming to collide with Koushin. Koushin, sensing her intention, grounded himself, allowing his lightning cloak to form an electric dome around him. As Kaguya descended, she encased herself in a cocoon of ice. The collision between the ice and the electric dome was monumental, causing a shockwave that resonated throughout the vicinity. Emerging from the shattered remnants of her icy defense, Kaguya rushed Koushin, her arms enveloped in swirling winds. The two exchanged a flurry of punches and kicks, their elemental abilities clashing and intertwining in a mesmerizing display of power and skill. Koushin, never missing a beat, released bursts of lightning with every strike, trying to find an opening in Kaguya's ever-shifting elemental defenses. Every time he thought he had her cornered, Kaguya would change her element, keeping him on his toes. During one such exchange, as Kaguya's foot, wreathed in flames, swung towards Koushin, he expertly ducked and, with a mischievous grin, let out a small bolt of electricity, aiming not to harm, but to tease. Kaguya, slightly startled, took a step back, her flames doused momentarily. Snorting, Kaguya's form shifted, revealing the deadly spikes of the all-killing ash bones. Her other hand morphed, preparing to unleash the 80 Gods vacuum attack. Her intent was clear and deadly. Chapter 230, Gauntlet. Koushin, catching the shift in the air, immediately brought forth his black gauntlets. A simple defense against such advanced techniques? The audacity was evident, and Kaguya seemed to revel in the impending victory. The barest hint of a smirk graced her lips as she launched the ash bones. The expected devastation didn't come. When the bones met the gauntlets, there was a dull thud, the sound of impact, but no damage. Koushin stood there, perfectly protected, the bones unable to pierce through. Kaguya's smirk faded, replaced by a flicker of surprise. Without missing a beat, Koushin advanced, lightning crackling around him like a living entity. He swung his fist, the electricity amplifying its force, aiming squarely at Kaguya's midsection. With agility that betrayed her earlier surprise, Kaguya shifted to water, dispersing the brunt of the attack before solidifying into her earthly form and delivering a counter-punch. Koushin, prepared, blocked the punch with his gauntlet, and their battle took on brutal rhythm. Fist met palm, elbow clashed with knee, each strike emanating raw power. Kaguya's elemental shifts became fluid, almost like a dance. Earth to protect, fire to attack, water to evade, and wind to confuse. Koushin, sensing Kaguya preparing to unleash her full power, felt the urgency to activate the unique advantages of his gauntlet chakra skill tree. As she released a barrage of elemental attacks, his gauntlets glowed brighter, a radiant aura emerging as he channeled his chakra into them. Kaguya tried to shift the terrain beneath him with a fierce stomp, but Koushin responded in kind. He struck the ground with a powerful blow, reshaping the battlefield instantly. Hills rose from the flat terrain, and valleys carved themselves into the earth. The landscape transformed into a topographical wonder, putting them on uneven grounds. Koushin took a moment to steady himself, feeling the weight of his gauntlets as he prepared for Kaguya's next move. The battlefield was now a series of hills, valleys, and deep chasms. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the Bukijutsu, Gauntlet Chakra Nova, making his gauntlets radiate with a powerful aura. Kaguya lunged, sending a barrage of wind blades in his direction. But Koushin was ready. With a quick jab forward, he absorbed the chakra from the blades, his gauntlets glowing even brighter with the influx of power. Each strike from Kaguya was met with a parry, a block, or a clever redirection as Koushin channeled the power of his gauntlets. Suddenly, Kaguya shifted, her form blurring as she seemed to split into multiple versions of herself. Before Koushin could react, she had launched herself at him from all sides. Instinctively, he activated the gravitational manipulation skill, repelling the clones and drawing the real Kaguya towards him. She was quick, shifting her form to evade his attacks, but Koushin was quicker. He channeled his celestial comet perk, every punch leaving a fiery trail behind. One such punch found its mark, landing squarely on Kaguya's side, causing her to explode backward with the impact. The landscape shifted around them, a product of Koushin's terraform strike. The once flat battlefield now consisted of valleys, hills, and chasms. Koushin quickly adapted to the altered terrain, using the high grounds to his advantage and propelling himself forward with the aid of the gravitational manipulation. As he leaped, the gravity around his fists altered, attracting debris and repelling Kaguya's advances. From a distance, Kaguya launched a series of elemental attacks at Koushin. Drawing upon his Bukijutsu skill, Koushin's gauntlets radiated a glowing aura as he channeled the Chakra Nova. Every elemental attack aimed at him was absorbed, fueling the power of his gauntlets. Kaguya, not one to back down, continued her relentless assault, constantly changing her tactics. As the two clashed, the forces around them seemed to bend and warp. With every strike, Koushin's gauntlets emitted an echoing force, making Kaguya feel the damage with a slight delay and catching her off guard. This delay was a crucial advantage for Koushin, allowing him to anticipate her reactions and strategically plan his next move. Kaguya, realizing the immediate danger of being close to Koushin, decided to employ her dimensional rupture technique. Just as she was about to escape into another dimension, Koushin tapped into the same skill, temporarily opening rifts to the dimension Kaguya was aiming for. She barely had a moment to react before Koushin's fist came hurtling through the rift, channeling the celestial comet. His punch, trailing with fire, aimed directly at Kaguya. Kaguya, ever the adaptable fighter, quickly shifted her elemental affinity to water, lessening the impact of the fiery trail. However, Koushin's punch still landed with the force of a comet, propelling her backward. Regaining her footing, Kaguya sent a barrage of jutsus Koushin's way. Activating mirror reflection, Koushin's gauntlets replicated and redirected each jutsu back at Kaguya with enhanced power. A huge explosion erupted, obscuring the view temporarily. Taking advantage of the momentary blindness, Kaguya tried to trap Koushin into another dimension. But with the dimensional rupture skill, Koushin not only managed to escape the trap but redirected her own attacks back at her. Every muscle in Koushin's body tensed, signaling an unleashing of power that had been held in reserve. The ground beneath him shook, not from an external force, but from the sheer intensity of his chakra. The radiant blue cloak of lightning that enshrouded him became denser, its vibrancy transforming into an almost blinding luminescence. With a swift motion, Koushin unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts. Each bolt shot forward with unmatched precision, aimed at disrupting Kaguya's formation. She countered by bringing forth pillars of earth, but Koushin's bolt easily pierced through, turning the terrain into a field of smoldering rubble. As Kaguya prepared to hurl a volley of ash bones, Koushin swiftly condensed his chakra into his gauntlets. The Bukijutsu, Gauntlet Chakra Nova, glowed fiercely as he raced forward, dodging and deflecting each bone with a grace that belied the power he wielded. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Kaguya's elemental defenses, which once shifted fluidly, now merged into one powerful force. A gust of wind infused with fire hurtled towards Koushin. Reacting instantaneously, he activated the gravitational manipulation skill, warping the trajectory of the oncoming attack. Still, the edges of the fiery tempest licked at him, singing his sleeve. Chapter 231, I Killed Your Brother. Kaguya halted her movements, her piercing eyes fixated on Koushin. A momentary silence took over the battlefield. Impressive, she finally said, a slight smirk playing on her lips. How did you attain such power without consuming the chakra fruit? Koushin flashed a wry smile, letting out a soft chuckle. Let's just say I had a bit of assistance. But some secrets are meant to be kept, don't you think? Kaguya's eyes narrowed slightly but chose not to press further. Her attention diverted to the peripheries of their current battleground, where her clones were struggling against the onslaught of other formidable teams. A hint of concern flickered in her eyes. You've surrounded yourself with strong allies, she remarked. But what if they were to wage a war? Still exuding an air of confidence, Koushin's eyes twinkled mischievously. I've got an army, he began, pausing for dramatic effect, and the Hulk. Kaguya tilted her head cutely, an expression incongruent with the ferocity of their prior exchange. Hulk? A faint smirk played on Koushin's lips. Instead of responding verbally, he dramatically slapped the ground with an open palm. From the impact point, the earth tremored and cracked, giving way to an enormous form that began to rise. It was a flesh Atronach, an entity both grotesque and awe-inspiring. Towering over the combatants, it stood as high as a 4-story building, its bulk a testament to the thousands of corpses that fed its creation. Its skin appeared to be a patchwork of mottled, rotting flesh in various shades of decay, pulled tight over thick, sinewy muscles. The cadaverous giant sported multiple mismatched limbs, arms and legs of different sizes fused haphazardly to its torso. Its head was an amalgamation of faces, some human, others not, that melded together in a nightmarish visage. Yet, among the distorted features, 2 burning eyes stood out, gleaming with a malevolent intelligence. The appearance of the Atronach sent a palpable wave of discomfort through the field, but Kaguya, while taken aback, didn't falter in her stance. Koushin, always one to relish a grand entrance, glanced over at her, the grin never leaving his face. Meet my friend. Not exactly the Hulk, but close enough to make a point, he quipped, the whimsy in his voice juxtaposed against the horrifying sight of the Atronach. Koushin's memory raced back to the days of the Oblivion Wars. The numerous corpses left in its aftermath had been given a new purpose under his command. Rather than allow them to go to waste, he had molded them into the very behemoth that now stood beside him. To the untrained eye, the flesh Atronach was simply an abomination of the fallen, but Koushin saw potential in its raw power and imposing presence. Not to mention, it made quite an impression. Feeling the weight of Kaguya's gaze on him, he smirked. He had known she wouldn't be swayed by sheer size alone, though it was certainly an impressive spectacle. Her power was rooted in a deep understanding of chakra and its endless possibilities, but he also knew that beneath that calm exterior was a strategist constantly assessing her surroundings and the threats they posed. Casting a sidelong glance at the Atronach, Koushin called out, "Fleshy." His voice had an amused lilt, but it was underlined with a clear, commanding tone. The flesh Atronach's monstrous visage twisted slightly, the multiple faces almost forming a semblance of focus. "Punch," Koushin commanded simply. With a deafening roar, the Atronach obeyed. One of its enormous fists was raised high above its head, casting a looming shadow on the battlefield. And then, with breathtaking speed, it slammed down with all its might. The impact was cataclysmic. The ground buckled and shifted dramatically, sending shockwaves in all directions. It was as though the very foundation of the continent was being tested. Cracks splintered outward, creating chasms that swallowed anything unfortunate enough to be in their path. The wind from the impact sent Kaguya's hair flying, but her stance remained firm, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Koushin. The debris kicked up by the Atronach's strike settled, but the charged tension between the two combatants remained. Koushin stepped forward, allowing himself a brief chuckle. "Hope you don't mind a little tremor," he quipped, raising an eyebrow teasingly. "But sometimes, a demonstration is in order." Kaguya's gaze sharpened. "A monster molded from the dead," she observed coolly. "Interesting choice." Koushin chuckled, warmth evident in his tone. "Well, Kaguya-chan, you've witnessed firsthand what we bring to the table. So, what say you?" For a brief moment, there was silence. Kaguya seemed to contemplate, her eyes drifting over the formidable shinobi gathered around Koushin. Then, nodding slowly, she replied, "I accept your terms. I'll reside in the lands you allocate, and there will be peace between us." The tension in the air eased almost instantly. Koushin's light-hearted demeanor restored, he said, "Fantastic. That wasn't so hard now, was it?" As he spoke, Kaguya's clones, who had been spread across the battlefield, disappeared into thin air. Simultaneously, the shinobi, some visibly exhausted from the intense battle, began to regroup near Koushin. Among them, Ino intertwining her fingers with his. Others approached too, drawing Koushin's attention. Shikamaru and Temari stepped forward side by side, with Kakashi and Shin trailing not too far behind. Yuyu, with Sai, was followed closely by the insect master, Shino. Choji ambled forward, noticeably winded, while the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, moved with the grace that belied her years. The Kage, Raza, Onoki, and Meitarumi stood in a loose formation, each displaying various levels of fatigue. Tobirama stood near Mei. Hashirama and Madara stood close. Naruto, his face showing a mix of exhaustion and relief, stepped forward next to Koushin. "So, is it over?" Koushin offered a nod, the weight of the situation evident in his eyes. "Well, only one thing left." He cast a significant glance at Itachi, who stood apart, a mere shadow of his former self. The power of the 10 tails that had once resided within him had been drained away, leaving him visibly weakened. Koushin's gaze then shifted to Kaguya. "Kaguya-chan, I'll deal with Itachi. You handle your own son." Without a word, Kaguya willed it, and Black Zetsu began to melt away, his form disintegrating into the earth from which he came. Koushin began to approach Itachi, each step deliberate. The once formidable Uchiha was now feeble, his Sharingan unable to offer any protection against Koushin's might. As he drew closer, the once piercing eyes of Itachi now showed a hint of resignation. Naruto whispered to Hinata, who stood beside him, "I can't believe he's going to do it." She nodded in agreement, gripping his hand for comfort. Shikamaru observed the scene pensively. Temari, sensing his unease, whispered, "It has to be done." Shikamaru merely sighed, running a hand through his ponytail. As Koushin drew nearer to Itachi, the electric tension in the air was palpable. Everyone waited with bated breath, unsure of what was to come. Koushin's measured strides conveyed his control over the situation. He approached Itachi, who seemed a mere wisp of the Uchiha prodigy he once was. Without the 10 tails' power, the once feared shinobi was defenseless and trapped in his own frailty. Coming up to Itachi, Koushin crouched beside him, his back shielding the two of them from the prying eyes of the others. He leaned in, his voice barely more than a whisper, cold and deliberate. "I killed Sasuke. Took those precious eyes of his, too. They're mine now." Itachi's eyes expanded with shock. The sheer weight of the revelation momentarily bringing back a fire that had been extinguished. His face twisted in pain and rage, an instinctual need to lash out and protect what was left of his legacy. But his body betrayed him. He was paralyzed, incapable of movement, a puppet with its strings severed. No one, aside from Koushin, had heard the whispered confession. But the contorted anguish on Itachi's face spoke volumes, raising questions in the minds of onlookers. Naruto exchanged a confused glance with Hinata, both unsure of what had transpired between Koushin and Itachi. Shikamaru's eyes squinted slightly, always the strategist, trying to deduce what could have caused such a reaction. In the next second, Koushin's hand delved into his inventory, drawing forth a blade that glistened malevolently. "This blade," Koushin murmured, its cold, sharp edge hovering near Itachi's chest, "was what I used on Sasuke. It traps souls." The revelation was a cruel twist of the knife even before the blade found its mark. Itachi's face contorted further, trapped between anguish and rage, but Koushin's grip on him was unyielding. Without another word, he drove the blade into Itachi's heart. As he did, he leaned in, whispering with a hint of bitterness, "So long, Itachi. You were always a fool, and now you died like one." As the blade was pulled free, Itachi's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, the last vestiges of the Ten Tails' power fading away like wisps of smoke. The entire battlefield had been holding its collective breath. Even without knowing the exact words exchanged, the tension was palpable. A stunned silence reigned. Walking back to the center of the battlefield, Koushin's heavy boots left a distinct mark on the ashen ground. Ino's gaze met his, and without a word, she moved towards him, her face mirroring the exhaustion and the weight of the day's battle. He wrapped his arms around her, and she leaned into his embrace, her fingers tracing the singed edge of his sleeve. The other shinobi, scattered and in various stages of exhaustion, watched the exchange in silent respect. Some bore the marks of intense fighting, others looked dazed, still processing the monumental event that had just unfolded. Chapter 232, End of the War. At the aftermath of the Fourth Shinobi War, the battlefield still bore signs of the intense conflict it had witnessed. Worn out from the fight, but relieved that it had ended in victory, the 5 villages' shinobi began to regroup. Koushin, his blonde hair sticking to his forehead, wiped away the sweat and approached Naruto and Hinata. Ino was his side, holding his hand. "So," Koushin began, a teasing lilt to his voice as he approached Naruto, "did you ever think you'd be on the same side as Madara and Hashirama in a fight?" Naruto grinned. "Honestly? No. But then again, I never thought I'd see the day Kaguya would be convinced by words rather than fists." Hinata smiled, squeezing Naruto's hand gently. It was all because of Koushin's persuasiveness. "You have a way with words, Koushin." Koushin shrugged, his eyes crinkling in amusement. "I just told her a couple of jokes, and she decided peace was better than dealing with my humor." Koushin watched with a half-amused expression as Kakashi awkwardly followed Kaguya. It was like watching a moth drawn to a flame. Kaguya's majestic presence was in stark contrast to Kakashi, who, despite being a formidable ninja in his own right, now seemed like an infatuated schoolboy. Catching Koushin's gaze, Kakashi grumbled defensively, "Don't even say it." "Oh, come on," Koushin smirked, "you're making it too easy. But don't worry, I won't tease you in front of your new waifu." Kakashi's eye twitched, "Just watch your words, Koushin." Across the field, Tsunade waved Koushin over. With a last sly smile at Kakashi, he jogged over to her, dragging Ino with him. Naruto and Hinata, holding hands, stood beside Tsunade. Shikamaru and Temari were in quiet discussion a few feet away. Choji was indulging in a quick snack, while Shin calmly conversed with Yu. Onoki, and Raza formed a group, their eyes scanning the horizon. Tobirama was talking to Mei, while Hashirama and Madara stood slightly apart, their ancient enmity now turned to friendship. They would now return to the HQ. Koushin, catching Naruto's eye, nodded in agreement. The two would teleport everyone, but there was a sense of unease, and the weight of the war still clung to everyone. "Ready, Naruto?" Koushin asked, his voice lighter than the atmosphere around them. Naruto grinned, "Always. Just hope you don't mess this up." Hinata smiled, gently nudging Naruto. "Trust him," she said softly. Shikamaru glanced over at them, a hint of his typical lazy expression crossing his face. "We don't have all day, you know." Temari rolled her eyes. "Calm down, Shika. You're as impatient as a child." Before the group could continue their banter, a gust of wind signaled their sudden arrival at the headquarters. The relief of having returned to familiar ground was short-lived. The shinobi had barely settled into the familiarity of the headquarters when Shikaku Nara, a tall man with a mane of wild hair, strode forward. The shadows beneath his eyes indicated fatigue, but there was a sharpness to his gaze that demanded attention. He was flanked by Inoichi Yamanaka and Mabui. Inoichi's gaze immediately sought out his daughter, Ino. Spotting her, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, he approached her and gave her a brief, affectionate hug before turning back to the assembled group. Koushin caught the older Yamanaka's grateful nod and responded with a small, understanding smile. The fleeting moment of warmth between the two was broken by the tension emanating from Shikaku. Taking a deep breath, Shikaku began, "There's been a development." Koushin shifted, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could feel the weight in Shikaku's words even before the full story had been told. While we were preoccupied on the battlefield, Shikaku continued, Orochimaru made his move. All the daimyos, every single one, from every nation, including their families, have been killed. For a moment, the room was silent, every shinobi present absorbing the gravity of what had been said. Tsunade's face turned ashen, while Raza's eyes darkened. The daimyos represented the very fabric of their nations, and their loss was a direct strike at the heart of each village. Kakashi looked around the room. How did Orochimaru manage to pull this off without any of our guards raising an alarm? Shikaku shook his head. The guards are unharmed. He must have used a technique that bypassed them entirely. We're still piecing everything together. I looked at Tsunade. This is a major political crisis. Without the daimyos, the power structure of each nation is destabilized. Tsunade nodded gravely. And it's not just about politics. It's a symbol. Orochimaru has shown that he can hit us where it hurts most. At this moment, Kaguya, who had been silently observing, spoke up. What are daimyos? She inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in her voice. The question caught the attention of many in the room, their heads turning to face her. It was Koushin who stepped forward and he addressed her serious inquiry. Daimyos, Kaguya, are the feudal lords of our nations, Koushin began, the words measured, the tone calculated. They're not shinobi like us, but they hold significant political power. They're the ones who decide the rules, set the budgets, and, in many ways, hold the reins to our villages. Hinata added gently, her voice soft but clear, they are the ones who provide us with missions and support our livelihoods. Koushin nodded in agreement. Yes, but more than that, the daimyos represent a power dynamic. While we shinobi are out here, battling and spilling blood for our villages, it's the daimyos who often reap the benefits from the shadows, unscathed and protected. Shino, ever the observer, noted, it's a balance, but not always a fair one. Koushin caught Kaguya's eye, a glint of mischief returning to his gaze, albeit subtly. While we're putting our lives on the line, they're comfortably sitting in their palaces, making decisions that affect all of us. Funny how that works, right? Kaguya frowned, taking a moment to absorb the information. So, you're saying that while you fight, they dictate? Koushin leaned in, his voice just a touch more hushed, as if sharing a secret. In so many words, yes. They live in luxury, while many of us risk everything. And now, with them gone, there's a void, a power vacuum that threatens the very fabric of our society. Naruto, ever the mediator, tried to smooth things over. It's a system we've inherited. It has its flaws, but it's worked for a long time. However, now, with Orochimaru's move, everything is at stake. Kaguya tilted her head, genuine confusion clouding her ancient eyes. That is stupid. Why would you give so much power to regular people? Koushin couldn't help the slight upward twitch of his lips, though he suppressed the smirk from fully forming. A question many of us have asked ourselves, Kaguya, he replied, locking eyes with her. His tone was gentle, but the implication was heavy. Shikamaru, ever observant, leaned back and squinted at Koushin, trying to decipher his intentions. He caught Koushin's eye and murmured, "What's your play here?" Koushin glanced at him, then back to Kaguya. Sometimes, you need an outsider's perspective to see the flaws in your own system. Hinata looked around, sensing the shift in the room. It's true, she admitted softly. We've always just accepted things as they were. Maybe it's time we question them. Shino adjusted his glasses. Systems are a reflection of their society. They evolve, adapt, and change. Yu frowned, clearly trying to piece together the implications of what had been shared. But why did we entrust so much to the daimyos? Kakashi, scratching his head, chimed in, perhaps it was easier? Having a system where the responsibilities were divided? Or maybe, it's just how history played out. Hashirama, who had been silent, nodded slowly. In the old days, the daimyos provided the resources, and we provided the protection. It was a partnership of necessity. Madara scoffed. A partnership where one side reaps the rewards while the other spills blood. Raza cleared his throat. It's not that simple. The daimyos were needed for stability. They represented unity and order. Koushin grinned, or so we were led to believe. Yet, here we are, faced with chaos after their removal. How stable was our system, truly? Onoki rubbed his chin thoughtfully. We had our disputes with the daimyos, but the villages needed their resources. Meitarumi glanced at Tobirama, who seemed deep in thought. Tobi, any thoughts on this? Tobirama shook his head. The balance was delicate. Perhaps too delicate. Koushin, seeing the diverse responses and growing tension in the room, rose to his feet, catching everyone's attention. His normally jovial demeanor was temporarily replaced by a sense of assertiveness that commanded the space. All right, folks, he began, sweeping a gaze across the assembled shinobi, let's take a step back and really think about what we're discussing here. These resources, these lands, who do they truly belong to? The daimyos? He paused for emphasis, his voice dripping with irony. Were they the ones tilling the fields? Were they the ones working the mines or fishing the seas? Naruto frowned, catching the drift of Koushin's argument. No, it's the people. Koushin nodded, exactly. It's the people's land. It's the people's resources. And we, the shinobi, protect these people. So, why were we always jumping through hoops for those fat bastards who happened to draw some lines on a map? Ino, understanding the direction her boyfriend was taking, interjected, so, you're saying that the balance of power was skewed? Koushin smirked, you could say that. Our entire world has been dictated by a few individuals who claimed ownership over vast territories. Territories that they didn't cultivate, didn't defend, and honestly, didn't really care for. Choji shifted uncomfortably, but they did provide for the villages. We got missions because of them. Shikamaru quirked an eyebrow, looking contemplative. Missions that often benefited their political agendas. Koushin pointed a playful finger at Shikamaru, bingo. While we were out here, facing death and whatnot, they were safely ensconced in their palaces, dictating terms. Terms that, if I might add, often made them richer and more powerful. Meitarumi crossed her arms, but without a centralized power, won't there be chaos? Koushin leaned forward, see, that's the narrative we've been fed. But the reality? These daimyos created a system where the power and wealth were concentrated in their hands, while the majority toiled away. A raised a hand. So, what's the alternative? Koushin looked around. We build a new system. One that truly represents the will of the people. Not just the few who call dibs on some random piece of land. Tsunade frowned. That's a huge undertaking. Changing the very foundation of our society. Koushin's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Well, considering we've just dealt with gods and ancient beings, I think we're up for the challenge, don't you? Hashirama chuckled. You have a point. Madara grunted in agreement. If anyone can do it, it's this group. Shikaku furrowed his brows, stepping closer to the center of the gathered shinobi. Are you suggesting that we hand over the power of decision-making to the general populace? Allow them to elect their leaders? His voice carried a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Koushin met his gaze with a glint in his eye. Shikaku was essentially touching upon the core concept of democracy. While democracy sounded appealing in theory, its practical application often proved challenging. Yes and no, Koushin replied. Others were confused, but Koushin asserted, you see, people are stupid. Very easy to sway, very easy to trick. Giving power to normal people would lead to dictatorship. That is something we want to avoid. Many of the shinobi exchanged glances, not sure where Koushin was leading them. In the shadows, Kaguya watched, her ancient eyes fixed on the boisterous blonde. But, Koushin continued, we can form a system based on strength and honor. Strength is a must, as I just said, those fat bastards did nothing, yet reaped all the benefits. A leader must have strength to rule people, honor so no bad strong people can rise in political power. Ino raised an eyebrow, her arm still linked with Koushin's. Are you suggesting a meritocracy? Koushin nodded, exactly. A system where those who have the power also have the responsibility. One where decisions are made by those who have the strength to enforce them, but also the honor to make them for the right reasons. Shikamaru, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, commented, it's not a bad idea, but it's also not foolproof. Power can corrupt. Koushin waved a dismissive hand, that's where the honor comes in, genius. Those without honor would be weeded out. Tsunade interjected, so, how would this work practically? Would there be some sort of test for strength and honor? Koushin snorted, drawing the attention of everyone in the room back to him. Tests? Nah. Tests are just an idiot's way of feeling smart. You can game a test, cheat your way through, or fake whatever quality it's supposedly measuring. Life, on the other hand? That's a different beast entirely. Ino, her blue eyes searching Koushin's face, leaned in closer, so, you're saying we live our lives as the test? Koushin smirked, his fingers brushing against Ino's cheek affectionately, spot on. You see, life doesn't let you off the hook after a 2-hour paper. People will see you, day in and day out. Every decision, every mistake, every fat-headed blunder you make will be out there for everyone to judge. Choji, munching on a chip, couldn't help but interject, hey, what's wrong with being fat-headed? Koushin chuckled, nothing, if you're using that fat head of yours right. Sai, with his usual blank expression, pointed out, but people are good at hiding their intentions. Someone might appear honorable on the surface but have ulterior motives. You've got a point, Koushin admitted, but here's the beauty of it. In a world where you're constantly watched and judged by your actions, hiding becomes a lot tougher. The stronger you are, the more eyeballs you've got on you, and the more you've got to lose. Slip-ups become more costly. Idiots who think they can fake honor or strength? They'll get exposed. And fast. Hashirama, leaning forward with interest, asked, and who will judge this honor? The public? Exactly. Koushin exclaimed, who better to judge than those who see you in action? They'll be the ones affected by the decisions, after all. Naruto, his blue eyes thoughtful, voiced the concern likely on many minds, but Koushin, public opinion can be swayed. What's stopping someone from manipulating it? Koushin's gaze met Naruto's squarely. You think I haven't thought of that, Whiskerface? Here's the deal. When leaders are open and their actions are transparent, manipulation becomes tougher. Plus, with multiple powerful figures around, one trying to pull a fast one would be kept in check by the others. Madara leaned against the wall, his arms crossed, and if two or more join forces? Koushin grinned, then others join forces against them. It's a balance. The strongest would always want to maintain their positions, and those with honor won't let the manipulators rise. Oanoki stroked his beard thoughtfully. It's a dynamic equilibrium of power and honor, then? That's one way to put it, Koushin said, nodding. Yu looked skeptical. But how do we start such a system? Do we just throw out the current one? We evolve it, Koushin replied. Shift the focus. Make sure those in power are not just figureheads or fat bastards who do nothing. They should be the ones capable of making decisions, with the strength to enforce them, and the honor to ensure they're just. Shino adjusted his glasses, his voice quiet but clear. It's an interesting concept. But will it work in reality? Tsunade, her gaze intense, asked, and how do we ensure that this doesn't turn into a constant power struggle? Where the focus becomes more about retaining power and less about the good of the people? Koushin smirked and pointed a thumb at himself. That's where I come in. His voice was steady, an edge of amusement lingering. If things start to go haywire, who better than yours truly to set them straight? Sai raised an eyebrow. You alone plan to oversee this whole system? For how long? Koushin chuckled, looking down at Ino, who was standing beside him. He took her hand, giving it a playful squeeze. Well, there's always the option of producing a few heirs to take up the mantle, right? His teasing tone was evident. Ino's face turned a vivid shade of red, and she shot Koushin a glare, pinching his palm discreetly, a playful warning in her eyes. The room echoed with suppressed laughter and knowing smiles. What if your children turn evil? Madara asked, a mischievous gleam in his eyes as he relished the thought. The room seemed to shift, tension palpable as all eyes were drawn to Koushin. Koushin met Madara's probing gaze without flinching. His voice was confident, tinged with humor as he replied, they won't. Why? Because their mother is an angel. Ino smirked, playfully rolling her eyes, though her cheeks held a hint of pink. You're walking a thin line, Blondie, she retorted. Kakashi, ever the observer, rested his chin on his hand, his normal eyes calculating. That's quite a gamble, entrusting the fate of such a system to your offspring. It's not a gamble if you know the outcome, Koushin countered, still maintaining that signature smirk. Temari, arms folded, raised a brow. So, you're saying your children would be predestined for greatness? That's a heavy burden. Koushin's smirk transformed into a more genuine smile. It's not about destiny, Temari. It's about upbringing, and I trust Ino and myself to raise children who know the value of strength, honor, and a good joke. Tsunade chuckled. Oh, I can already imagine the little Koushins running around, causing chaos. Koushin responded with a hearty laugh. Exactly. A little chaos to keep things interesting. Koushin's jovial demeanor shifted subtly, the glint in his eye growing earnest as the room's energy changed. Seriously though, we are still young and have time to see if this system works or not. Let's give it a little time. Naruto, ever the optimist, nodded. You have a point, Koushin. It's worth a shot. And if there's one thing we've learned from the war, it's that the old system had its flaws. Hinata, her soft voice bringing a calming presence, added, change is inevitable, but we should approach it with caution and wisdom. Every decision we make affects the future of our village and our people. Koushin smirked, look at you two, all grown up and wise. Feels like just yesterday I was watching Naruto choke on ramen and Hinata fainting every 2 seconds. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly, while Hinata blushed. Koushin, some things never change. Temari chimed in, her tone firm, while the idea is interesting, we need to be practical. Just tossing around ideas won't do. We need a solid plan. Shikamaru, ever the strategist, leaned forward, agreed. Koushin, you've sparked an idea. But now we need a tangible structure, some checks and balances to ensure this doesn't turn chaotic. Koushin chuckled, shifting his weight as he addressed the room. Of course not. Let's consider our leaders. We already have a Kage system in place. These Kages aren't chosen by luck, they're usually the strongest and most famous. So that covers 1.5 of the criteria I suggested. Shin, tilting his head slightly, asked, half? Koushin pointedly nodded, exactly. Fame isn't the same as honor. You can spin tales, conjure myths, and create fame. But honor? That's intrinsic. That's why I'm hesitant about letting ordinary folk dictate the selection of world leaders. Instead, we'll introduce a status system. Shikaku, the cogs in his mind visibly turning, caught on quickly. So, are you saying ranks will have more influence? Nodding in affirmation, Koushin said, precisely. Shikaku then pushed further, but wouldn't this incite discontent among the non-shinobi population? Koushin couldn't suppress a smirk. Of course, it would. Hence, we'll have an academic system that runs parallel to the shinobi one. The better educated an individual is, the more weight their opinions carry. Understanding dawned on many faces in the room. Shikamaru, with his typical lazy but astute tone, summed it up, so, the more they invest in their education, the less likely they are to be easily swayed. Clever. Kakashi, having been quiet for a while, commented, so, a double-tier system. One for the shinobi based on rank, and one for civilians based on academic prowess? That's the gist of it, Koushin confirmed, his smile ever present but eyes sharp. Onoki stroked his beard, looking thoughtful. It's innovative, I'll give you that. But, it can be a logistical nightmare. The Raikage, grunted, true. How do we decide who gets what rank? And how do we prevent favoritism? Meitarumi leaned forward, eyes fixed on Koushin. It has the potential to be a system where connections might matter more than actual ability. Tobarama, who was seated next to her, nodded in agreement, and we can't have the academical system be one where wealth determines education. That would defeat the purpose. Koushin held up a hand, signaling for calm. I appreciate the enthusiasm, everyone. Remember, this isn't a ready-made solution. It's a blueprint, a starting point. We'll need to iron out the kinks. Naruto, ever the voice of hope, spoke up, Koushin, you always had a knack for coming up with out-of-the-box ideas. This one's no different. It's worth discussing further. Koushin suddenly flared his chakra, causing the air in the room to thicken with tension. Every shinobi instinctively stiffened, bracing for a potential confrontation. The palpable power emanating from him left no room for doubts about his capabilities. However, his voice remained calm and even. While we're deep into this discussion, Koushin began, I've got another little tidbit to throw into the mix. He paused, ensuring he had everyone's undivided attention. Effective immediately, I'm eradicating the boundaries, the village systems, the nations. Everything. There was an audible gasp from the assembly, a mix of disbelief and concern. Koushin didn't let the murmurs fester for long. The world isn't a chessboard. It belongs to its people. Not just to shinobi, or rulers, or you, or me, Koushin explained. Instead, we'll have regions under the charge of Kages. These Kages will manage the shinobi affairs and maintain peace. Shikamaru exchanged a look with Temari, his mind already calculating the implications of such a move. But, there's more, Koushin continued. Running in parallel with our Kages, we'll have a ruling council. They won't possess political clout in the typical sense, but they'll play a vital role in overseeing decisions made by our Kages, ensuring that they don't undermine the system we're building. Koushin's smirk made a brief reappearance. Alongside these two councils, we'll establish a non-shinobi council composed of the finest academic minds. They'll advise on matters outside the expertise of shinobi, like technology, agriculture, and more. We may be skilled in combat, but there's a vast world beyond battles and jutsu. Raza interjected, "It's a significant overhaul. How do you plan to ensure these councils work in harmony and not against one another?" "The balance," Koushin replied promptly, "is built into the system. Each council checks the other, ensuring that no single entity gains too much power. Think of it as a well-tuned trinity. They keep each other in line." Tobarama, always the pragmatist, raised an eyebrow. "And who will be part of this all-important ruling council?" Koushin gestured towards the shadows, where Kaguya had been silently observing the proceedings. "For starters, Kaguya and yours truly." There was a brief silence, the weight of Koushin's words settling in. The names he had just dropped were not minor players, they were heavyweights in the shinobi world. "Any objection?" Koushin's question, though framed casually, was a clear challenge. The room remained silent. Not out of fear, but more from a collective processing of the audacity and potential of Koushin's proposal. "Good," Koushin said, breaking the silence, his smirk returning but his eyes remained serious. "It's a new era, folks. A world where we put an end to petty squabbles over territory and focus on genuine growth, development, and peace." Koushin scanned the room, his sharp gaze lingering on each person as if reading their reactions and calculating their thoughts. He had the air of someone used to being in command, but there was an irreverent glint in his eyes that betrayed his light-hearted nature. "Now that we've got the groundwork laid out," Koushin started, sweeping his gaze across the room once more, "I have another piece of business to address." He paused, leaning slightly forward. "I propose we give the old Uzumaki land to Kaguya." A few shinobi exchanged puzzled glances. It was Naruto, Lady Tsunade, and Karen who had the most stake in this. But with Karen absent, the room turned its attention to the remaining two. In this matter, only Naruto, Lady Tsunade, and Karen will have a say. Since Karen isn't here, we can check with her later. Koushin elaborated, nodding slightly towards Naruto and Tsunade. Naruto shifted uncomfortably in his seat, exchanging a brief glance with Hinata, who gave him an encouraging squeeze on his hand. Lady Tsunade, on the other hand, looked thoughtful. "Why Uzumaki land?" Naruto finally broke the silence, his blue eyes searching Koushin's face. Koushin leaned back, his smirk evident but not mocking. "Well, why not? Keeping a dead land dead doesn't benefit anyone. We're in a time of change, after all. Why not start with reviving old territories? Kaguya is more than capable." Naruto pursed his lips, pondering. "I trust Kaguya, but I need to know her intentions." Lady Tsunade, her eyes thoughtful, added, "It's not about the past anymore, Naruto. It's about the future. Kaguya has shown change, and perhaps this land can be a symbol of that." The duo nodded, understanding the weight of Koushin's proposal. "All right, we can discuss further. Now, let's go and rest." "We've all earned it," Koushin declared, standing up. His statement was met with relief from many in the room. The tension from earlier discussions had been palpable, and everyone was in need of a break to process the new world Koushin envisioned. Ino, who had been silent throughout, rose and wrapped an arm around Koushin's waist. She knew him well enough to realize the serious undertone beneath his light-hearted demeanor. "Someone's in a mood for change," Ino teased lightly, seeking to break the heavier mood in the room. Koushin laughed, wrapping an arm around her. "Oh, just the usual, trying to change the world and all." "What did you do today?" She smiled and rolled her eyes. "Oh, just attended a world-altering meeting with my boyfriend." The room's atmosphere lightened slightly as others began to stand, stretch, and chat among themselves. A year later in the heart of Konoha. The once serene and traditionally built Konoha was buzzing with an entirely different energy. Buildings had been remodeled, modernized but keeping some traditional aspects to keep Konoha's essence alive. The infrastructural growth, however, was the least of the changes. The village was abuzz with technological advancements and knowledge centers where shinobi and non-shinobi worked together, merging their unique skill sets to bring forth new ideas. Yet, the most noticeable change was the evident absence of the village walls that had once separated Konoha from the outside world. Now, a technologically advanced perimeter was in place, more for the sake of marking territory than defense. The transformation Koushin had envisioned was evident in every corner of Konoha, but the amalgamation of old values with new ideas was clear. No one could deny the feeling of progress, unity, and the ushering in of a new age. But that day, the streets of Konoha were filled with confusion and panic. "What's going on?" Choji panted as he ran to join Shin and Yu. "I heard there's an emergency assembly?" Shin nodded gravely. "It's serious. Something's amiss." Civilians dashed towards the bunkers, their faces etched with worry. The central plaza of Konoha had become a gathering point for the shinobi. The sky above was a turbulent swirl of foreboding dark clouds, churning and roiling as if the very heavens were angry. It seemed as though the end of the world was looming. Tsunade, the Hokage, stood with a rigid posture. Naruto, the hero of the war, was by her side with Hinata, both of them sharing an anxious glance. Ino, her eyes darting around the scene, was flanked by Ima and Inoichi, her parents. Other familiar faces, like Shikamaru, Temari, Shin, Sai, Yu, Shino, Choji, Hashirama, and Madara gathered around, their expressions a collective portrait of tension. As if on cue, a shimmering portal materialized. Kaguya, graceful yet commanding, stepped out. Beside her was Kakashi. Without a word, Kaguya waved her hand, and 4 additional portals appeared. From them emerged Mei, hand in hand with Tobirama, alongside B, Onoki with Kuratsuchi, and finally, Raza flanked by a pardoned Gaara and Temari. All of their eyes were riveted upwards, expressions shifting from shock to concern. Naruto scanned the faces around him. "Where's Koushin?" he called out to Ino. She shook her head, her voice quivering just a touch. "I haven't seen him." Kakashi, taking a deep breath, broke the silence. "It's starting." Shino adjusted his sunglasses, a deep frown evident. "But what is it?" The murmur of voices swelled as theories and questions darted back and forth. Among the whispers, Shikamaru's calm but deeply concerned voice rose. This isn't any ordinary storm. This is chakra-infused." Temari's fan was tightly gripped in her hand. "But whose chakra?" "It's immense." Choji swallowed hard. "Do you think it's—" Madara, cutting him off, voiced what many were thinking: Koushin. Just as the murmurs were reaching their peak, the sky suddenly erupted. Lightnings of every imaginable hue, crimson, emerald, gold, and azure, zigzagged across the vast canvas overhead. The spectacle was paradoxical, terrifying in its raw power but stunningly beautiful in its array. As if orchestrated, a particularly vibrant purple lightning streaked downwards, striking the ground before the assembled group with a deafening boom. The shinobi, seasoned warriors that they were, still reflexively shielded their eyes, with some taking instinctive steps back from the blinding flash. As the bright afterimage faded from their retinas and they opened their eyes, a familiar figure stood where the lightning had struck. Koushin, in a flawlessly tailored dark robe that highlighted his svelte form, stood poised before them. His blonde hair, a shade reminiscent of golden wheat, flowed smoothly back, revealing a chiseled face with sharp features. But it was his eyes that captured most attention. Violet in hue, they were deep, almost inscrutable, but had a glimmer that bespoke intelligence and mischief. Yet, currently, those eyes were serene. He smiled, not the typical smirk that often danced on his lips, but a genuine smile, albeit with a hint of amusement. Naruto was the first to break the silence, his voice a mix of relief and trepidation. "Koushin. What's going on?" Koushin, still emitting the same aura of calm despite the chaotic events around him, walked towards Ino. The churning skies overhead were as turbulent as the emotions that welled up within the shinobi present. Each step he took seemed deliberate and yet full of grace. As he reached her, he gently took her hand into his, cradling it as if it were the most precious thing in the world. Ino's aqua-colored eyes, so full of emotion, met Koushin's deep violet ones. For a moment, the two were caught in their own little world, seemingly oblivious to the audience of seasoned warriors around them. Then, as if orchestrated by some divine intervention, the erratic lightning in the sky began to dance in an organized manner. The streaks of luminous energy weaved and morphed, forming legible letters. Suspended above them in the night sky, a message spelled out, "Ino, will you marry me?" Simultaneously, with a tenderness that seemed to soften even the tumultuous backdrop, Koushin began to speak. His voice was gentle yet confident. "Since I first saw you, I was captivated by your beauty and grace. And from the moment you trusted me enough to take your hand, I couldn't fathom a day without it. Ino Yamanaka, will you marry me?" As the monumental words hung in the sky and the last syllable faded from Koushin's lips, the atmosphere in Konoha's plaza shifted from one of impending doom to sheer disbelief. The powerful display of chakra, the anxiety-inducing storm, all for a proposal? Ino's eyes welled up with tears as she processed Koushin's grand gesture. "Really? All of this, for me?" Koushin chuckled, nodding. "Who else? It's not every day I attempt to shake the heavens and rewrite the stars." Shikamaru, leaning towards Temari, muttered, "This is troublesome." "I mean, I was just thinking of a simple dinner." Temari nudged him, whispering, "Oh, trust me, you have to do much better now." Madara, eyebrows raised, commented dryly, "Well, that's one way to make a statement." Naruto, still absorbing the spectacle, grumbled, "Great, thanks, Koushin. Now how am I supposed to top that?" Hinata, stifling a chuckle, whispered, "It's okay, Naruto. It's the thought that counts." Kakashi, hidden smirk evident in his voice, added, "Hee hee, good thing mine was arranged marriage." Mei Terumi leaned closer to Tobirama, her voice teasing, "I hope you took notes." Hashirama laughed heartily, clapping Madara on the back, "Looks like we've been outdone by the new generation." Madara merely sighed in resignation, the audacity of youth. Across the plaza, the murmurs continued. The male shinobi collectively felt the bar of expectation skyrocket, while the female shinobi exchanged knowing glances, some already daydreaming about their own potential proposals. Choji sighed, looking at Yu. "Now I'm thinking if a massive chakra-infused butterfly would do the trick." Sai glanced at Shin. "I need to rethink my drawing ideas." Raza shook his head, whispering to A and Onoki, "Our era was so much simpler." In the midst of these conversations, Koushin waited for Ino's response, his gaze never leaving her. His heart raced, not because of his chakra exertion but due to the genuine emotion he felt. Ino, taking a deep breath, looked into Koushin's eyes. "You and your dramatic flair." "Yes, Koushin, I'll marry you." Koushin's face broke into a relieved grin. "Good. I would have hated to think I caused a ruckus for nothing." The gathered shinobi burst into laughter, the tension of moments before entirely forgotten. Konoha's plaza, which had just minutes before been a site of impending dread, now echoed with joy, cheers, and clapping. The clouds above roared and shook the heavens, as the lightnings exploded like fireworks, leaving only 3 words, "She said yes." Ino hugged Koushin tightly, as they shared a tender, celebratory kiss. The plaza was alive with joy and laughter, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere just moments before. The shinobi, seasoned in battle and hardship, were now witnesses to a moment of pure, heartfelt happiness. Ino, her tears of joy mingling with the lingering rain, looked up at Koushin with a radiance that matched the dissipating storm overhead. "You really know how to make a girl feel special," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. Koushin chuckled, his usual witty demeanor softened by the gravity of the moment. "Well, I had to make sure it was a fitting proposal for the woman I love." Around them, the other shinobi were gradually coming back to their senses, the initial shock of the spectacle giving way to realization and then jubilation. Naruto was the first to react. "That was amazing, man," he exclaimed, clapping Koushin on the back. "You really went all out." Hinata, her eyes shining with happy tears, added, "It was beautiful." "Congratulations, Ino, Koushin." Ino, still in Koushin's arms, managed a grateful smile. "Thank you, Hinata." Shikamaru, ever the strategist, couldn't help but comment, "Well, you've certainly raised the bar for the rest of us." Temari, standing beside him, gave him a pointed look. "You better top it," she teased, though her smile showed she was genuinely happy for the couple. Kakashi, who had witnessed countless moments in Konoha's long history, just shook his head, a hidden smile under his mask. Leave it to Koushin to turn a potential crisis into a celebration. Shin, Sai, Yu, and Shino, although slightly overwhelmed by the grandeur of the proposal, offered their congratulations and best wishes. Choji, always with a soft spot for romance, was visibly moved, his words full of genuine happiness for the couple. Tsunade now wore a soft smile, her eyes reflecting her approval and pride. "Well done, Koushin. You've made this a day to remember." The atmosphere in the plaza was electric, filled with laughter, congratulations, and the shared joy of a community celebrating love. The storm had passed, both literally and metaphorically, leaving behind a clear, star-filled sky, a perfect backdrop for a new beginning. Koushin, looking around at the gathered friends and family, felt a swell of gratitude. He had wanted to create a moment that captured his love for Ino, a moment as unique and beautiful as she was. And judging by the smiles and happy tears around him, he knew he had succeeded. He turned back to Ino, his eyes filled with love. "So, what do you say we get out of here and start planning our future together?" Ino, her eyes sparkling with happiness, nodded. "I'd like that very much." Chapter 233, The End. 2 years had passed since the war, heralding a new era under the auspices of Koushin's innovative leadership. The previous hierarchical structure was dismantled, replaced by a tripartite council system designed to ensure balanced governance and representation. The first of these councils, the Kages, wielded influence over designated regions, their power rooted not in territorial claims but in the responsibility to guide and protect. Kakashi, now the sixth Hokage, presided over the Fire Land, embodying strength and honor in his new role. Parallel to the Kages was the Second Council, comprising civilians distinguished by their intellectual prowess and non-shinobi expertise. They ascended to their positions through academic achievement and the trust they had cultivated among the populace, mirroring the Kage's need for respect and capability. The Third Council, unique in its composition and function, operated outside the political sphere, yet held the crucial power of veto over the decisions made by the other two councils. They were also the mediators, stepping in when disagreements arose. This council was not subject to elections, its membership was earned through deeds and virtue. Koushin, alongside Kaguya, led this council, standing as paragons of wisdom and experience. For the time being, they were the sole members, a testament to the council's stringent standards. Amidst this backdrop of change and progression, the shinobi world found a moment of reprieve and celebration. Naruto and Hinata, two souls intertwined by fate and battle, were uniting in matrimony, a year after the war's end. The air was filled with joy, laughter, and the sweet scent of flowers as the village came together to celebrate this auspicious union. Koushin, in the company of his pregnant wife Ino, navigated the festive crowd with a smile, his eyes sparkling with mirth. He exchanged pleasantries, his words laced with his characteristic wit, bringing laughter and lightness to the conversations. Shikamaru and Temari stood together, their body language speaking volumes of their unspoken bond, while Kakashi and Kaguya, now united in marriage, shared quiet smiles and knowing glances. Shin, Kakashi's student, looked on in awe, his eyes wide as he took in the splendor of the event. Sai and Yu, wrapped up in each other's company, stood slightly apart from the crowd, while Shino, ever the observer, watched from the sidelines. Choji and Karui, lost in their own world, shared whispered words and tender glances. The elder generation was present as well, with Tsunade, Raza, Onoki, Meitarumi, heavily pregnant and radiant, alongside a visibly supportive Tobirama. Hashirama and Madara, their long-standing rivalry now transformed into a bromance for the ages, shared jokes and laughter, their boisterous voices rising above the crowd. Ima and Inoichi Yamanaka, Ino's parents, looked on proudly, their faces alight with happiness. Shikaku and his wife, pillars of strength for their son Shikamaru, mingled with the guests, their expressions filled with contentment. Hanabi Hyuga, Hinata's younger sister, her eyes sparkling, navigated the crowd with grace, while Hayashi Hyuga, the father of the bride, bore a stoic expression, his eyes softening every time they landed on Hinata. Choza and his wife, beaming with pride, watched as Choji shared a laugh with his new bride, while Irika-sensei, his heart full, looked on like a proud parent. Sakura and Kiba, now united in matrimony, stood close, their hands intertwined, their faces aglow with happiness. As Koushin weaved through the crowd with Ino by his side, he couldn't help but notice Kakashi and Kaguya sharing a quiet moment together. He smirked, making his way over with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Kakashi-sensei. You look absolutely whipped," he chuckled, nudging Kakashi playfully in the ribs. Kakashi simply rolled his eyes, a small smile playing on his lips as he responded, "Well, when you're married to someone as incredible as Kaguya, it's hard not to be." Koushin laughed heartily at this, wagging a finger at Kakashi. "You see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. But I must say, I did a fantastic job playing Cupid, didn't I?" He winked at Kaguya, who simply shook her head, an amused smile on her face. "You are not bad," she said, though the fondness in her voice was clear. Leading the couple with a playful salute, Koushin turned his attention to Shikamaru and Temari, who were standing off to the side, engaged in quiet conversation. As he approached, he couldn't help but tease, "Shikamaru, you really live up to your name, don't you? Lazy ass suits you perfectly." Shikamaru just smirked, not missing a beat as he retorted, "Takes one to know one, smart ass." Temari chuckled, shaking her head at the two of them. "You two never change, do you?" Koushin flashed her a grin, "Why fix what isn't broken, right?" Next on his list were Choji and Karui. As he approached, he playfully ruffled Choji's hair, earning a good-natured grumble from him. "What's up, fat ass? Enjoying the food, I hope?" Choji just laughed, patting his stomach contentedly. "You know it. And what about you, smart ass? Keeping out of trouble?" Koushin winked, "I'm always in trouble, you know that." Moving on, Koushin caught sight of Sai and Yu, standing a little apart from the rest of the crowd. With a sly grin, he made his way over, clapping Sai on the back. "Sai, my man, you finally learned how to read the mood. And here I thought it was impossible." Sai just smiled, his usual stoic expression softening as he glanced at Yu. "Well, I had a good teacher." Yu blushed at this, smiling up at Sai as Koushin gave them a knowing look. "I'll leave you two lovebirds alone then." When he finally made his way back to Ino's side, she looked up at him with a smile. "You really do know how to work a crowd, don't you?" Koushin just grinned, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "It's one of my many talents." Ino rolled her eyes, but the affection in her gaze was clear. "Just don't forget to save some of that charm for me." Koushin chuckled, pressing a kiss to her forehead. "Never, pumpkin. You know you're my number one." Soon, the bride and groom came into view, capturing everyone's attention. Naruto, with his bright, infectious energy, had a grin plastered on his face that seemed to light up the entire area. Hinata, radiant and graceful, held onto his arm, her eyes shining with happiness. They made their way through the crowd, greeted by cheers and congratulations. Koushin stood back, a warm smile on his face as he watched them, feeling a surge of pride. He had grown up with Naruto, their bond as strong as brothers, and seeing him so happy, so content, was a sight to behold. "Ino, look at them," he murmured, his voice filled with emotion. "Naruto's all grown up." Ino followed his gaze, smiling fondly at the couple. "He really is. And Hinata looks beautiful." "They're perfect together," Koushin agreed, his eyes not leaving the couple. Naruto, spotting Koushin in the crowd, made his way over with Hinata in tow. His face lit up even more, if possible, as he greeted his friend. "Ko!" he exclaimed, pulling him into a tight hug. "Man, I'm so glad you're here." Koushin laughed, patting Naruto on the back. "Wouldn't miss it for the world, brother." He turned to Hinata, his smile softening. And you, Hinata. You look absolutely stunning. Still think Naruto doesn't deserve you though. Hinata blushed, a small smile on her lips. Thank you, Koushin. Koushin's laughter filled the air as Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head, Hinata giggling softly beside him. Yeah, I know I'm punching way above my weight here, Naruto agreed, grinning nonetheless. Well, just remember, if you ever hurt her, you'll have to answer to me, Koushin teased, though there was a glint of seriousness in his eyes. Naruto's expression softened, and he nodded, understanding the depth behind those words. Don't worry, Koushin. I'd never dream of it, Naruto assured, his hand finding Hinata's and giving it a gentle squeeze. That's what I like to hear. Koushin clapped Naruto on the back before turning to Ino. And how's my beautiful wife doing? You holding up okay in this crowd? I'm doing just fine, thanks to you, Ino responded, a warm smile on her face as she rested a hand on her slightly rounded belly. Koushin beamed down at her, the affection in his eyes unmistakable. Anything for you, pumpkin. As Naruto and Hinata moved on to greet the next set of guests, Koushin's gaze wandered, landing on Kakashi and Kaguya once more. He noticed the way Kakashi's hand rested protectively on Kaguya's waist, the soft smiles they shared, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. His matchmaking skills were unparalleled, after all. He and Ino made their way over, and Koushin wasted no time in diving back into his playful banter. So, Kakashi-sensei, enjoying the party? Kakashi looked up, his visible eye crinkling in amusement. It's not bad. Though I could do without the constant teasing from a certain someone. Oh, come on, you love it, Koushin retorted, earning a chuckle from Kaguya. Maybe just a little, Kakashi admitted, his gaze softening as it fell on his wife. Koushin caught the look and smirked. Yeah, I thought so. Just remember, you owe me one. Kakashi rolled his eyes but nodded in agreement. Yeah, I know. I'm forever in your debt. And don't you forget it, Koushin said, wagging a finger at him. Making his way through the joyous crowd with Ino on his arm, Koushin spotted Tobirama and Mei engaged in a conversation. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he decided it was the perfect time for a bit of teasing. Tobirama-san, who would have thought the stoic second Hokage would come back from the dead to not only marry the Mizukage but also manage to, he glanced at Mei's pregnant belly with a cheeky grin. Well, you know, he then added, I must say, you two are quite the power couple. Who would have thought, the Iceman melting for our lovely Mizukage? Tobirama raised an eyebrow, not missing a beat. And who would have thought, Koushin, that you'd settle down and behave yourself? He shot back, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Koushin chuckled. Well, we can't all be surprising, can we? Mei laughed, her eyes twinkling with mirth. I must say, Koushin, you've certainly met your match with Ino. In more ways than one, Ino added, her tone teasing. Koushin winked at her. You know it, pumpkin. Hashirama let out a hearty laugh, overhearing Koushin's playful banter with Tobirama and Mei. Ah, Koushin, you've always had a way with words, he exclaimed, clapping him on the back. Koushin grinned. It's a gift. He gestured to Madara, who was trying to suppress his own amusement. What about you, Madara? Care to add your 2 cents? Madara smirked. Well, seeing Tobirama all flustered is entertainment in itself. Who would have imagined he had a soft side? Easy now, Tobirama warned, though the twinkle in his eyes betrayed his amusement. Mei laughed, wrapping an arm around Tobirama's waist. It's all in good fun, she said, sharing a conspiratorial wink with Koushin. The festive mood was palpable, with colorful lanterns hanging from trees, the scent of delicious food wafting through the air, and the hum of conversations filling the background. It felt like the entire village had turned out to celebrate Naruto and Hinata's union. Koushin, with Ino by his side, continued weeding through the guests, greeting and joking as he went. His sharp eyes caught sight of Shino, always the observant one, leaning against a tree and watching the festivities. Approaching him, Koushin clapped a hand on his shoulder. You always did have a knack for blending into the background, he remarked with a teasing grin. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, a hint of a smirk visible. Observation is key, he replied in his usual stoic manner. Koushin chuckled, true, true. But don't forget to enjoy the party as well. Looking into Koushin's stern gaze, Shino nodded, I will. With that assurance, Koushin and Ino continued their journey through the celebration, feeling the happiness and joy of the village around them. They saw familiar faces and shared laughs, truly immersing themselves in the celebration. As the evening went on, the crowd started to gather around a beautifully decorated area in the center of the village. It was time for the wedding ceremony, and everyone was eager to witness the union of Naruto and Hinata. The ceremony space was adorned with vibrant flowers, their colors reflecting the energy of the village. Lanterns hung above, casting a warm and gentle light on the gathering. In the center stood a small, traditional stage, elegantly decorated, where the ceremony would take place. The crowd fell into a respectful silence as the Hokage, Kakashi, took his place on the stage to officiate the wedding. He looked out at the crowd, his eyes crinkling as he smiled. We are gathered here today to celebrate the union of two souls who have found their way to each other through trials and battles. Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga have chosen to join their lives together, and we, their friends, family, and fellow villagers, are here to witness and celebrate their commitment. Naruto and Hinata stepped onto the stage, their hands clasped together, their eyes shining with love and happiness. They wore traditional wedding attire, Naruto in a handsome Matsuki kimono adorned with the Uzumaki clan symbol, and Hinata in a beautiful, white Shiromuku kimono, representing purity and her transition into Naruto's clan. Kakashi continued, in the presence of your loved ones, I ask you to declare your vows. Naruto went first, his voice strong yet filled with emotion. Hinata, from the moment I met you, my world changed. You saw me when no one else did, you believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. I vow to stand by your side, to protect you, and to love you, through all the battles and the peaceful times. You are my heart, my soul, and my everything. Tears filled Hinata's eyes as she listened to Naruto's vows, and when it was her turn to speak, her voice was soft but filled with determination. Naruto, you have shown me what it means to be brave, to never give up, and to fight for what I believe in. I vow to support you, to lift you up when you are down, and to be your sanctuary. You have my heart, my love, and my eternal devotion. The crowd was silent, moved by the sincerity and depth of their vows. Kakashi nodded, his own eyes filled with pride and happiness, and now, with the power vested in me as the Hokage, I pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Naruto and Hinata's kiss was gentle yet filled with all the pent-up emotions and love they had for each other. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, throwing flowers onto the stage as the newlyweds embraced. Koushin looked on, his heart full as he watched his friend finally find his happiness. He felt a gentle squeeze on his hand and turned to see Ino, her eyes filled with tears and a smile on her face. They did it, she whispered, her voice filled with joy. They really did, Koushin agreed, pulling her closer and planting a soft kiss on her forehead. As the celebration continued into the night, the village was alive with laughter, dancing, and joy. The air was filled with the sounds of happiness, and for the first time in a long time, the shinobi world was at peace. Naruto and Hinata, now husband and wife, danced and celebrated with their friends and family, their hearts light and their spirits high. They had found their happily ever after, and the entire village rejoiced with them. After the wedding festivities, Koushin and Naruto found themselves atop the Hokage mountain, sharing a quiet moment away from the hustle and bustle. The village below was still alive with celebration, but up here, they could enjoy a bit of tranquility. To think little Troublesome grew up to get married. I feel so proud, Koushin mused, looking at Naruto with a smirk. Naruto snorted in response, I am older than you. Koushin chuckled, his tone light, only by a few days. I am still your big brother. To Koushin's surprise, Naruto nodded in agreement, you are. He wrapped an arm around Koushin's shoulder, his voice softening, you were there whenever I was down. You nudged me to make a move on Hinata. You always believed in me. You are the best big brother. Koushin scoffed, his smirk returning, damn right I am. Both of them shared a hearty laugh, basking in the camaraderie. The air was filled with joy, but Koushin's expression suddenly turned serious. Without warning, he hit Naruto's belly with his 5 fingers. Naruto doubled over, feeling something strange happening to his body. What the hell, Koushin? What did you do? Naruto gasped out, his eyes wide with surprise. Koushin looked at Naruto, his tone serious but light. Naruto, listen to me carefully. I have seen a horrible prediction. Between May and June, if you and Hinata have a baby, it will lead to a horrible future. Naruto was taken aback. Horrible? Koushin nodded gravely. So horrible. You will have a ridiculous haircut. Then you will have an emo son that will ruin everything. Since I will be godfather of your children, and I know I would hate that brat, I cannot let it happen. Naruto, though confused, found himself nodding along. That makes sense. Koushin sighed in relief, glad that Naruto was on the same page. I blocked your swimmers so you cannot conceive a child until June. Trust me, this is for the betterment of the world. Naruto, still processing everything, finally broke into a grin. Leave it to you to think about the future of the world. Koushin winked. Someone has to keep you in check. They shared another laugh, the seriousness of the situation dissolving into the night. Despite the unexpected turn of events, they were glad to have each other's back, just like always. 7 years later. In the Uzumaki household. Koushin was seated comfortably on the plush couch, the warm and lively atmosphere of the room wrapping around him like a snug blanket. On his lap, 2 little girls were nestled securely, their bright eyes sparkling with innocent joy. To his right, Himawari Uzumaki, the 5-year-old daughter of Naruto and Hinata, was animatedly chatting away, her voice a sweet melody in the air. On his left, his own little gem, Hana, mirrored Himawari's enthusiasm, her wild blonde locks bouncing as she talked, a testament to her father's genes. Across from them, Hinata and Ino were deep in conversation, their laughter and chit-chat filling the room with a sense of warmth and camaraderie. The 2 women shared a bond that had only grown stronger over the years, and it was evident in their easy smiles and the way they seemed to understand each other without needing words. On another couch, the gaming console was the center of attention for Naruto, Korin, and Hiro. Naruto, with a controller in hand, was completely engrossed in the game, his competitive nature shining through as he played against his son, Korin, who was 7 years old. Hiro, Koushin's 9-year-old son, was cheering on his cousin, his violet eyes sparkling with excitement. The boys' laughter and playful banter created a lively atmosphere, and it was clear that the joy of the moment was infectious. Koushin looked around, his heart full as he took in the sight of his family and friends, all gathered together in one place. He felt a gentle tug on his sleeve and turned his attention back to the girls on his lap. Uncle Koushin, can you tell us a story? Himawari asked, her big, curious eyes looking up at him with anticipation. Yeah, a funny one. Hana chimed in, her excitement evident in her bright eyes and eager smile. Koushin chuckled, ruffling their hair affectionately. A funny one, huh? All right, let me think. Koushin grinned, his eyes twinkling with mischief as he looked down at the 2 eager little faces in front of him. All right, listen closely, because this is a story of 2 very unique young lads. His voice took on a whimsical tone, drawing the children in with his animated storytelling. Once upon a time, in a small village just like ours, there were 2 boys. They were the best of friends, and oh boy, they were a handful. He chuckled, remembering the days of mischief and laughter. One was loud, energetic, and had a heart as big as the world, while the other was witty, clever, and always had a trick up his sleeve. The girls were completely captivated, their eyes wide with curiosity. What did they do, Uncle Koushin? Himawari asked, her voice filled with excitement. Koushin laughed. Well, they were quite the pranksters. And one day, the ball of energy came up with a prank to punish the evil matron of the orphanage. He paused, glancing over at Hinata and Ino, who who were trying their best to keep their laughter in check, knowing all too well where this story was headed. Koushin settled himself, ready to spin the tale with all the dramatics and humor he could muster. So, these two little rascals, let's call them Loudmouth and Sly, had a plan. Loudmouth was always full of energy, running around and causing mayhem wherever he went. Sly, on the other hand, was the brains of the operation. He was clever, always coming up with elaborate plans for their pranks. Himawari and Hana were hanging on to every word, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and delight. Now, there was this matron at the orphanage. Oh, she was strict. She never smiled, and she had a rule for everything. Loudmouth and Sly, they couldn't stand her. So, they decided it was time to teach her a lesson. Koushin leaned in closer, lowering his voice for effect. They knew that the matron loved her hot baths at the end of the day. So, Loudmouth got this brilliant idea. He decided to heat the water a little bit more than usual, just enough to make her jump. Sly, being the more sensible of the two, was a bit hesitant, but he decided to go along with it. The room was filled with laughter and eager whispers as the girls anticipated what was about to happen next. Hinata and Ino exchanged knowing glances, trying to suppress their laughter. Koushin continued, his eyes twinkling with mischief, so they snuck into the boiler room, and Loudmouth pulled out this jar of frog oil. Now, frog oil, when mixed with fire, can create quite a bit of heat. He thought a little bit would do the trick. But as you can imagine, things didn't go as planned. The girls were on the edge of their seats now, completely absorbed in the story. What happened, Daddy? What happened? Hana asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Koushin chuckled. Well, when Loudmouth poured the frog oil into the furnace, it created a huge explosion. The hot water went everywhere, and the matron, oh the poor matron, she got the shock of her life. He paused for dramatic effect, watching as the girls erupted into fits of giggles. The whole orphanage was in chaos. There was water and steam everywhere, and the matron was absolutely furious. He looked over at Naruto, who was trying his best to look innocent while wiping away sweat from his forehead. Koushin couldn't help but wink at him before turning back to the girls. Sly, being the clever one, managed to stay out of trouble. But Loudmouth, oh he wasn't so lucky. The matron knew it was him, she always knew. And that day, she had enough. She told him, young man, you are out of here. Himawari and Hana gasped, their eyes filled with shock. She kicked him out? Himawari asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Koushin nodded solemnly, yes, she did. But you know what? It turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to him. Because after that day, Loudmouth found a new home, a new family, and he grew up to be a great, great man. Hinata and Ino were now openly laughing, their eyes filled with tears of amusement as they watched Naruto squirming under Koushin's storytelling. Koushin ruffled the girl's hair, his voice gentle and sly. He learned a valuable lesson that day. He learned that sometimes, pranks can go too far, and you have to be ready to face the consequences. He looked at the girls, his eyes filled with warmth, and that, my little listeners, is the story of Loudmouth and Sly. Himawari and Hana burst into laughter, their giggles filling the room. That was a great story, Daddy. Tell us another one. Hana exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Koushin mused, another one, you say? He then thought of the myriad of stories they had created in their life. Have I ever told you how your uncle Kakashi was trapped in a water prison that Naruto, Hinata, and I, as Genins, had to free him from? The girls shook their heads, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ah, that was an adventure, Koushin began, settling back into the plush couch, making himself comfortable. You see, back when we were young and inexperienced, our team was on a mission in the Land of Waves. It was supposed to be a simple escort mission, but it quickly turned into something more complicated. He chuckled, but then again, when were our missions ever simple? Himawari and Hana giggled at that, eager for another tale. We were escorting a bridge builder named Tazuna back to his village. It was important because the bridge he was building would connect the land of waves to the mainland and break the monopoly of a corrupt businessman. Little did we know that this businessman had hired one of the most dangerous shinobi out there to take Tazuna out. Koushin paused for a moment, gauging the girls' reactions. They were hanging on his every word, completely engrossed in the story. That shinobi was none other than Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the hidden mist. The room seemed to darken at the mention of the name, and even Naruto, who had momentarily paused his game, looked over, remembering their dangerous encounter. Koushin continued, during one of our confrontations with Zabuza, he managed to trap Kakashi in a jutsu known as the water prison. It was a deadly technique where the victim is trapped inside a large sphere of water, unable to move or breathe. Hana's eyes widened in fear. Was Uncle Kakashi okay? Koushin nodded, trying to ease her concern. Of course. Yu's super daddy was there. Naruto, always the one for flashy moves, created shadow clones to distract Zabuza, while Hinata and I tried to find a way to break the water prison. Naruto grinned from his spot, clearly proud of his younger self's achievements. Hinata, overhearing the story, added, "It was one of the most intense moments of our lives. But together, we managed to free Kakashi-sensei." Koushin then smirked, casting a playful glance at the children. "From now on, if you see your Uncle Kakashi, make sure to call him Uncle Goldfish. He has quite fond memories of that day." Ino and Hinata, who had been sipping their tea, suddenly choked, coughing uncontrollably as laughter threatened to burst forth. Naruto, on the other hand, threw his head back and laughed out loud, his eyes crinkling at the corners. The room was instantly filled with a light-hearted atmosphere as the story took a comical turn. "Why Uncle Goldfish?" Himawari managed to ask between her giggles, her curiosity piqued. Koushin leaned in, his voice lowering as if he was about to share a great secret. "Well, you see, after we freed Kakashi from the water prison, he was gasping for air like a goldfish out of water. It was such a sight, your uncle, one of the most formidable shinobi, panting and coughing just like a little fish." Himawari and Hana burst into laughter, their imaginations running wild with the image of Kakashi as a goldfish. Koushin winked at them, pleased with their reaction. "Daddy, you're so funny!" Hana exclaimed, her laughter echoing in the room. Koushin chuckled, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Well, I do my best." Naruto, finally recovering from his laughter, chimed in, "You should have seen Kakashi's face when he realized we freed him. He was trying so hard to be his usual cool self, but he was breathing so hard he couldn't even speak." The children giggled, imagining their stoic uncle in such a state. Koushin nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "That's right. And after that, he tried to pretend like nothing happened, but we all knew," he added, sharing a knowing glance with Naruto. "Yeah, and he was so grateful, though he'd never admit it," Naruto said, his tone filled with nostalgia. Koushin then turned his attention towards the boys, who had been unusually silent throughout the storytelling session. His eyes twinkling with mischief, he noted, "Why so quiet over there?" "Ah, you beat Naruto's character while he was distracted, didn't you?" "Naruto, they've looted you 20 times already." Naruto's eyes widened in mock horror as he looked at the game screen. "What? You little rascals." He couldn't help but laugh, though, as Hiro and Korin tried to stifle their giggles, their faces turning red from the effort. Hiro, with a sly grin that matched Koushin's own, finally spoke up, "Well, Uncle Naruto, you always said we should seize every opportunity." The room erupted in laughter again, with Koushin nodding approvingly at his son. "That's my boy," he said, ruffling Hiro's hair. "Always thinking on his feet." Ino, sitting across from Koushin, couldn't help but join in. "Looks like you've got some competition, Naruto. These boys are learning from the best." Naruto, still laughing, shot back, "Oh, they are they? Well, just remember, kiddos, I've got years of pranking experience on you both. You've got to wake up pretty early in the morning to pull one over on me." Hana, not wanting to be left out, chimed in with a giggle, "Daddy's the best prankster." Koushin, pleased with the compliment, winked at her and said, "You got that right, princess." The room was filled with warmth and laughter, the children's giggles mixing with the adults' chuckles. It was a scene of pure family bliss, everyone enjoying each other's company. And just like that, years went by. No enemies from outer space. No new stupid eyes popping out like they are mushrooms, and no making Naruto weak just for the sake of the plot. The village of Konoha found itself in a rare era of peace and prosperity, with its inhabitants living their lives to the fullest, surrounded by love, laughter, and the warmth of family. The end. That's the end of this tale. I truly appreciate you for watching the whole series. Hopefully you enjoyed, and with that being said, I'll see you on the next series. Peace.